that's not like gossip about so and so's whatever politics. Like that is literally criminal. Needs to be reported and re-reported and reported.
And I think some of y'all need to reevaluate your friendships on this app. It's fucking amazing.
Oh, there's a lot of Amir supporters on this app, but surprisingly, there are a few Muslims that also hate Amir, or some Arabs that hate Amir. Hate seems to also be universal.
Can we agree that that the people that make apologies and try to prop up terrorists like Amir, that have rooms now they're into sex trafficking, like that's problematic? Can we agree that saying that these are the good people of the app, that we should start reevaluating?
There's someone in this room, Mojo, that's reporting back to that room. I took pictures of the chat. They're talking crazy shit about this room right now. And they're talking about JB. I took screenshots of everything. But there's somebody in this room that was in here called Momo, that's saying that we're streaming their room in this room.
Oh, Momo. Momo is a double agent. We're going to make Momo famous.
Boys, please ask them to stop the sex trafficking, because it's a crime and it's horribly exploitative to women. It's a filthy thing to do. And they have to stop it immediately. I mean, they've been promoting murder and terror for years, but now they've crossed the line.
So,
Speaking of sex traffickers.
Yeah, I just saw him pop in and pop out.
Roger, Momo is Mo.
I just sent you the screenshot, Roger.
yep, I have it. So, Mo is, we're going to get Mo
very
kicked off the
yucky.
app today.
It's very
How about that?
disgusting.
Yep.
We will get Mo kicked off the app
But
today.
going back to the news, we do have. What
And
else do
they're
we
trying
have?
to dox the shit out of JB. They put his first and last name in the chat there.
Let's see.
I mean, a lot of people know
Checking
who
the
JB
news.
is.
Hold on. If they're doing that, then we should.
Oh yeah, that
master
soccer
report them
player.
for
He was
doxing,
waiting in
and
line
we'll get them kicked
at
off
the
the app.
8 side,
It's very simple.
and actually a football player, right? Suleiman Al Obeid was killed in Gaza. And apparently, IDF is coming and saying that, we don't know anybody.
I'm already famous, bro. Some of these pieces of shits like to pass articles around about me. Why don't you just step to me and see what you guys say? Otherwise, shut the fuck up and sit down. How about that? Bunch of fucking phonies.
That's true. I have received an article. That's true. People didn't like me in your room, JB, and they let me know. Hey, look.
Oh, I'm well aware, Bimo. I'm sure some of them are on stage right now.
There was
But
no
they're
shooting in
cunts,
that region.
and they hide behind a fucking
Nobody
phone.
died in that area.
And that's how it is.
But even
But you know what? The same thing is the same people who come to my room, sit on my stage, smile on my
the
face.
European Union
So I don't give a fuck. I don't answer to none of you.
Football Federation has
Say about
said,
JB.
I mean, they have not said
He
Israel
did some
killed
wrong
him, they have
things.
said that he has.
He's completely open about it. He paid a debt. It was a very serious debt. And as far as I can say, a person has a right to do wrong because we're all human, and to pay your debt, which he did openly and admits openly, he doesn't lie about it. And as far as I'm concerned, that's his redemption. And he now rejoins us as a beloved friend. He did the wrong thing. He's never going to do it again. And we're not God. We don't judge him. He paid his debt to society, and now he's doing the right thing. And I uplift him, and I support him.
Thanks, Norm. I appreciate it. I was staying out of this space, not because I don't like Mojo or Roger. It's because of the people he has around him. Some of the people I have around him are just fucking clown waffles. Phony motherfuckers. And you know what? I don't want to disrespect his space. But, any of you people have a problem, you step to me. Let's have a one-on-one conversation. Some of you motherfuckers killed your husband. But I don't talk on that. Or abuse your fucking kids. I don't talk on that. Keep my name out of your fucking mouth, because I promise you, if I come, I'm coming heavy. Move a fucking wall. Mind your fucking business. I don't answer to nobody.
He might be low income, but he's not low income.
Okay, changing the subject. Who is 1111? Because I've been getting weird messages, and that 1111 has been on these messages. Who is this idiot?
Messages, Shirley. This is the person who was talking about the sex trafficking that he's doing in Switzerland and Dubai.
The crazy thing is, he says after he says the story, and I took screenshots. He said after I said the story, the app jammed my account for a little bit. Can anybody hear me? Now there's somebody else too. That's also, I don't know if they're in this room right now. They're in the chat in that room talking about this room as well.
Wait, why do you think that it's sex trafficking? Because I didn't follow that. So he paid somebody to spit on him. That's like, how do you know it's just not like a
He
king?
goes to Dubai and Switzerland and gets women to go with him and to have sex with him, I'm just saying, for money, and then doesn't pay them and tries to get rid of them, and then says, "Oh, I'm with you," and get them to spit on him. So I don't know if you understand the concept of sex trafficking, but it's prostitution. It's taking advantage of women for sex and exploiting them monetarily for sex.
Well, deep state patriots. Well, I gotta say, Ben Mendelsohn was talking about the same thing in Deep State Patriots. How he went to the Bunny Ranch in Vegas and had sex with a 21-year-old nurse from Santa Monica College. These people run in the same circles. Liberals seem to love prostitution.
Do you know what's interesting? Is if someone chooses, what it sounds like you're describing is theft, right? If he didn't pay them for a contract,
More prostitution sold at the Republican convention, my friend, than any other convention. So stop.
What I'm talking about is the sexual exploitation of women, which is known by the crime, and this is an international crime called sex trafficking, and it's a huge problem in the world.
So prostitution is sex trafficking?
Sex trafficking.
These women, they take advantage of them. They're not free to come and go. They have other people who are they're exploiting them. They're running them. They get the money. Yeah, that's what sex trafficking is.
Okay, so these women, the prostitutes I've met, trust me, listen, I'm
not sure.
we're in New York, normal. Go ahead.
Bima, there's no we here. Don't give me a we. If you don't know what sex trafficking is, I'm not interested in your experience with sex trafficking. That's between you and your guy and your parole officer. I'm reporting to you what we just heard in that room. If you don't understand it, look it up. It's a massive problem. The United Nations is dealing with it. They've discovered this in Gaza. If you want me to put the link at the top of the room. They take people of other ethnicities and nationalities. One example is Yazidi women. Another example is the Moroccan women that 1111 described in the room. And they exploit them for sexual purposes. It's a horrendous thing. I don't know what their ages are, but this is Epstein level shit. It's disgusting. And I don't recommend that you try to apologize for it, because you're only going to get yourself into a very bad light.
Listen, I say what's on my mind. If you don't like what I'm saying, then, express that. But
yeah. I think you should probably think about what you're going to say now before you say it. Because you're right now in the process of trying to apologize for international crime of sex trafficking. And there's a room on this app of women. There's a room on this app
being trafficked to China to this day. Why don't you watch an episode of Trafficked if you're not familiar with what trafficking is? It's a really good episode that just came out. Might want to watch it. It'll educate you on trafficking. I'm not talking to you all, Norma. I was talking to those that don't understand trafficking. We have children being sold at the young ages of 6, 13, 16, underage women being sold by their family. And they're trying to. Yes, girls. Trafficking, sex trafficking. We have women that are over 18 also being trafficked and being sold, put into dark rooms. 3 women in a room being sold for sex. With the promise, they're going there with the promise of getting married and having children, like wives buying a wife. That's what's happening. That's the Vietnamese end. This is just the Vietnamese end. So yeah, it's happening everywhere. It's a major big deal. And they're being trafficked against their will, sex being sold against their will. They're being sold like cattle.
And this is what I heard with my own ears in that room. That this fellow who calls himself Amir, that's not his real name. Not going to say his real name in the room, but we know it. This is what I heard him platforming. He's running a room that was dealing in sex trafficking and laughing about it. And he wasn't the only one. And nobody responded. Nobody said anything condemnatory about it. They were literally laughing about it. And it's one of the most
Did you know about that?
disturbing. What's that?
Sorry, Norm. I'm wondering if JB knew about that.
Did you record any of it? Norm, did you record any of it?
No.
Did I know about what, Jane?
What Norm's talking about? I thought you would.
No, Norm hit me
Terrible.
Norm hit me offline. He's like, hey, they're running this room. I said, all right. I was like, I'll open the room and have the debates. And then he hit me back. He said, he's in Mojo's room. Come in. I said, all right, let's go.
God.
But see these fucking twat waffles, right? All of them. Oh, shit. You know, where's Ann? Ann's on stage. She'll tell you about the rooms that we ran, the people that we helped. But they want to stand on my dick. Right? Send articles around from 16 years ago. Fuck these people. All fucking frauds.
Who are we talking about, JB?
If they don't apply, let it fly.
Well, to my knowledge, I'm the only one on this stage with a dead husband, and I know you weren't implying that I killed him.
Listen, like I said, if it don't apply, let it fly. If you kill him, that's your business. You gotta deal with God, not me.
In the chat, a nice person. I hope.
Spicy!
Explaining what the protocol is on international flights. How to tell if somebody is being sex trafficked. I'll read what it says in the chat. You can read it yourself. I don't want to call out this woman. It's a horrible subject. No eye contact. Not allowed to speak. Doesn't hold ticketing or passport. That's what. So apparently this lady is trying to fight sex trafficking and looking for the signs of it. And we just heard a confession in the other room, in a room that is usually dedicated to advocating for the genocide of Jews. And they switched to sex trafficking. It's a nexus of crime and vice. And I am just sickened by it. I mean, I have kids in the house right now, and I don't even want to be in a place where they can hear me talk about this. I don't want them to hear that people can be so evil.
I think good is new.
The worst part about it is there's people in this room that simp for this room and Amir's room, and they go in there and they talk with them like they're best friends with all those people in there. That's the craziest part about it. And then that she was trying to simp for them just 10 minutes ago. That's fucking crazy.
I don't know if you want to. I'm not asking to be modded, but you can mod me if you care to, and I'll put at the top of the room an example of what they do.
In the month, we only mod vaginas.
I have it. Go ahead, mod me, Mojo.
Wow, we have a problem with
In any event, the United States and Israel rescued during this war a Yazidi woman who was sex trafficked for 10 years, and both Al Jazeera and the BBC reported on it. And apparently, as Roger said, I think Mojo said not long ago, Iranian Revolutionary Genocide Republic, they marriage for a night. So they have people that they're sex trafficking and get around the religious restrictions. They actually perform a marriage, then they exploit them, and then they quickly annul the marriage. That's how it works in the together. The nexus of, I'm quite is coming together: the sex trafficking, the terror, and the genocide and the drugs. I'm getting like a pain in my heart from being a witness to this.
Hey, baby, nice to see you.
I mean, how do you explain, Las Vegas bunny ranches, and being able to actually operate brothels versus other major
Those
Democrat
are legal
cities?
brothels. I don't even know, sir, how you can conflate the two.
Well, I live in Chicago, and the Democrats here are considering opening up brothels and issuing prostitution licenses.
Legal business.
I get it, but the Democrats in Chicago want to start issuing, prostitution licenses. It's progressive.
It's been in Nevada for probably, let's see how old the state is. It's been here for, we're getting close to 100 years. You got a problem with it?
No, I'm just saying, we're $37 trillion in debt, and if prostitutes want to fuck and make money, and you asked me if I had a problem with it.
Take it up with the Nevada legislature.
You asked me if I had a problem with it.
Republicans and the Democrats have supported it here for 100 years, and it's an incredibly regulated industry here. They're tested on a weekly basis. But you can go visit it if you want.
Route that terrorists travel on or could potentially travel.
No, I don't want to be Eskimo brothers with Ben Mendelsohn. Sorry, Abby.
But Abby, they are free to go. They're free to live. They don't have to do it.
Security reasons, but you don't have no idea about security.
Oh my God, no.
You don't really appreciate
about these
it.
women that it won Sundance and a bunch of festivals.
I'll put the name in the chat. It's something like Sababa. No, it's Sababa. Sabab.
Something like that. It means slave in their language, or sex slave is the word for it. And they did a documentary of trying to rescue those women. It's very powerful documentary. I think it came out 2 years ago.
Well, Ben Mendelsohn helped put a prostitute through college at Santa Monica University by boinking her at a bunny ranch. That's a deep state patriot.
Where do you get this shit?
Where do I get this from? It's on my YouTube channel. Let me send you the link of Ben Mendelsohn talking about 3 minutes of him banging a prostitute at the bunny ranch.
Listen, we're talking about something very different here. In the case of, like I said, these women are not trafficked. They're free to come and go. What we're talking about is women who are not free to come and go, who are being exploited.
No, I know. I'm being facetious. I'm being facetious.
Serious business, John. Serious business.
Did you see Amir just he popped in Nevada and then he left?
You should mod Abby, maybe.
But is it an Islamic thing to traffic women?
It's called Sabaya.
I don't see any Jews modded.
Because they.
Sabaya is the name of the movie, but it's a real problem.
Who said I don't see any Jews modded?
I mean, if you got 4 wives, you are a player, in Islam.
This room is different.
He's fucking around, podcast. Just fucking.
Oh no, not you. Just all of it, the entire galaxy, the entire universe that's in the mouth right now is pretty good.
Is there a douche in the muff?
We did this conversation constructively because I'm a little blown away. I've actually never witnessed this before. I hadn't encountered the kind of evil that I witnessed on Clubhouse before, and I feel like I'm up to it. I've filmed in some pretty hairy locations, Bosnia during and after the war, in various prisons, but I haven't been exposed to sort of unregulated vice and crime and hate, terror, and genocide the way I have on this app. I think we've somehow reached a new low.
It's efficiency, El Norma. You can come here and do all that for nothing with just the click of a button. You're gonna hear the worst of the worst.
Yeah, but some of it's not legal.
Yeah,
Well, then record it and send it to the FBI.
Hey, let Shirley talk. Let Shirley talk. John, I am a mod. Shirley, go ahead.
Thank you for getting me back to reality, Jane. Shirley, what did this guy say to you? Because this guy is an international criminal.
No, I don't remember because I have a strict rule not to interface with these kind of things because when you're a grandmother, there's somebody trying to scam you all the time. But I have gotten messages either, and that's how crazy it is. I don't know if it's on Instagram or my dadgum phone. This 111, and I've just thought, oh God, that is so weird. What is that? And I just have not interfaced with it because it's just weird. And now I know how weird.
Phone call from somebody or a text message or on app person whose name
It's that number. I'm gonna have to go through my stuff to figure it out, but it has come up in some kind of messaging on my phone, either on Instagram or maybe text messages. But I think, and it's probably Instagram, which is a reason why I haven't just gotten where I don't want to put my children on these, pictures of my family on this app, because I'm talking to people that would do that. Okay, I sound hysterical.
Yeah, it's not that hard to pull out another little burner, little recorder.
Wait a minute. Why is there another penis moderator?
I did it. It's Jill. I had to do it for Norm.
Oh my God.
I know, we don't even get along. It's like a tribal matter.
Okay, so wait, hold on. So we're going to have to redefine the rules. So I can mod, women can mod, Jews can mod. That'll be rule number one.
Okay.
All I'm saying is,
What is going on?
No, hold on. If there's any other Jews in the room, please speak now so we can get them on.
Well,
Hey, what's going on? I'm Jewish. I'm Snip.
I would like someone to give me
It's
a
me,
recap.
it's me.
I've been on an airplane. Could you tell me what I've been missing?
our patrilineal Jews also offered mod badges.
Wait, hold on. Can someone just give me a recap here?
Abby, yeah, after going into his room and hearing him promote genocide of Jews, terror against Jews, anti-Semitism, and violence against people in Israel, day in and day out, people in his room screaming the N-word for hours on end and not stopping them, continuing. People in his room saying, we're going to
Hold on. If I missed a woman or a Jew, please let me know. We want to make sure that we democratize the moderation.
You got Abby.
Abby's mom.
Hearing people say that they're going to put us in ovens, they're going to grill us, they're going to hunt us down, and so forth. Tonight, I heard of your platforming sex trafficking. I'm just speechless. A person describing and going to Dubai and Switzerland and getting women to go with him to hotel rooms, women of different ethnic groups, and exploiting them. This is something that he does regularly. There was a person with the screen name 111, or maybe it was 41. I don't remember now. Unbelievable experience, Abby. It was shocking.
Wow, that's. Anyone get recordings or?
I just want to go in. Sorry, I'm a
That's
woman.
what I asked.
There's probably some kind of hotline.
Mojo, I'm a woman and a Jew. Do I
You
count?
get two mod badges.
You're a win-win.
Wow.
That's deep. Does anybody know this I'm loading that character?
No,
It's a troll.
Okay.
who is unloading?
There are a lot of mods right now.
Can we just go back to this for a second, Norm? There's probably a lot, if there's recordings of it, that you can report that to. That's
Recordings, as far as I know, and I reported the room as soon as I heard it, and I left, because I didn't want to be anywhere near it. And I couldn't
John,
believe
did
what I
you
was
get it? Maybe John got it.
No, I've been working this positive mojo vibration for a couple days now. I gave up.
Yeah, John, what the hell?
Really, John?
Well, I'm sorry. You know, my mental health matters too. I can't listen to terrorists and pedophiles and rapists all day long.
You record all this other dog shit, but you don't get a criminal trafficking room conversation.
I encourage you all to get a burner account and an anonymous account and record these pricks instead of offloading it onto me, you lazy clown house clickers.
Alright, that's fair. That's fair.
Recorded a room in my life, and I'm not about to start now. It was
Very easy, Norm. You're doing screen
Lazy
recording.
clown house
No,
clickers.
I don't do it because I don't want to, not because I don't know how.
Fair enough.
Extremely adept technically. I just
know.
really don't want to.
Come on, I'm not criticizing.
Yeah, I don't feel criticized.
I've done it a few times myself.
I do not feel. You can only be in the audience, though, right?
It just makes a stronger case for law enforcement to have a recording.
It really does.
Well, you know who definitely has a recording?
Clubhouse.
Bingo.
Bingo, bingo.
So, I put something very funny in the chat. I don't know if anyone saw the John Oliver piece he did on Schumer and the imaginary couple. Has anyone seen that? And the Baileys? Anyway, I put it in the chat. It's very funny. Schumer's made up a fictional couple that he said he basically structured his whole political career around this couple and their politics, but they're fake. And he writes about them in his book, and as if they're real people. It's you just have to see the piece.
This is a terrible guy. Sick of him.
Yeah, but this is his own side exposing him.
I'm on his side.
Okay, just put it in the chat.
I voted for him. I'm angry.
You are all a bunch of lazy clown house fake hypocrite complainers. Do something. Record Amir's room.
What are you?
Record Amir's room. Put it on YouTube. Put it on X and notify Dan and Cash at FBI and Tulsi Gabbard at DNI and CIA and maybe local law enforcement. Do something instead of just listening, because clown house liberals who run this app aren't going to do anything.
This is what we're gonna do. I'm loading what? I'm loading. Why don't you
Wait,
speak?
you moved, John? So what? He can come back. Why did you move him?
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. I'm loading. Why don't you speak? I'm loading. Going once.
I invited him back. Go ahead, I am loading.
He was there the whole time you guys are asking him to speak.
He was there the whole time. That's my point.
And he wrote in the chat, why would I speak now?
So I'm also learning about these avatars that are not real. And this may be one of them.
Before. If you want to do something, report the people who are doing this, and take a stand against the exploitation of women, against the genocide of people, against the terrorism that they're promoting all day and all night in that room. I mean, I've never made an appeal like this. I've never come into a room and I don't even talk about other people for the most part. I try to avoid it. But I thought this really crossed the line. And if you want to know whether the three-letter agencies are interested in this kind of criminal behavior, I can assure you that they are. Recommending some of the warning signs of sex trafficking, like women not making eye contact, women not allowed to hold their own passport, women not allowed to hold their own ticket. Extremely helpful. That's very productive, and you're a brave woman. I'm not going to call you out by name unless you want to identify yourself, but you're brave and you're contributing to the solution, and I appreciate it.
I mean, Clown House created Anonymous for a reason. It's because you can't police this unless you can do it anonymously. So take action now and do something anonymously. You know, if you have a recording studio or a private little office and you get yourself 2 little tripods and you focus one camera on the other cell phone and you hit record or live stream and you publish these terrorist cocksuckers to the internet so we get some social equity justice because these murderous, psychotic, low IQ neurotics are on here spewing hate speech all day long. You know, don't just gossip about it. Take action now.
I have a different suggestion. Add to the positivity in the world. If there's somebody you know who's in the crosshairs of this sort of harassment, terror, and crime, reach out to them. Offer to do something nice for somebody. Help somebody that you don't even know. Keep vigilant about this kind of stuff and try to help the next person. It's a very important time right now for us to help each other and to fight this horrible harassment, violence, and negativity. It's not a joke. And if you want now.
John, I apologize for moving you.
Oh, that's okay, Jane. I forgive you. Just report Amir's room. Get some personal justice and satisfaction in this world. Kicking me to the goo will not get you the dopamine you're looking for.
I know. Thank you.
See, if you want real good dopamine creation, you will all go get a track phone burner account, and for just $15, activate a new burner phone. Get anonymous for $5 a month. Set that thing up on a little 3-pronged tripod. Take your other primary phone and set that up on a 3-part tripod and create a YouTube account called Jew Hate Database Watch, something like that. And then record Amir's room, post it on the internet, notify APAC, notify the Jew Hate Database, notify Benjamin Netanyahu, notify Ben Shapiro, notify Dan Bongino, notify Kash Patel, notify the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, the CIA, and let the world know what these little rats in their bucket of shit are talking about all day long on Clown House.
So sometimes rooms get stale, and I offer a hard reset where we open a new fresh room to talk about things. Is anybody interested in a room reboot like that?
We can do it in this room. I don't know why everyone has to get kicked out and come back.
Yeah, I agree with David. But, you know, it's always worth trying, Scarlett. See how it goes. It's all an experiment, as we all know.
Scarlett, why don't you test the marketplace? Announce that you're going to create a room about some great topic, go create your room, and come back and tell us how your experiment went. What were you thinking about recreating, Scarlett? What topic do you think is going to drive the next conversation?
Well, what's the prompt?
I mean, we regularly change topics, and if you've got a good one, go for it.
And to how they either act or will add to positivity.
How about a new survey question? Do you like Scarlett with 2 T's or 1 T?
someone say two T's, it sounds like titties. So it works for me.
Scarlett, why don't you make a poll? That's a great conversational catalyst starter.
How about let me help you with that hard reset, Scarlett. Welcome to In the Muff. These are the 10 rules. Number 1, no threats of violence. 2, no doxing. 3, stay on topic. 4, keep your shares brief. 5, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N word is forbidden on stage and in the chat. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And 10, English only. PSA, assume that all rooms are being streamed by either John Kitover Incorporated or some other clownhouse troll. Paul and the Clubhouse team have taken away the mod's ability to remove people that do this when they introduce the Anon feature. Thank you for listening. Your compliance is appreciated. Welcome back to the Situation Room, where we are streaming potential terrorists, terrorist supporters, and terrorist hate speech creators in the Amir Room. Welcome back to In the Muff. Was that just annoying, or did that entertain anybody?
Well, you entertain me, because you're entertaining generally. So. What do others feel about John's? Sorry, Joe. What is your answer? Were you entertained by what John said?
If you find yourself breathless sometimes in the muff, just remember, pull that head back, take the deepest breath of the day in the muff or outside that muff, hold it for 10 seconds, 10 not 11, 10 not 9, and get back in that muff.
Seriously, how can y'all not think this man is funny? He's hilarious. John, were you a theater kid? Did you go to a performing arts school?
No, but well, I was FDR in my 7th grade play, but I have, I grew up on movies, so I've been doing impersonations my whole life.
Wait, hold on. You were FDR in a play?
Yeah, in Annie with Daddy Warbucks.
Jesus Christ! So were you? Wait, hold on. Was it just you and a bunch of intern Japanese people? Like, was it recorded somewhere?
Yeah, it's on VHS, and then I have the newspaper clipping where I'm sitting in the wheelchair with Annie for the head of our local newspaper.
I want to see it. It sounds good.
I had a full head of hair in the 7th grade. Yeah, my song was Tomorrow. You want to hear Tomorrow by FDR from Annie? Tomorrow, tomorrow, you'll love me. Tomorrow, you're only a troll away. Tomorrow, tomorrow, I'll troll you. Tomorrow, you're only a YouTube recording away.
John, how is it that you had 40,000 recordings posted to YouTube, but the one room that we needed to record, you don't have recorded?
Because it's always in the now, and I have recorded so many Amir rooms for so many nights, and Notified Cash, and Dan, and Tulsi, and Clown House. I tag Clubhouse and a lot of stuff because I respect this app and like this app. But, it gets views, but never a retweet, never a like. So I think people just, want to put their blinders on and pray it away.
Carrie and I, Scarlett's. Oh, Monica's here. Serendipity's gone. What's up, Sandy Grace?
Actually, I'm okay with closing the room. It's been a busy day on Clubhouse. We had lots of replays and recordings of rooms. John did a great job streaming on YouTube. I think Anson's room discussing whether Trump's new executive order to allow the National Guard to defend DC from criminals was a great topic.
Are those rooms recorded? Because I missed that when I worked.
It was more.
The Anson room?
Yeah, the Anson room. I don't think it was recorded on the app, David, but John was brilliant in streaming it on YouTube. John, do you want to drop the link?
Thank you.
So you're going to miss the links that people shared in the chat, but you'll still get some good value. Anson and Mojo and Moose did an excellent job moderating that space.
Anson just has so much knowledge. I enjoy listening to him. Thank you.
You're welcome, guys. All right. Thanks everyone who participated in all the rooms we had today. I'm sure when Mojo gets back to the app, look for another in the muff room. Because that's kind of what he does. Just open it up and see what happens. You guys have a great evening, and I'll see some of you around the clubhouse.
Man, make sure you lay prostrate in front of the fucking Pope. You fucking.
I mean, if he's a Protestant, he doesn't.
Yeah, lay in front of the Pope, you fucking weirdo, and pray to Mary.
Try to pronounce easy.
Hail Mary, and get me fucking rosary.
I'm just saying.
Go and confess your sins.
Make me get up. No, I'm telling you, what?
Sorry. You triggered me with that title, though. Because he can do anything, man. There's no limit. I would have said, like, I never would have thought they would have reversed Roe v. Wade. Never. I would have bet against it, and I would have lost. And right now, there's nothing he won't try. So, I don't know. I think he likes gay guys, though. He had,
He didn't try this. This is not.
I know. But he was the first Republican that had gay rights as part of his campaign platform. And he promoted Rick Grinnell to be the first openly gay ambassador, and then he was a member of the cabinet. So I don't think he's got it in for gays. But if he did, they wouldn't be safe, and Obergefell wouldn't stop him.
Well, let me read the news to you guys. You guys ready? This is ABC News. Where'd it go? Disappeared. Oh, here it goes. All right, y'all ready for this? It reads, Supreme Court formally asked to overturn landmark same-sex marriage ruling. Kim Davis, a former clerk who refused gay couples, brought the appeal. So this was brought by Kim Davis, not Trump. It says 10 years after the Supreme Court extended marriage rights to same-sex couples nationwide, the justices this fall will consider for the first time whether to take up a case that explicitly asks them to overturn that decision. Kim Davis, the former Kentucky County clerk who was jailed for 6 days in 2015 after refusing to issue marriage licenses to a gay couple on religious grounds, is appealing a $100,000 jury verdict for emotional damages plus $260,000 for attorney fees. And a petition for religious and tertiary filed last month. Davis argues First Amendment protection for free exercise of religion immunizes her from personal liability for denial of marriage licenses. More fundamentally, she claims the high court's decision on Roe v. Hodges extended marriage rights for same-sex couples under the 14th Amendment's due process protections was egregiously wrong. The mistake must be corrected, wrote Davis's attorney Matthew Staver in the petition. He calls Justice Anthony Kennedy's majority opinion on Obergefell legal fiction. The The petition appears to mark the first time since 2015 that the court has been formally asked to overturn the landmark marriage decision. Davis is seen as one of the only Americans currently with legal standing to bring a challenge to this precedent. To the precedent. Quote, if there ever was a case of exceptional importance, Davis wrote, the first individual in the republic's history who was jailed for following her religious convictions regarding the historic definition of marriage, this should be it. Lower courts have dismissed Davis's claims, and most legal experts consider her bid a long shot. The Federal Appeals Court panel concluded earlier this year that the former clerk cannot raise the First Amendment as a defense because she is being held liable for state action, which the First Amendment does not protect. Davis, as the Ronan County Clerk in 2015, was the sole authority tasked with issuing marriage licenses on behalf of the government under state law. Not a single judge in the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals has shown any interest in Davis's rehearing petition, and we are confident the Supreme Court will likewise agree that Davis's arguments do not merit further attention. And William Powell, attorney for David Emerald and David Moore, the now married Kennedy couple that sued Davis for damages, in a statement said that them in a statement to ABC News. So this is a renewed campaign to reverse legal precedent. I'm not gonna read the rest because it's several sections, but this is being brought by a very specific person, not Trump. So, but I guess it could be attached to Trump because people describe the court as Trump's Supreme Court or the MAGA Supreme Court or whatever. So, so people are really like scared about this. I'm not sure it has legs for the reasons that were just articulated. So I'm wondering what the moral panic is about. Now, this got going a month ago, but people are talking a lot about it today for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's another distraction from the Epstein files. But what do y'all think about what's going on with this?
Two words. Sorry, decisive. What's that?
Elaborate, please.
So stare decisis is a fancy Latin word for
I know what that means. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, well, maybe others don't. So the Supreme Court has had a tradition up until Roe v. Wade of not making a dramatic reversal that will change people's lives in a negative way or that will deprive them of a right that had previously been granted to them. Now, please don't bring up the whole Dred Scott thing because obviously enslavement was a moral wrong and reversing that was a moral right. So I don't think that counts. What I'm saying, but Roe v. Wade was the first time that I can think of where they violated stare decisis or the rule of precedent and reversed a right that, potentially half the nation, actually fewer than that because not every woman gets an abortion, but a large portion of the population had a right to count on, according to a previous Supreme Court decision, Roe v. Wade. In other words, stare decisis is precedent, and they don't usually reverse themselves because it undermines their authority, their consistency, and it deprives people of rights. I think this is a long shot for this woman, too.
It's not just about a long shot for her. It's the fact that she's now getting, national media attention. It's a big win for her cause and Protestants nationally that, as her position, she was able to essentially obfuscate same-sex marriages and call it out. I mean, this woman is like the Mother Teresa of us, of heterosexual Christian normative behavior. So, I don't know, she has an important position. She's on ABC. I mean, that's Disney pushing her out. So, she's in the national consciousness.
I'll point out I've often got in trouble, often in this room, in fact, for talking too much, but this is the first time I got a little bit of feedback for not speaking enough.
Nobody's seen that. People give you feedback without speaking to them.
Just now, you said elaborate.
That wasn't feedback. I just wanted you to.
I'm kidding. I'm just making a joke out of it.
I just say one more thing. I love how America does this. How there's always an inversion, always an opposite. It comes out of nowhere, and it's like yin and yang.
What do other people think?
I don't think it has a snowball's chance in hell. At the same time, stare decisis is a principle and not an absolute rule. So you have to look at it from through that lens. But this thing ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you might call a norm. No self-reference intended. Like the filibuster.
Core issue will definitely everyone.
The nuclear option.
So that is the idea of these kind of people.
Not really a law.
Whenever there is an issue on any issue which is related to our country, they will put another issue. They will put any.
Accepted up until that moment. And Trump is like, he's unlike I think any president in history for violating norms, rules, constitutional guidelines. So now again, like Jason aptly points out, this is not a Trump thing. And this woman is a bit of a kook, and I think her case is a long shot. I think the Supreme Court won't take it up. But I have noticed, you probably have too, that it is payback time. And Trump is definitely famous for payback. Now again, this is not a personal thing with him, but the January 6th people, they've all, I think, been freed. Some of them have even been hired by the Trump administration. Anybody that went after him, they're under the microscope now. Like I was just thinking, he's going after Letitia James, and he's going after Adam Schiff. You know, Trump is in payback mode. And the Democrats are not guiltless when it comes to violating the norms. I believe, I can't remember, maybe somebody will remember who threw the filibuster rule out of the Senate. And I believe that's called the nuclear option. I should get everything straight. But getting rid of the filibuster, I believe, was a nuclear option. They got rid of it only for judges, as I recall. So you could filibuster to avoid discussion of a judge in the confirmation hearing. But what we're seeing now is a combination of violating norms of Democrats and Republicans, but going after Trump as a candidate was also, I think, a violation of the norms, by the way. Those 4 indictments. So that's an example of the Democrats doing it. And karma is a bitch, you know, because people get paid back. Now this woman, in my view, she probably should have said, listen, I'm not doing your gay marriage. But let this next Floyd next to me do it, and then she wouldn't have deprived those people of their legal rights. But she didn't do that. And because of that, she went to jail. It would be interesting to see film of her in her prison outfit, her jail outfit. But I guess she wanted to make a federal case out of it. She wanted to make a publicity stunt out of it. So she did her little stint, her week in jail, and now she's looking for vengeance. I think it's really disgusting, to tell the truth.
Why do you think she's disgusting, though? I mean, she's literally just doing what she thinks is the right thing to do.
I think the abasement of our political discourse for not just turning into tit for tat and action and reaction. I mean, they should not have indicted Trump on all those BS charges. I called them BS from the beginning. I was in many clubhouse rooms about it. And now he's paying everybody back who went after him. So now as Attorney General, the FBI people are getting in trouble. We're stretching the democracy is elastic, and we're pulling the rubber band to its limit, and we don't want to snap it.
charge to democracy?
No,
A president retaliating? Like in an election?
No, I'm saying I don't think they should. It was absurd for them to go after him, and they succeeded in getting him elected. I think because they didn't anticipate the blowback. It's absurd for them to have gone after the Dems to gone after him. It's absurd for them to have violated stare decisis. Absurd. Absurd with Roe v. Wade. And it is absurd for Adam Schiff to have gone after Trump, lying in Congress repeatedly, lying on the news night after night after night about this evidence he said he had. He never ever produced the Russia thing. So that was wrong. It was a stretching of the norms, and it's also now wrong. You know, Trump is hitting back, and it's equally wrong. It's not more wrong or less wrong. But I think Trump is definitely somebody who's stretching the limits more than any other president. And it's got a lot of people freaking out. I'm not freaking out, but I am kind of blown away by his he's outrageous also.
So, has the Supreme Court even come late to the party? Have they accepted the case, or we don't even know that?
No, they haven't. They haven't even considered it yet, and I don't think they'll take her up. I mean, I think she's a wing nut.
That was my take. I mean, if I understand it correctly, was it a clerk in Kentucky refused to give a license, marriage license? Is that how this the core of this?
She turned it into a publicity thing. Her picture's at the top of the room. She's a real looker, you know. And take a look at this woman, and she violated the law by not giving this couple a license. And you know, in order to uphold religion, it's not a religious freedom case because she could have just said, "Listen, I don't feel comfortable doing this. Go talk to the next guy at the window next to mine. You know, maybe he'll give you a marriage license, or go to the next county." You know, I mean, I'm just not. You know, she would have been wrong, but she didn't have to turn it into a thing. You know, it's the same thing with the cupcakes. You know, or the wedding cake, graphic design, the website, where it's like somebody going in and demanding that you make them a wedding cake. It's a little bit absurd. So they pushed the norms in that regard. If you remember those cases, the website and the wedding cake for the gay couple.
You know, they talk about this supposed gay wedding cakes a lot, but what's the actual cake made out of? Is it peach? Is it strawberry? Is it blueberry? Like, what kind of cakes are we talking about specifically?
I know you are. Knock it out. I'm a serious discussion.
You know, when I saw Obergefell in the title, I didn't know exactly what that was until I read the ABC News article. But, you know, I think there is no such thing as fate with regards to this topic. The truth is not.
It's a
Obergefell. It's a German word, right? Last name?
Hey, I guess I'm not really super surprised about the whole Obergefell situation coming back up. People were hinting at this after Roe versus Wade, right? But I think it's
after that was overturned.
Yes. Well, yes. But what I was gonna say is kind of got married, and then we were like, oh, we're done, bye.
No, then it went to trans things.
No, that's like before that. The most gay men are not involved with that shit.
I know, but that's where the movement went. They linked everything all together with all the alphabets, you know?
Yeah, but that's, I mean, the gays got like 10,000. They were like, we're done. We wanted.
That's what they did?
Yeah.
I was under the impression that while Obergefell v. Hodges made gay marriage legal, in 2022, Congress under Democratic control had passed a bill that enshrined the ability for gay folks to get married in law. Am I misapprehending on that, or has somebody heard that too?
I didn't understand, but I wasn't paying attention. I apologize.
I didn't understand.
I said that I was under the impression that while Obergefell v. Hodges in 2013 made gay marriage legal, that in 2022 the Democratically controlled Congress had passed a law that Joe Biden signed that made gay marriage legal in actual law.
It was legal because of Obergefell in 2015. And then they brought that there was some fear that Republicans would overturn that. So they passed it into law to everybody. So that couldn't happen. That was supposed to be like protection against overturning. But apparently they overturned it against that. So I don't know. I don't know what that law does.
I mean, the whole thing with Clarence Thomas, right? He's been saying this since basically it was the cause that his premise is that the U.S. Constitution doesn't provide you this type of privilege, right? It is an additional interpretation to have this as a codified benefit, whereas just like the U.S. government and the Supreme Court, the Constitution basically points to restraints on certain limitations, but it doesn't explicitly say that these benefits are something that should be legalized. So that's been an argument for like decades, right? That's been the premise of his position, and but it's a fundamentally more conservative interpretation of the Constitution, which is, so he's been hinting at this for a while, but I don't know the public. I mean, first of all, they're even going to take the case. Second of all, it's not 2010. 70% of the country now supports gay marriage. It's going to be wildly unpopular if they overturn it with pretty much everyone, well, except for Republicans. But even like now, 51% of Republicans support gay marriage. That is a majority of Republicans. It's not as high as the 90% of Democrats, but it is, it's pretty high. Higher than it's been. It used to be 20-something, right? And then you have independents, which are about 70% that support it. So, like, if it does get overturned, it's actually going to be a benefit to the Democrats, because this is an issue that the Democrats can use. Bad for the gays, but good for the Democrats.
Looks like the Dems weaponized.
Right.
Smart political advantage.
I mean, Trump did that with white people. So, I mean, he just did it more discreetly.
The Democrats do it more.
They're more open about it, but Trump does the dog whistles.
They were pretty open about it. Like poor whites in Appalachia.
Speaking of poor whites, I know this is slightly derailed, but I was looking at polling, and only 40% believe that Republicans believe that Mr. Vance should be the next successor to the MAGA movement. That's actually quite low. So I'm excited to see what happens next time around. It's going to be the era of Kennedy from.
I mean, that's what they're saying. I don't know if that's going to change.
J.D. Vance is not charismatic. Like, he's kind of difficult to listen to. And I think he's kind of ugly. His eyes kind of creep me out. It's like the bulging eyes that kind of get me. I'm like, what are you looking at? Kind of scary looking.
Well, you won't have to worry about marrying.
his wife an immigrant? Isn't she gonna get deported too?
She's Indian.
Yep, back in India. Same thing with Melania.
Married to
Pakistan or wherever the fuck she's from. Slovenia, I think.
Is there anybody married to a U.S. citizen? Jason, are you aware of people getting marriages with U.S. citizens getting into trouble with ICE?
Yeah, it's making news.
Oh, well, I don't watch that.
How did you find out about it?
No, I'm asking if that's been a scenario, or how the scenario is playing out.
Yeah, yes.
Because I was under the impression that you pretty much, if you were legitimately married to a U.S. citizen, you could just get a green card by virtue of that.
You can, and like much of like weird exception. Like the process takes a while, so like if they catch you before you have one, they report you. It's like all these weird folks. That's quite sad. It's the way people's lives actually. It's not like
Do you think it's fair to refer to your fellow Americans as Gestapo or other, terrible Nazi references? Do you think that's unfair to say that about your fellow Americans?
Oh, this is a free country. We have free speech. Say what you want.
I objected to calling ICE for stuff, but no one ever listens to me, so do y'all.
I am a little, the whole, like, these unmarked, I've been seeing, like, the rhetoric that the protesters are using when they're filming ICE agents. And when you're filming a guy that's wearing a billboard that says Department of Homeland Security, ICE, Enforcement and Removal Operations, right? Like, on the front of his vest, on the back of his vest, on his hat, on the badge clipped to his belt, right? On the side of the car where it says, DHS Border Patrol with a big mark reflective green stripe, right? And you're like, who are you? We don't know who you are. It's like, if you can't observe the obvious, like, billboard nature of their markings,
Some of them
You're not being honest.
some of them don't have that personal sense being weird about it and saying even if they did have that clear indicators that they're nice, if you can't see their face and they do something illegal, you don't really have much recourse on them accountable. That's what complaints is.
No, I
fair, reasonable one.
No, I was gonna say real quick, there are plenty of videos where the ICE agents are wearing all black or nothing that identifies them, and then the truck is unmarked and they grab these people and put them in vans or whatever. Right?
I have not.
You can literally Google it. You're not being honest here. There are some, yes, that are marked, but there's also a lot that are not. And I think we have to be honest here.
I think you're misrepresenting the ratio, because I know you a lot of the videos. Hold on.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of the videos.
The ratio point that you go to here is to not like pivot away from the mistake you made. It's not really relevant. The thing is, there are people who work for ICE, allegedly, who it's not clear that they do because they don't have any of the indicators you described at all. And the reason why they don't is because they're basically undercover. And they don't want to alert to their presence. It helps them get arrests. That's why they do it. It's a serious fucking practice. This happens all over this. Like, right over tonight doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it happens,
But that reporting. So what I'm saying is that I've noticed people with those talking points in mind who are talking to very obviously marked federal law enforcement, and the bulk of the federal law enforcement that I've seen actually on the ground being used to make arrests are mostly Border Patrol agents in their issue plate carriers, and a sprinkling of ICE deportation officers and HSI agents and other agencies, but the vast majority being Border Patrol in plain clothes with vests.
Okay, fair enough. Like, that does happen. But you were levying criticism because you really they were being ridiculous because in some footage, it's obviously clear that there are ICE agents. It's like, that's weird because you're missing the point. Like, I don't know why you didn't point that. Why would you even put out that room? Like, there's legitimacy to their word. Because there are.
Like, they're taking. So there are absolutely
Law enforcement operations where they use unmarked vehicles and wear plain clothes and might tell you you're under arrest or show you something, but they're not very obviously,
Yeah, bro.
easy to determine you.
That's what they're complaining about. That's the thing they're complaining about.
But that is, in fact, I'm struggling to remember more than one video of somebody being arrested by people wearing like neck badges and plain clothes and no other identifying items except their neck badges. I remember like one video of that. So this characterization that the vast majority of these aliens are being detained by plainclothes undercover ICE agents and not in massive raids conducted by lots of marked agents seems like the opposite is what's actually happening on the ground. The majority of them are marked, and a few of them are unmarked.
You're editing the argument at this point, right? Like, your initial point was that you were making upset about people complaining about supposedly unmarked ICE agents as if they didn't exist. That was the initial premise. And now it's like we're talking about the majority versus the minority. That wasn't the initial argument that was made. You never said the majority of arrests are covered and the minority are not.
What I
You
said,
never said that. You went straight to the point of calling people delusional for being upset about these people that are unmarked, and that is where the logic doesn't make sense.
No. What I said was that I'm seeing these people who have taken this talking point to heart, who are then deploying it in a situation where every single law enforcement officer involved is clearly identified as exactly who they work for and who they are. So there's no plainclothes undercover officer taking law enforcement action in these videos that I'm talking about, but they're acting as if they are. And that's what's simple and delusional.
But there's a lot of videos.
I'm not saying that somebody's saying this when there's like two guys in a hoodie.
Acknowledge what you're saying. It's just what's disingenuous about it is you're not acknowledging the validity of the actual complaint that comes from the left. Like, that's what's weird about what you're doing. But yes, there are examples. I've seen them. There are examples where people are like describing what's going on, and like the examples they have in the footage are ICE agents that are clearly marked ICE agents, but they're describing the issue of unmarked agents covering their faces in unmarked cars, quote unquote kidnapping people. That's how they're describing it. But what they're showing you is not an example. So that I've seen that several times. That exists. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like that doesn't exist. But like, dude, what we're trying to get you to do is not pretend like what they're actually describing doesn't exist, because it does exist. Like, and there are problems with it that are reasonable. Like, so I don't know why you're putting all this attention on the silly thing the leftists are saying. I mean, you could do that, but like, I feel like the steel man version, what they're trying to get at, is more interesting and fair. Because like, I don't know, bro. Like, when the left like bastardizes strong arguments you think the right has, and you balk at that and be like, they're not even getting it right. This is not what we mean. We mean this. Like, so be fair to them. Like, I feel like that's just fair across the board.
But these complaints of completely unmarked law enforcement action, where are the videos of that? Because I haven't seen more than one. They're all and I've watched a lot of videos all the time. Okay, they're all over, and I've seen it in person live with my own eyes. Now, I'm not saying the left isn't going too far, and it's utterly ridiculous to think that if 5 or 6 guys are coming up on you like that, there's no way they're there to entire street blocked off. I've seen dozens of these videos. Both sides are being a little hyperbolic and kind of ridiculous, in my opinion, on this whole argument. Just both sides are taking their extreme opinions and not really getting to the heart of it.
I mean, there are credible allegations that there were people impersonating federal agents, I believe ICE agents, who really weren't ICE agents. But because ICE has this practice where they are marked, like they were kind of convincingly disguised as those kind of ICE agents, and that poses a danger. And I think that's a reasonable thing to be worried about, or wary of, even if it's not happening the majority of the time, because it could happen, right? One kind of infamous case recently is you had the assassination of those lawmakers in Minnesota. The dude who shot those people was impersonating a police officer, right? Like, that actually happened. That's how he, like, got access to
not an undercover police officer, like I'm
fair enough. No, he was just a regular police officer. But the point is, it kind of demonstrates the concept, right? And like that's why people, I think, have a reasonable concern about it. Now there are people who are taking it, this is the thing that just bugs me so much, is that the crazies have a way of undermining the reasonable people, and then Manville and people like Manville who are disingenuous cite the crazies in order to dismiss the genuine or reasonable concern. And I don't think that you should do that. That's not fair, right? Like there's a rational basis to be concerned about the way that these policies are being implemented. Because a reasonable person is left unable in an instant or at a moment's notice to disambiguate between a bad faith actor impersonating an ICE agent or an actual ICE agent. And then on top of that, the actual ICE agent may not be that much better because the actual ICE agent who's not identifiable can do something untoward or literally illegal, and then there's no real recourse. The dude can't identify who was the person who perpetrated the harm. That's a problem. Like, that's objectively a problem. Like, what the fuck? Like, I feel like even if you agree with ICE, you should be able to recognize why that's a problem.
Yeah, but that's the problem that gets lost in the argument of these streamers.
Yeah, I agree. But we have the ability to, like, get nuanced, recognize and identify the extremes, recognize and identify the more sensible kind of range to operate in, and then just operate in that range. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Like,
okay, so can you see the reason why they want to be masked up and think that a badge is the right solution to mediate between the two?
Yeah, I do. I see the reasons that are given, particularly when you have crazy people doxing them, yeah. But like, I'm acknowledging the reasonableness of the concern from the left side because I do think that there's validity there. Right? I'm willing to recognize validity on the other side too. But like, I'm really going against what Manville's doing right now, right? So it may seem like I'm one-sided, but really I'm a counterbalance to Manville right now.
No, we see your objectivity.
So,
I detect sarcasm, but that's what
Mark, like, alright, ballistic vest with agency and the word, police or federal officer, federal agent on it, right? With a name tag and a mask, right? Do you think that's a fair compromise or too much anonymity?
I mean, if there's a way to identify them, it kind of undermines the purpose of the mask, but I mean, it's kind of hard to do a compromise because anything that's identifiable can be used to dox them. That's
right. Well, if you get like, Border Patrol agent Jay Rodriguez, right? There's hundreds and hundreds, probably over 1,000 of them, but maybe close to that, of like Jose Rodriguez's who work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection, right?
Finding. Then the problem is the other direction. So then it's like, well, if one of the many J. Rodriguez's violates somebody's civil liberties, it's hard to identify which one it was. So I mean, there's a problem no matter which direction you go. If they're readily identifiable, they can get doxed. If they're not identifiable, then it's hard to get accountability. That's the
as somebody from the outside investigating it versus their own internal affairs, it might be more difficult depending on the connections you had into the agency. But if you had an arrest time, an arrest location, an operation that's being conducted, and especially if you had video of the operation, right? You took that to a lawyer like, hey, these guys violated this, and I want to get paid. That lawyer can file a FOIA request and go, I want the rosters and the briefing and the personnel assigned to the operation that occurred at this date and time at this location, and they're gonna have that.
Okay.
And on the arrest and the process thing.
This FOIA requests are often like not cooperating with me. Yeah, I mean, in the perfect world, I guess, like it's just you don't live in a perfect world. So like, I don't know, man. It's dicey what you described, but I hear what you're saying.
And like, and I know people don't use like Axon body cameras usually unless they're in law enforcement, right? Or it's part of their job. But those body cams, the way that they have integrated into the systems of evidence, it's not just the body cams. Those motherfuckers own evidence.com. Like most agencies are using them to cloud store massive amounts of their evidence. And they will not only tell you, like, it's a very intelligent device, and it can not only tell you who it is and who's recording it because it's assigned to a person, but it can tell you who was around it, who flipped their taser, from off to on, and at what time, and how far away were they from this body. And all of that data is in there. And so you can not only see, like if you request the data of this body cam in this incident, you get all the other ones that it was connected to. And there are investigators at private defense attorneys firms
like
that can
like change subjects more time. Do you just acknowledge that there is a problem with mass ICE agents?
They are less identifiable, yeah.
Because that was the thing that you kind of started by like dismissing.
No, it's true that they're less identifiable. They're doing it on purpose.
Isn't it a problem in terms of accountability?
Yes.
Okay, that is the validity I want you to acknowledge. Because that I think undergirds the worries that sensible leftists have, and that the people you were complaining about are exaggerating in various ways.
But what are you asking though? Because basically, like, if facial recognition software can detect who these people are, I mean, are you saying that their social media accounts? It's basically they're protecting themselves from being doxxed because they want to use social media. Are we arguing about something else?
We were arguing about the merits of the concern with that practice.
Yeah, because the argument is if they committed a civil rights violation, they should be doxxed to people that can file a complaint against them.
Well, that's okay. I didn't advance that argument. I think that argument's silly, but there are people who justify it for sure. They think that whatever negative things come. I'm not saying because they're the Gestapo or some shit, but like
I'm not saying.
I'm saying death threats. It makes accountability for untoward behavior in their official capacity as ICE agents really difficult, and that's a problem because they're violating people's civil liberties and it emboldens bad actors because they think they can do that with impunity.
It's the same reason we shouldn't allow, masks in public now that COVID has gone back, and I have noticed problems with the way people behave,
but it's
when they feel
worse
wrong.
though, so the law enforcement have a higher standard of conduct, not a lower standard of conduct. So like, and it's analogous. So like, if you can understand it in the context of black bloc rabble rousers from the left doing untoward shit, then I think you can
ICE agents to be masked, right? ICE agents are going to be completely uncovered and identifiable, and anybody participating in doxing them, right, is going to get charged with a whole bunch of federal charges and go after them.
I mean, it depends on the law. I don't know how actionable. I mean, doxing to a certain extent is illegal, but I don't know how actionable it is in terms of like everybody who participated. Like, I don't know what bar needs to be met in order to like prosecute. So I mean,
Well, people don't want to go through the experience of being doxxed because there is no justice after you're doxxed.
I don't know what that means.
I think there was something going on in Seattle or Oregon. There was some kind of counter protest to some of the black bloc activities that were going on. Do you remember the like patriot group with like shields and like Viking paraphernalia that kind of went toe to toe? It was before Proud Boys really took center stage. But there was basically some counter protest that ended up in a street brawl at some park between Antifa and the right wing group. But what happened?
In the middle of the day.
Yeah, in the middle of the day, like posted on YouTube, people getting in this fight. No. This was in like Oregon or Washington.
I remember things like that. I don't remember it being Oregon, but I mean,
there was like, was it Patriot Prayer or it was like some kind of prayer thing?
Prayer is a group that was involved in some of those events, but I don't know the specifics of what you're referring to be honest.
So, what happened to one of the people that was captured in a clip that went viral considerably more than the other ones was that, like, after that one incident repeatedly, he had people that kept visiting his house, like throwing rocks through his windows. His tires got slashed like 4 or 5 times while he was sitting in the driveway. And he just kept having these like self-motivated members or associates of Antifa coming by and fucking his property up and then taking off in the middle of the night.
I vaguely remember something like that. I think Tim Pool's covering that shit.
Well, how many times has Tim Pool been swatted?
A bunch of times. I don't know.
For people who rail against the overstepping of the United States' police state, they sure love calling SWAT teams on people they don't like.
That's a form of harassment.
Well, that can get people killed.
It's been done to people on the left too, though, to be fair. I mean, yeah, they do it. That's probably why they do it, to be honest.
You know what's a good book to read about this? We were just talking about this at dinner, Duncan, the little brother's home. And it's a book called The Empire of Mud. And apparently the reason that we ended up getting a federal government control was because the seat of government at first was in Philadelphia. There ended up being some form of like troops from the Revolutionary War that like marched to Philadelphia and went to bars and like bitched about how they had been paid. And Alexander Hamilton called session of Continental Congress, which was really not all that important at that point, and got a district that the federal government could control itself, which is where we get the solid federal district from. In the middle of the 1800s, believe it or not, we treated them as a territory. We gave them a board of governors, and they promptly ran up so much foreign debt that France, Denmark, and Belgium would have, if they had been allowed to continue, would have owned their affairs in what is now Washington, D.C. Just thought you guys would find that interesting. The book's called Empire of Mud. And now the feds have taken it back. Well, so apparently like the last time it was exercised this way was under Lyndon Johnson. For like the Civil Rights March. I don't know if it was for the civil rights march or for the Vietnam War protests. But this all comes out of, again, the book called Empire of Mud. Apparently, it's a very good book about the history of early DC. And what is the status of, like, owning property in DC?
I don't know, but it's a good question. I'll see if I can find the book and look at it.
Yeah, because there are, like, obviously there's lots of federal, like, out and out federal property within DC, but there are, like, individual private residences too.
Yeah, private homes.
That's yeah. How is have you all been seeing videos coming out of this, like, surge in DC, or are they not really hitting yet?
Surge, what do you mean?
Like surging federal law enforcement into like DC streets.
No, you sound like you're super excited about it though.
Oh, I think it's gonna be awesome. I think they're finally gonna find out what over policing is like. Well, then the other question is, who runs the jail in DC?
Seems like something you can Google though. If you really want to know.
Because it's not a county, right? There's no sheriff of DC.
Not that I'm aware of, no. Apparently the taking over is done under something known as the Home Rule Act or something like that.
So they have a Department of Corrections within the district government, but they don't have a sheriff. And they only have 2,100 beds.
Jason, just so you know, I don't usually like drama, but I figured you want to know. John Mallinckrodt is still crying. I was in a room earlier today, and he went out of his way to cry about you. Just so you know,
It sounds about right. He was in my back channel being smart like he wanted to. That was hilarious.
Just so you know, he has become a giant baby about it.
To a tantrum about something very weird. I mean, I don't understand. They're like so mad about it. Like, it was a bet he backed out of. I told people he backed out of, and he got mad. I'm like,
Chicago and Seattle.
like to this day, I'm like, but then after that, he also he has this weird take. So he's like, he thinks I'm still in the bed that he backed out of. I was like, what? You can't have it both ways. You can't back out the bed and then go, but you're still in it. Like, what? That's weird, bro.
Well, it came up in conversation where he was like, we're never gonna have elections again, which is just such a retarded take.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, this whole situation was caused by his weird ass Trump thing. I was like, bro, you're exaggerating. The whole point of the back and forth was you're exaggerating. He was basically talking about Trump like he was gonna roll back into the White House for a third term with tanks and shit. And I'm like, bro, that's not gonna happen. And he was like, one way or another, then he tried to expand it. He tried to do some weird shit. I was just like, bro, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen though is in 3 years, three plus years, Trump leaves, he's gonna disappear, and he's not gonna say anything about it. He's not gonna apologize or nothing. And I'm gonna rub that shit in his fucking face a lot. I'm gonna do rules about it, bro. I can't do it.
I've heard a lot of people say that they're worried about that, to be honest.
Because they're fucking deranged, bro. Like, that's why. They're over the goddamn
You
top.
literally said you're never gonna ask her.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can join the crew.
I'm not. I'm just sharing.
Yeah, I know. Trump like fucks with people who thinks this shit like that all the time. I think it's hilarious. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Like, honestly, I'm so fucking confident. Like, I'm just gonna wait 3.5 years and then rub y'all's face in it. That's what I'm gonna do. Because motherfuckers say shit like this and then they fucking disappear. They don't apologize or nothing. They just wrong takes. That shit never comes to pass. They just move on. So yeah, I'm not.
Sounds like you're projecting.
I didn't make any predictions like that. How am I projecting?
Projecting. Oh, it just sounds like the accusations you're lobbying against this party is.
Yeah.
I kind of say similar stuff that I hear you do. Oh, not happy with that one. Not that happy. Not that happy.
My rooms and trolls, and it's like today he was a little calmer to be fair to him, but it was like, bro, you were already.
Maybe he's not wrong.
Like,
Maybe
anyway,
he's not wrong.
we will see. And I'm gonna bring it up every once in a while. Like, do y'all still believe that dumb shit y'all said about Trump not leaving office? Alright, let's make sure.
He ain't wrong. Kitover ain't wrong.
As you were.
Kitover ain't wrong.
So yeah, Theodore Herschel. That's what.
We don't need that. America can, the United States, it wouldn't be pleasant, but the United States has the resources to exist and service its infrastructure and food needs by itself. France is the only other country, is one of the few countries who can also do that. But Germany can't, England can't, Germany doesn't have enough power. Most of Europe doesn't have enough power. That's why they were buying all that oil from Russia, and now they're going to be buying it from other countries. And Trump knows that. So, yeah, he's in charge.
But I'm just curious, so like, Armenia, a Christian country, which Israel sides with Azerbaijan. I mean, I just have to ask, like, why are they doing that?
Why does Israel have an alliance with Azerbaijan? Because Azerbaijan is able to get intelligence on Iran. Azerbaijan provides something like 40% of the oil that Israel needs per year to Israel. Azerbaijan both buys weapons. It buys weapons from Israel. So that the trading relationship between the two countries is very deep. And they've had that alliance for a while now. So those are the short answer and most basic answer to that question is what I just said.
So it doesn't matter whether or not you're Christian. It's just like Israel wants the whatever benefits them the most.
Oh, you mean in terms of Israel and Armenia?
Yeah.
All the districts down here, D+5, because they're using 2024 numbers for Hispanic turnout, and they're saying, because they turn out.
They had a phlegm issue, and they're trying to spit on the ground,
Not too tight.
and then the Christians dove in front of the spit. And then the Christians are explaining that the Jews are spitting on them. It's anti-Semitism.
And then they did fucking the USS Liberty. They fucking bombed the USS Liberty. And then
to target these things. None of those programs have ever included deploying military units into the space. So is there crime? Yes. Has it been going in the wrong direction? No.
does people think that Trump lives in opposite world? Because that's what I think. So that we can fucking, like, gain Palestine. We want Palestine, so we're gonna kill all these damn British people. So you're gonna give us our shit. Regardless.
There was a lot more attacks, not just Kingdom with their bombing. They did a lot of attack.
You know why? Because the British were limiting Jewish immigration. Very racist.
And then they eventually decided not to give you a state, Alan.
That too, yes, they wouldn't give us that state.
They said in 39, they said Palestinian state, not a Jewish state. Again, forget the Jewish state.
You don't realize.
Right? They're not looking at it from the they're not looking at it from the perspective of what's actually going on. So they're looking at it from the perspective of how do we deal with it. Right? That's the major.
Yeah, there are a lot of other
So thank you for justifying our cause.
Well, wasn't King David?
I got a question for you. Are you guys planning to destroy Al-Aqsa?
See if you answer his question before
I can't answer that question at this time. You just have to wait and see.
Who's your next Prime Minister?
Not sure.
I think Shane wanted to say something as well. Shane, what was your question, bro?
Moment passed.
Oh my god, moment passed.
You're just gonna have people beat up on Jews all night on your stage?
Yeah, I mean, Felicity, I think you're a bit offside.
Yeah, she's a
You think I'm what?
offside.
Listen, you don't know a damn thing about me. So the thing is, like, I don't normally go into my personal life on this fucking app, but the people who knew me from fucking years ago, listen, the people who knew me from fucking years ago, they know that my daughter is fucking half Jewish, half fucking Ashkenazi Jewish. She's half fucking Ashkenazi Jewish. So I have no fucking reason to fucking hate Jewish people. I tell it the fucking, like, I see it the way that it fucking is.
Hold on.
I just tell the truth.
Let's break this claim down. Shape by shape. You claim that your daughter is a half Jew. Does that mean that her father is Jewish?
Yes, that's exactly what it fucking means. That's exactly what it fucking means.
Jews, big nose. Hold on a second. Wait a minute, Emil. This is very important. Felicity, you do not have a half Jewish daughter. She's 0% Jewish because you're not a Jew.
No, I'm aware of that. Listen, I am aware of that. I'm aware of the matrilineal descent thing. I'm aware of the fact that Jews believe that if your mother's a Jew, that you're a Jew. And if your mother's not a Jew, then you're not a Jew. But I'm just saying that...
That's appropriation.
Yes,
okay, well, you can say whatever it is, but that's the only way that I can describe it. Oh, that's gonna make sense.
Wait, Al, but
Are you blaming the Jews for being the chosen ones?
Felicity. She has
Did you ask me if Jews are the chosen one? Is that what you're
I'm
asking?
saying, are you blaming them just because God chose them?
God chose them? What the fuck are you talking about? I think the Old Testament is bullshit. First of all, that's my personal belief. I think the Old Testament is bullshit. Okay?
This is blasphemy, Amir. This is blasphemous.
I don't give a fuck what you think it is. To me, I feel like the Old Testament is bullshit. And honestly, I don't even know if I believe the New Testament either at this point. But I damn sure don't believe the fucking Old Testament. Because if the fucking Old Testament is some fucking bullshit. Because you know what? Jewish people use the fucking Old Testament to fucking justify all the fucking fucked up shit that they do to people. That's how I fucking feel.
Acknowledge that your daughter is 0% Jewish. Can you just give us that, please?
No, I'll acknowledge the fact that she's half Ashkenazi as far as her father goes, but I will also say I don't fucking believe the fucked up shit that's in the Old Testament. I think that the Old Testament, and even if you are a Christian, if you're a Christian or you're Muslim, whatever, I feel like you believe that the Old Testament is old for a reason. They call it the Old Testament for a reason. They say it because the Old Testament is barbaric. They say very fucked up stuff in the Old Testament. They say stuff about you could kill whole families, you could kill women, children, kill them all. Because, Amalek, they talk about Amalek and all this fucked up stuff.
No, I got
a
question for you, man. When did they become the chosen people, man? I thought these people were Europeans. Ashkenazis.
Yeah, Felicity, please, just leave it at that. We're not here to mock the religion, unlike themselves. I know there's somebody listening in the audience, Aiden, aka asshole, that's recording it. Son of a bitch, go get a life.
Honestly, I don't give a fuck about anyone who's fucking recording that. Fuck you if you're fucking recording this shit. Fuck you.
Yeah, it's that John, you know that guy, right?
John. Talk about Israel at this point.
No, but Felicity, you know that guy, John, right? John records every room. You know that guy, right? John? That idiot?
No, I'm not aware of John, but I don't give a fuck about him recording it because, you know, at the end of the day, I haven't been on this app for a very fucking long time. I haven't been on this app for like over a year. And I just started getting on this app maybe like 2 or 3 days ago. And years ago, people used to tell me, because I went against Israel, they used to tell me, I'm going to fucking dox you. I'm going to figure out where you work at. They used to tell me that shit. They used to be like, oh, you don't support Israel? I'm going to figure out where you work at. Oh, we're going to find you. You're going to be working at McDonald's for the fucking rest of your life. And I used to be like, okay, great. I don't give a fuck. Like, you people will never figure out who I am. You people will never figure out my full name. You people, like, you'll just never fucking figure it out. So fuck you. I don't give a fuck.
We're working
Especially because in 2025, most fucking people do not agree with Zionism. Most people do not agree with Israel, especially in my generation, Gen Z. We don't give a fuck about Israel. Fuck you.
I do know your name. And ma'am, I do know your name. Your name is Felicity.
Okay, great. Fuck. Like, great, good for you. Like, what else? Like,
so let me ask you this, Felicity. Hold on, Felicity. So let me ask you this, right? Now, do you know other Jews out there? Like, so you know they did a survey in America. A lot of the Jewish kids they actually side with Palestine. There's about 30 to 40% of them, or Hamas. So now, since you said you have a Jewish kid, when she sees these videos, is she old enough to understand that how disgusting and what they're doing to the Palestinians? Can you understand that, Felicity?
no, she's not old enough because right now I'm not gonna like give too much information, but I will say that she's under the age of 5, so she doesn't understand that. I'm young myself, so, and I've been a young mom. Like I'm a mom, and I've been a young mom, so you know.
What about your ex-husband's family or something? Do they support Israel? If you don't mind me asking, I'm sure you met them, right?
I've actually never met them, actually, and because he's the thing about him is he's estranged from his own parents, but he's older than me, and his parents, I believe, are Zionists, hardcore Zionists, and they not only support Israel, but they actually they actually send money to like fundraisers that support Israel, but he himself, he does not support Israel.
You've never been to Israel, Felicity?
I've never been to Israel. Fuck no. I've never been to Israel. I'm not even like, I'm not a Jew. I'm literally zero.
I do want to say this. I want to thank you for the support for the Palestinian cause. I really appreciate it. And just don't let that shit get to your head. The anti-Semitic shit. If they bring this anti-Semitic shit in front of you, just ask them this question. There's one question I've been asking Zionists for a while. Wilhelm Marr, that idiot, in about late 1800s or whatever, or mid 18, he coined the term anti-Semitism. Okay, he was a Jew hater. Now, guess what? He married 3 religious, practicing Jewish women. Right? Now, a Jew hater marries 3 religious Jewish practicing women. Why would he marry these women? Was he a Jew, low key? And this term anti-Semitic, this Semitic term, it was stolen from the Arabs. I think it was all part of the fucking Zionist project.
I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, I wouldn't.
So when you're at Peppa's room or whatever, and you see some people from that side, just say if they use that term on, you just ask them this question and they'll get stuck. And you can ask ChatGPT, you can Google it. His name was Wilhelm Marr. He was the one that coined the term anti-Semitism, and he married 3 Jewish women. I just don't get it.
Yo, not just that. I'm gonna give you all a little bit of knowledge. So I want everyone, listen to me closely. I want everyone in this room who's pro-Palestine, I want you to look up a Jewish man by the name of, so this Jewish man, he converted to Catholicism, I believe it was either the 1950s or the 1960s, and he was a wealthy Jewish man who was involved in like, I don't know, some sort of like, you know, like some sort of like wealthy European Jewish family or whatever. His name is Benjamin Friedman. Benjamin, Freedman. Friedman. Benjamin Friedman. And he has a speech from 1961 where he claims that, and he's a Jewish man himself who converts to Catholicism, and he claims that Jewish people actually started World War I. They started and funded World War I and World War II to gain Palestine. Benjamin Friedman.
Yeah, but he's a Holocaust denier, by the way.
He's a Holocaust denier. Yeah, he's a Jewish man himself, and he converted to Catholicism. And he actually, you know, he claims that, and he was a part of the wealthy Jewish people. And he says that, yes, we Jewish people, we wanted Palestine, so we started World War I, and when World War I backfired on us and we didn't get Palestine for World War I, we started World War II. And after World War II, with Hitler trying to, quote-unquote, exterminate the Jewish people, then we started, you know, after the aftermath of World War II, it was like, oh, then we finally got Palestine. And this is a Jewish man saying this. This isn't some Muslim, some Arab, whatever. You know, this is an actual Jewish man who converted to Catholicism. He said this shit. So look him up, Benjamin Friedman. Look up the Benjamin Friedman speech from 1961.
This is Holocaust revisionism.
So now I do offer limited freedom of speech in the space, right? I mean, look, that's her opinion. If she denies the number, I think she questions the numbers, right, Felicity? Do you question the numbers of the Holocaust?
Of course, I question the numbers. I will question anything in history. At the end of the day, history is written by.
And she's Jewish. She said that she was married to a Jewish man. She's got a Jewish child, so she is Jewish. So you know, it's coming from a Jewish person like Felicity.
She's not a Jew.
How could an atheist be a Jew and then Felicity cannot be a Jew?
That's what I was going to ask you earlier. Felicity, are you a Jew?
I don't have to be a Jew. I was with a Jew. Like I fucking was married to a Jewish person. We have a fucking children.
She's Jewish. You don't support intermarriage. You don't support intermarriage. I hope your ex-husband gets with a good Jewish woman and has many Jewish kids.
No, fuck you. He doesn't. Guess what? He doesn't want a Jewish woman. Okay, he doesn't.
I hope he comes around.
He doesn't want a Jewish woman. Okay,
Maybe
he
not
really
today.
doesn't.
Tomorrow, Baruch Hashem.
What kind of logic is that?
Fucking Hashem. Fuck all this fucking dumbass Hashem shit. Fuck you. Fuck. He doesn't give a fuck about that shit.
No, not yet.
This is kind of blasphemy. Let's not do that. But I think what we could do is, Felicity, you made a lot of good points, and you brought up that person's name. I'm gonna look into it more. Friedman.
Benjamin Friedman. Everyone watch his speech. Benjamin Friedman, Jewish man, 1961. Benjamin Friedman speech. He made a speech about the fact that in World War II, World War I was a ploy for Jewish people to gain Palestine. When they didn't gain Palestine the first time, World War II was the second option. Benjamin Friedman. Freedman.
And I do want you guys to watch that the Twitter one. The former Israeli intelligence official. About Trump and how they have him by the balls and what kind of secrets they have on him and whatnot, and he dives into it more. I'll put the link in the chat again. It's available on Twitter. If you guys don't have Twitter account, you can still watch it. It does load up on our browser. It's about half an hour.
I have a question. Is she talking about Benjamin Friedman's speech at the Willard Hotel in D.C.?
Is that it right there, Felicity?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is obviously a self-hating Jew. You know, he's got some sort of Jewish guilt because everywhere we go is successful. And he's trying to do some sort of reparation for his own.
You can say what you want about him, but he was a Jewish man. He was born Jewish, fully ethnically and religiously Jewish, and he converted to Catholicism, and then he exposed the Jewish plans. So that's what you can say. And that doesn't mean that he hates Jewish people. That just means that he's exposing what the evil Jewish people were doing. That doesn't mean that every Jewish person is bad. I don't believe that. I completely do not believe that. Not at all. Especially as someone who actually has a kid who's like half Jewish. I do not believe that shit.
I just wanna say that Al is married to a convert who's not ethnically Jewish. She converted to Judaism. Miss Axa is a convert, so I wouldn't listen to Al.
It's okay, she's exactly like you said.
Al, are you Jewish yourself? Are you Jewish?
Somali, so just be careful.
It's the only way to be.
Al, but is Al Jewish? I'm just curious. Are you?
Yeah, what kind of Jew are you, Al? I still don't know that.
I'm a Zionist Jew.
No shit, but like, are you Ashkenazi? Are you Mizrahi? Are you Sephardic? Are you all three?
There's a lot of doctors on the app. You're gonna have
I believe he's Mizrahi. Al, you're Mizrahi, right? Last time I checked.
If you want to think I'm Mizrahi, you could think that. But
No, we had that conversation a long time ago. Do you remember? Long.
Was supposed to be a protection for somebody like me from the kind of people that I lived around, from where I came. That no longer is the case for the kind of people that they're bringing in. And the problem is, I can't seem to find a place where that isn't happening on like a global scale. It used to be, oh, you could go to England. They're Christians, right? You could go to Italy or France or Germany or to the US.
Hi, Bima.
But where is that really anymore?
Middle Eastern, and they're also partially European. And Mizrahi Jews are fully Middle Eastern, so that's why a lot of them get mistaken for being like Arabic or like Arab, because they look Arab, but they're Jewish. So that's the difference between Mizrahi and Ashkenazi. So like I know a lot about this shit, obviously, but yeah. But I don't know why Al is trying to convince everyone that like what I'm saying is like wrong or whatever. Like anyone can look this shit up. Like it's very hard to look it up though. Believe it or not, like best believe you're not gonna find this shit on YouTube. I found it on YouTube many years ago when I was in high school, which was many fucking years ago. But you're not gonna find it on YouTube anymore because YouTube is highly censored now. You're gonna find it on Rumble or X, aka Twitter. You know, just look up Benjamin Friedman. His speech, the speech that he gave in 1961. He's a Jewish man, and he claimed that yes, the Jewish people, they actually wanted World War II to happen. They wanted it to happen. They wanted the Holocaust to happen because it was a way for them to gain, like, basically a reason, a very reasonable reason for them to gain Palestine. They're like, okay, well, if we go through a Holocaust, we can convince other countries that we deserve the right to retain Palestine. And that's exactly what he said, you know? That's how it happened. That's what it is. So you can be mad at me all you want, but this is what a Jewish man said. So that's not my words. That's what a Jewish man called Benjamin Friedman said. That's what he said. So y'all can all look it up. That, like, you know, it's not going to be easy to find it, but I'm sure you could, like I said, you can find it on Rumble or X. Benjamin Friedman, his speech, 1961. So, yeah.
All right, thank you for the share. Appreciate it. All right, welcome back, Ace. And anybody else want to speak? Shave, did you want to say something? Al, I think he went to go answer phone call. He probably got a call from Israel. Anyways, now when you Felicity, I do have a question. So when you go into Pepe or any of those rooms, has the climate changed, like the talking points, or it's the same shit every day? It's the same lies?
Honestly,
Did it change?
Honestly, I feel like Pepe has kind of changed his viewpoint a little bit. He used to be a hardcore Zionist, but now when I go in his rooms, he seems like he's like kind of skeptical about like Zionism. Like the last room that I went to, which was like 2 days ago, he was saying something to like the extent of like, oh, Zionists, they want to like, sorry, this ain't working. And no one wants, they want to like censor you, basically. And so like that's kind of his thing. And I was like, okay, like I was surprised that he was kind of like starting to lean towards like the anti-Zionist stance. You know, I was pretty surprised. He's not totally anti-Zionist right now. He still believes, like, you know, I'm sure he still believes that Zionism is like legit and everything like that, but in his last room, which was like I said, it was 2 days ago, he was like saying that, yeah, like the Zionists, they're like really hardcore on their stuff, and they want everyone to believe that Israel is this great place and all this other stuff. And you know, he's definitely changed from like a year or two ago. You know, since the last time that I've like spoken to him, he's definitely changed his stance for sure. You know.
Pepe is actually a racist piece of shit, man. He's racist towards the black folks. He's racist towards the people, like the immigrants, Muslims, and just. I tried, you know. I said maybe I can bring him to the. He tries to copy. What's that guy? Nick Fuentes or something?
Yeah, Nick Fuentes. Yeah, and I feel like he's at the point. And this is like honestly, like from the bottom of my heart, I feel like he's like to the point where he can like change his viewpoint, you know, where he's at right now, as far as like Zionism goes and everything, because he's changed a lot since what I've seen like from a year or two ago, like I said. So yeah, he's definitely like, it feels like he's changed a lot. You know, he's much more critical of them. He's much more, you know, more what's the word, like questionable about them. He questions them a lot more nowadays. And yeah, I feel like he's at the point where he's kind of ready to like question them. He doesn't believe a lot of the quote unquote neo-Nazi points. He thinks that, like, he doesn't think that I'm a neo-Nazi. Obviously I'm not. I'll say that I'm not. For sure I'm not. obviously I'm not even white, so I'm not a neo-Nazi. But yeah, I feel like he's definitely like, he doesn't like use those talking points anymore or anything like that. And he's to the point where he's like, yeah, like in the room he was like, yeah, they don't like you to criticize them at all, and you know, anything that you say about them is like anti-Semitism. It's fucking stupid. And I'm like, fucking for real, like it's about time that you fucking realize that shit, that's a fucking like trick that a lot of Zionists use, the trick of like anti-Semitism. They'll say it's anti-Semitic to be against Zionism, but it's not. And a lot of Zionists on this app like to say that, oh, it's anti-Semitic to say that Jews shouldn't like live in their home countries. That's not fucking anti-Semitic. It's fucking normal to believe that Palestinians who fucking lived in that land for millions of fucking years should be able to fucking live in their fucking own fucking, their own countries. It's fucked up that these people think that they think that Palestinians should live in their own homes, especially when Palestinians will take DNA tests. They'll take DNA tests, especially Palestinian Christians. They'll take DNA tests and they'll find that they're 90% ethnically, tied to the land. And then these fucking Zionists, and I'm not going to say that Zionists, like Jewish people, are not tied to the land. They are. But the thing is, they're only partially tied to the land. They have a lot of European DNA in them. You're not fully, you can't sit up here as someone who's half tied to the land. You're a Jewish person, you're fucking half tied to the land. You can't say that you're more ethnically, tied to the land than someone who's like almost fully tied to the land, or even a Palestinian who's half tied to the land. So if you're like half Egyptian, you're half Palestinian, whatever, you take a DNA test, because a lot of Palestinians will take DNA tests and they'll find that they're like, they'll find that they're like half Egyptian or.
So that
Not a target, because what.
This is Clown House. This is candidate Congressman Kitover. I'm here with Norman Green. Norman, we were listening to Amir's room on Clubhouse, which I have reported to the FBI and other U.S. national intelligence as being a Clubhouse potential terrorist, definitely a terrorist supporter, and a terrorist promoter. What do you think about these toxic Clubhouse rooms?
With their depravity and open criminality, and I was in this very room earlier in the evening where they were sex trafficking openly.
Indigenous to the land.
International sex trafficking crimes in Dubai and Switzerland. I was shocked under assumed names, but the whole room was laughing about it. I think that should be in the title and in the FBI reports.
Alright, well, I'm notifying Clubhouse again, and then we will listen in and live stream them into this room through Anonymous, and we will report them to the authorities, because what they're really doing is ridiculous. It's full of hate speech. It's nothing but terrorists promoting, terrorists supporting. And, I'm all for freedom of speech, but I think that, documenting this is important. And the fact that it causes Amir pain to know that he's being recorded, and he lashes out at me and says, F you, Kitover, F you, F you, F you, I think it's a worthy activity to shed light on this. I'm not physically afraid, but I think, he should be recorded and reported. That's just my belief. So let me jump back in Anonymous, and you will listen to what they're discussing. This is called Gaza Under Israeli Boots, Liberation or Colonialism in Amir's House. Here we go.
Is half Jewish, and she, if she wanted
This is somebody
when she
named
gets older,
Felicity,
she could move to Israel
777, Felicity Far Right.
easily, because her father is Jewish, and that's all it takes. All it takes is that you have one Jewish grandparent. That's what the law is in Israel. one Jewish grandparent. They have a law where it says, oh, one Jewish
We also
grandparent.
have somebody in the John Kitover podcast live on Clubhouse called J-Lo or Tatiana89.
You can just like easily, doesn't matter, like easily just move to Israel like if you want to. But it's so ridiculous, and I would never in a million fucking years encourage her to fucking move to that country, especially because they require people to, you know, do at least like, I think it's like 2 years of military service in Israel or something like that. So it's like, it's ridiculous. So it's like the fact that she could just like move to Israel as an American who's not even like tied to the land like that, just because her dad is a fucking Jew, you know, this is a Jew. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. Like, it is. I'm sorry, it's ridiculous. Like, I don't think they should just be allowed to just take people from the fucking land who are like indigenous from the land, you know, just because, oh, you're a Jew, and that means because there's a hierarchy in Israel where a Jew is above a Christian or a Muslim. That's fucking ridiculous.
Hey, Amir the car man.
What's up, Reverend? How you been doing?
What's up? What's up? I ain't heard from you all day.
Same old, just listening to Felicity, and then we had other people come through, and they said some things about Afghanistan, India, and you know, we were talking about what's happening in they're fighting against each other. Even the Zionists are arguing on this app, like the Israelis.
Yeah, and the last thing I'm gonna say is like, you know, I kind of lost my train of thought, but I lost my train of thought. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Has there been any new updates in
This is Reverend.
from BB's camp, Amir?
Also want to pipe in Pepe's White America here on Clown House.
Oh yeah, in person things are very different, aren't they?
So why would you say you were embarrassed me? You don't know me in person.
All right, we're gonna go back to
that if we're going to occupy it, they would have to look after the medical services. They have to look after the aid. They have to look after every little thing.
All right, we got Scotty coming up. He wants to say something. What's up, Scotty?
Like, you know, there's an Israeli in here. He said that who's going to govern Gaza, who's going to do this, and it's a mess. It's a shit show.
But no, and said that he was not looking to occupy Gaza, even though remember I played you the clip where he said that that's not his mission.
Did you not see? Did you not listen to his statement? That's what he said. He turned around and he said, "We're gonna help Palestinians by taking over the land." His intention is not that to occupy, but if you look at the whole thing, he is going to occupy it.
Oh, he is, but he's just not saying it. He's saying it in a cold manner.
Yeah, he's saying it. He's trying to be slick with his words.
There's a big
thunderstorm. Only time will tell. I guess I'm trying to hold out hope. You know.
It's fucked up at the end of the day, especially like they did like a study where they showed like how do Jews in Israel who are like ethnically Jewish, as in like, because it's like a matrilineal religion where, you know, they go by the mother's religion. So whatever you are is what whatever your mother is what you technically are. So they did a study and it was like, most Jews, I think it was like 70% or like 75% of them, Israeli Jews, believe that if your mother's not a Jew, that you're not a Jew, and you don't like deserve the same rights or whatever. I think that's like pretty fucked up, honestly. And the fact that in Israel, intermarriage is like illegal, I think that's also pretty fucked up because it's like kind of racist. Like, if you think about it, if they did that shit in Europe,
like where it was like, oh, if your parent is not a white person, you're not allowed to be with another white person. You're not allowed to be with a white European if you're not a white European. That would be pretty fucked up. But Israel is like the only country in the world that I know of that's allowed to just have these laws into place where it's like, oh well, if you're not this or that, you're not allowed to get married if you're not a Jew. You know, you're not allowed to.
No, no.
Because basically there was suspicion going on. That's why.
What are you talking about?
There was suspicion going on in the sense of money in the accounts and all that kind of stuff. That's why. So it led to something that led.
I was like, I don't need 7 jeans anymore because everybody caught on.
Like, you know, agree with that shit. How anyone could say, oh, that's just okay.
So we got
that's
Black
okay,
Girl in the audience here in Clownhouse and Amir Clubhouse
so
terrorist
fucked up.
promoter. Call FBI room. We're still listening to Felicity go on, and now Amir is back.
Have you ever talked to a normal Felicity?
You said a what?
El Normal.
El Normal.
Normal, like a normal person?
El Normal, you know the norm?
Oh, El Normo. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've never spoken to him, like, directly, but he's a fucking retard. He's a retard.
Assalamu alaikum.
He's a dumbass.
El
And I
Normo.
don't, like, have anything against
She's
anyone's
giving you a
religion or
1-star
whatever.
review on YouTube.
I don't even have, I don't have
YouTube
anything
Google
against,
reviews
like,
right now, El Normo.
Jewish people or Muslim people who, like, you know, follow, like, their religion or whatever.
She's
I
not.
know I said, like,
She's
in the
not
comments, I was,
satisfied
like,
with
saying
your
something fucked
services,
up,
El Normo.
But I was low-key trolling, but no, I don't have anything against anyone because one of my best friends was a Turkish Muslim man, and he was very kind to me, you know. I'm not gonna, like, go into everything about him or whatever, or about myself. But I will say there was a point in my life where I didn't have anywhere else to go. I was really young. I was a teenager, and he opened his home up to me, and he was very kind to me, and he told me that, you know, this is a Muslim
So we
household.
had this person named Lozan in the Amir terrorist
I
clubhouse promoter
respect
call
you, and,
FBI
you know,
room,
there's,
and Lozan jumped
nothing
back into the
bad
Amir
that's
room
gonna
where
go on
Lozan,
with me or
Auntie
whatever. That's,
Lozan,
you know,
Sarah
basically
Adweller
just,
with
like,
2
explaining
L's,
everything that he basically
Mayumi said, shine your light on the world.
and he was really kind to me.
That's the profile.
You know?
Lozan.
And so I kind of, like, and that was when I was a teenager. So I kind of, like, I've never been,
There's
against,
also
like,
Fawad
Muslim
and
people
Ace
or
that are
whatever.
modded in the
And I
room.
think that
Fawad
you
is
can be a Muslim
Amir
person, be a very generous
699-102.
and kind person. So, you know.
There's a
I
couple
don't think
Islamic
that being
houses.
a
One is
Muslim
called Soldiers
automatically
of
makes you a
Islam
bad
with
person or
17.4
anything like that. I
thousand
think that
members,
if you're a bad
and
person,
then
you're a bad
Islamic
person,
with
and,
12.8 thousand members.
You know, from my beliefs, I believe that, you know, there are certain Muslim people who can be bad, who do, like, commit
Then we have Ace,
violent acts,
who is
like, you know,
Alien
honor killings and
Ace,
stuff like that, but I don't think that
friends with
represents
Bima
Islam,
in White
you know, as a
America
whole.
and politically correct in
You know?
Amir's news, intellectuals.
So,
Recent survey answers is who's to be blamed for potential civil unrest? Zionists, of course. How will Netanyahu go? Lie himself to death.
Shit on this app, right? He wanted the FBI to pull up in front of my property, you know, because he's pissed off for me running these spaces every day. And this is the big problem with El Normal. You know, he just doesn't respect for people. No respect, no shame. But then, you know, something crazy happened, you know, a couple of days ago. You have the, he was giving me threats of all types of shit, whatever. But if you look in the chat, I believe Shuki posted a link. He's asking women, you know, for nude photos and videos. So we have people like them that creep on this app, and then, you know, he wants to go around dox people and give threats. So just be careful, Felicity. El Normo is into doxing a lot of people. And, you know.
I'll definitely be careful because, like I said, I haven't been on this app for, like, many months. Like it's been like I'm pretty sure it's been like over a year since I've been on this app. This is like I kind of just started getting on this app again, maybe like 3 or 4 days ago was my first time on this app once again. But I do know that when I was on this app about a year or two ago, there were a lot of Zionists on this app who were like trying to dox me. They were like threatening me. They were like, "Oh, I'm going to figure out where you live. You're never going to work anywhere. You're going to work at McDonald's for the rest of your life," and stuff, shit like, shit like that. Very fucked up shit, just because I wasn't agreeing with what they were saying. It was really fucked up. And I believe what they say because, there's like, for instance, there's a Twitter account. You can look this up. The name of this Twitter account is called Stop Anti-Semitism. And this Twitter account, they just dox people. There was a woman. So this girl, she was in college. She was probably only like 18, 19, 20 years old. And she just slapped the hand. Like, so she was like, she came into contact with this Jewish guy who was wearing an IDF shirt. And she was like, "Fuck Israel." And she just like slapped his phone out of his hand. And then she ended up getting investigated by the Attorney General of the United States because of what she did. And it's like, that shit is so fucked up that we can't even criticize a foreign country. It's not even about if it's Israel or not. Like, it could be Russia.
I would say a little over 80, probably. Because the major concentration of the population is on Java Island, and then there's some other islands that have, Christian
Beach. So we can say whatever the fuck we want to say. And the fact that this girl who's in college got suspended, and I don't know, I'm not sure if she got expelled or not, but and you can look her up. Like I said, the account on the Twitter is called Stop Anti-Semitism. They doxed her, and they not only did they dox her, but they doxed her mom, they doxed her dad. They're like, "Oh, this is where her mom lives, blah blah blah. This is the name of her mom, blah blah blah." And it's like, it's so fucked up. It's like, dude, come on, like that.
Smoke a cigarette.
So you vibe whoever you want to vibe with. That's it.
Talk to him.
Period. Don't listen to this bullshit.
Cause Andy and G's could.
Some people need to get out of Wakanda.
I'm gonna drag his ass next time.
Living single.
I'm gonna drag him every time I see him.
Yeah, that's exactly what we act like. But he really think he the dude that he got on his
the PTR.
His PTR, but he's not. He's Cal. And Cal is gay in real life.
And there you go.
There you go.
And nothing wrong with being gay. I'm gay. So it's nothing wrong, but just like stop.
Back and forth with him?
He's a Zionist.
Is he like Black Rabbi? Is he like of that ilk of his?
So he has served in the military. I think he's PTSD. He's suffering from PTSD. His understanding is, I found out through Zach that comes in here sometimes. He's back in the audience. His understanding is that whatever we said here in public, we should be able to say it on YouTube. You see what I'm saying? That's what he claims. That's why he goes from room to room to record conversations, right? Even though there was this new feature that they came out with, this plus thing, it's garbage, it's shitty. At least the leader of the room that opened up, they should have the ability to kick out an anonymous account without knowing the person, just remove out of the room. And that's the part I just don't get. I mean, we don't want anonymous accounts because they could be spying, recording, doing a whole bunch of shit. I think what the Clubhouse did is because to create more drama. And this does create more drama. You see what I'm saying? Here we are talking about it. You see what I'm saying?
And I I want everyone to know. I want everyone to know, especially like whoever the fuck is recording. I don't give a fuck. I want everyone to know, just so you know, my Jewish baby daddy, he does not fucking support Israel either. So fuck you. He doesn't support them fucking either. So
he's a self-hating Jew.
yeah, in some ways, I'm not gonna say he's self-hating, but I'll say that he is very critical of his own people, which is like valid. You can be critical of your own people. I can be critical of my people. Anyone can be critical of their people. A white person can be critical of their people. So I think it's really stupid to assume that you just cannot be critical of your own people. Like anyone can have a critique about their own people, but for some reason these Zionists believe that you just should not be able to critique your own people, which is ridiculous.
Well, you know how we feel about critiquing Israel. It's really just kind of a taboo thing to do in our society.
I was just checking out the Stop Anti-Semite on Twitter, and I came across this guy from Manhattan Beach, Douglas Eli Mann, realtor, Igor. He claims Israel did 9/11, calls Zionists Nazis, accuses Jews of stealing Palestinian organs. Which is true. I just don't get it, bro. What is wrong with that?
I told you should stop calling them Nazis. Stop calling us Nazis. Nazis don't like us.
Yep, I should call you guys.
It's like calling Americans Iraqis or Iraqis Americans. It doesn't make sense.
I should call you guys terrorists.
Ah, jeez, that's a lot better.
He's terrorists. I mean, that's true in the Middle East, right? If you even at ChatGPT, the first terrorist attack was just like Felicity said earlier. I looked it up, I think, a couple of weeks ago. The first terrorist attack was done by a Jewish militia and British men in Palestine. And it is disturbing now. How could your people do this to the Palestinian men or to the British?
They sold us the land, we bought the land, and then they didn't respect the sale.
It was only 6.6% of the land that you bought.
They were basically, it's kind of crazy when you look at actual history because, you know, history is written by the victors. Everyone should know that. History, you look into the history books, you cannot actually trust the history books because history is written by the victors. At the end of the day, like, it's written by the victors. So when you look at, like, Palestine and everything, you know, associated with it, the British people, they were literally basically like forced into giving Palestine to Israelis because the Israelis were literally committing terrorist acts against against British people. So it was like to the point where, like, if you're not aware of like the history and everything, the British people were like, fuck it, we're gonna just here's Palestine, you can have it. Turn it into Israel. Like, go ahead, have it. Because y'all keep killing our people. We were occupying Palestine. We were colonizers, and that's what the British people do. They colonize. They colonize so many countries. They colonize India. They colonize so many parts of Asia, you know. They colonize parts of Africa. And it was like, they were like, okay, fuck it. Take Palestine. Here you go, Israelis. Take Palestine. Just stop fucking killing us. Stop killing us. Stop committing these fucking terrorist acts against us. Don't bomb the King David Hotel. That's what they fucking did. They bombed the King David Hotel. Stop bombing us. Stop committing these terrorist acts.
I have a question for you, Felicity. From what site do you obtain all this Hamas propaganda from?
That's hilarious. No, it's funny because they call everything Hamas.
Serious question. What are your sources?
That's hilarious.
What are your sources?
Well, we got I got some good news for you. So there's this person in Utah. He refused to serve Zionists at his Utah bar. Owner Michael Valentine, right, announces on social media he's shutting down because they've been harassing him, right? because of this anti-Semitism bullshit, right? And they doxed him on the stop anti-Semitism. Can you believe it? He did not want to serve any Zionists.
Of course, anti-Semitism is skyrocketing all over the world.
Yeah.
Everyone hates us.
2.2 million views on that fucking post that they did. Stop anti-Semites. I wonder if my name's on there. Fawad Jalani. Did you really change your name, Abu? Did you really change your name? Is that free? It probably is. Oh my god. He changed his name to something else now. Al, what do you think about the brother that's sitting in the audience? Read his name. What do you think about his name? Al?
Whose name exactly?
Just go scroll down in the house members. Click on Abu and just read the full name to the room. What is his full name and what does it represent?
I don't even know how to do all this stuff on the house you're trying to get me to do.
No, just scroll down. Scroll down under. You see the little. It says Abu. Abu is in the room.
Oh, he's in the room. Abu.
Yeah,
it is Abu.
Click on Abu. Read his full name.
Obeida?
Yeah. What does he represent?
The spokesman of Hamas.
Oh my God!
An international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran.
There's no proxy. Where's the connection? Can you show me statements of the Iran funding Hamas?
Yahya Sinwar said that he got briefcases of cash from Soleimani to build a tunnel.
Yeah, but that was from Qatar, and Netanyahu allowed the funding.
As IRGC, it's an extension of the IRGC. The IRGC is a state sponsor of terror, according to the U.S. Department of State.
Yeah, but the U.S. lies all the time.
They're not lying.
No, but then why was Netanyahu given the permission to allow the funding in the hands of Hamas?
We've gone over this every day, multiple times a day. There was another terrorist organization called the PLO, which needed to be subdued. And so, Netanyahu gave money to Hamas to subdue a different terrorist organization.
So
what about was getting a little bit too big.
Yeah, but what about the money? So money came in, according to Ehud Barak, is what, $1.4 billion. That's a hefty amount. And, Shin Bet gave, alerted Netanyahu not to fund Hamas. If you do that, it's going to be used for military wing, not for political wing, right? So why did he keep funding? I mean, you support a terrorist, right? You become one. So he's a terrorist. Isn't Netanyahu a terrorist?
Yeah, Mrs. Honest Jew was bothering me, distracting me while you were talking there. But I stand by my claim. Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis are all terrorist organizations and proxies of Iran, and they're all just there to bother.
That Hezbollah was created. Why was it created, though?
It was created to hate Jews.
It was created to fight off the, Israelis in Lebanon because you guys took over Lebanon.
Look, the only reason they wanted to fight against us is because we're Jews. If we were Arabs, Hezbollah never wouldn't have formed. They would have accepted our rulership. They have no problem being ruled by Arabs. They just don't like being ruled by Jews.
I think you're mistaken.
You know what the crazy thing is, though? Netanyahu, he's a fucking terrorist because he convinced the United States to go to war against Iraq, Syria, Libya, so many of these countries. You can find clips of Netanyahu back in the 90s, in the late 80s and stuff like that, just like trying to convince like Americans, like I'm sure he went to like, it looked like it was like some sort of like public thing, so I think it was like Congress or something like that. He convinced us to like go to war with all these countries in the Middle East. He's such a fucking terrorist.
Listen, sweetie, do you know what all those countries you name?
Why would you call her sweetie? Why, bro? Why?
Because I can. Do you know what all those countries you name have in common?
Because you're a Zionist, that's why I get you there. Felicity, are you okay with him calling you sweetie?
I'm okay with it because I think he's trolling.
Listen,
This guy, bro.
all those countries you listed, they have one thing in common. They all supported so-called Palestine.
Nobody gets that.
Holy shit. That's so cheap.
It was $10 each.
Our tire. 65.
Okay, you looked it up. Okay, Dayton tires. Let's talk about Roger. What Roger do? Did we create a whole genre?
No.
Hold on. You niggas from Cali wouldn't be shit without Dayton niggas.
You said Ja Rule.
Let's get to that. Funk, nigga. You wouldn't have.
Okay, who came
a lot of you
from
niggas.
Dayton? Who came from Dayton?
Who came from Dayton? Roger Trout, Boosie Collins, Ohio players. I mean, the list goes on and on. Can I? What? What's up, huh? Are you drunk?
They was out here before that.
Are you drunk? Let's
they left before it was broke.
Nah, what? Nah, they got
no, sir.
Okay. This nigga's 65. You know what it is.
No, sir.
Break it down.
No.
Break it down, huh? Break it down. What happened? What happened after 65?
Okay, who came out of Dayton?
I just told you, and you know. Stop playing like you don't fucking know, nigga.
Y'all industry went straight down.
We created a whole genre of music, nigga. Funk, nigga. You niggas wouldn't know. The East Coast niggas Snoop wouldn't be Snoop if it wasn't for the Dayton niggas.
That's West Coast.
Y'all, the West Coast wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for Midwest niggas. Y'all
Did you say Rick James?
Because they were scared. Because they were like,
lot of the LGBTQ.
No, just the T. Just the T. Like, gays can serve.
Well, I mean, you're separate. Well, right. To you, you think that he's gone along with it, but the reality, and this is what I brought up about the LGBTQ, which was when that Obergefell decision came or was released from the U.S. or from the Supreme Court, the transgenders were saying that it was a win for them.
They were
because of gender identity.
Yeah.
So there is so in my eyes there is no separation because you can't have one without the other because that's how that's how they got the positioning.
Quite literally, Trump's executive orders exclusively barring trans people from the military and not gay people or lesbian people or even bisexual people from the military contradicts what you just said.
Well, I mean that's one executive order. I'm not saying that he wrote an executive order specifically against gay marriage, but again,
supported gays in the military.
but again,
let's not mince words. Trump supports that shit.
Well, again, it's just like when people think that just because what's the guy's name he was the ambassador for Germany. I can't remember what his name is, but he was an openly gay man, and he was in his cabinet. So, but again, that is not the same as writing an executive order or doing some policy from the White House that massively changes.
Why didn't Trump issue an executive order that barred gays from the military? And then if he doesn't support it,
he probably didn't even get around to it. He didn't get around to a lot of it.
Get around to it?
No, he probably didn't get around to it. So, I mean, like I said, there are certain things that are higher priority than others. Transgenders took on a higher priority.
Why? According to you,
I'll tell you why.
You can't separate one from the other. So why wouldn't he prioritize them together?
Well, no. Well, again,
it starts with one thing and then it goes into another. But
I can't separate them according to you. So if he had enough time to sit down and draft an executive order, he didn't draft any of them, by the way, he just signed them. But if he had time to have an executive order that addresses trans people, why wouldn't he have executive orders that bans gay people from the military? If you can't separate one from the other, that's what you said.
Because everything doesn't have to go in one executive order. He could have done it in other executive orders. But
why didn't he at all? He's done hundreds of executive orders already, and he has not one time attempted to ban gays from the military. Not even once. He didn't campaign on it.
Transgenders, I'll tell you why. Because transgenders became a larger issue or problem right around, I forget which specific year it was. But it became,
was 2015. In case that matters.
Well, again, nobody saw nobody thought that transgenders was getting ready to explode inside the school districts. They didn't see that coming. A lot of us didn't know that was coming. But a lot of people didn't see that coming.
Schools. We're talking about the military. Why did you do that?
Yeah, right. We're talking about the military, but again, all we're doing is having a conversation about it. That's all. I'm just simply saying, just because Trump did not write it in an executive order doesn't mean that wasn't on his radar.
But Trump supports gays in the military and doesn't seem to have a problem with gay marriage either. So I don't know, bro. Like
I said, there's
how is Trump not liberal by your standards?
There's a difference between. I just told you. There's a difference between what he says in front of the camera versus what's in an executive order proclamation.
Okay, what do you think my position is on gay marriage?
What do I think? What your position is?
Yes. What do you think?
I don't think that we specifically discussed this, but I would think you support it.
I do. I have the same position Trump does. So how come he's not a liberal, but I am a liberal according to you?
Because I've had conversations with you about a whole bunch of stuff. So I haven't had a conversation.
You said I was liberal because I don't think the 2020 election was stolen. I don't think that's really
immigration.
Okay, I don't, but I'm not.
They don't want to produce the split date. They're taking they're selling it in high prices. Like 1 kilogram of sugar when I was there, it was a year and something ago. Cost 90 shekels. It's like 20 something dollars, US dollars, for 1 kilo of sugar. I don't know what's the prices today. They are taking everything, selling it in high prices. Now they have money to bring more terrorists that don't have people how to feed their families, so they say, okay, I will join Hamas, I will get paycheck, my family will have something to eat, and they are still the wind is turning and turning. This is the way Hamas still in control, in power. And no one thinks to talk about it. Like the newspapers will report like the prices, but they will not stop and ask like, why the fuck are they even paying 1 shekel? They're getting this aid for free for the last 2 months. For free for the people. Exactly. We don't care. Take everything. The way we post the prices, they don't ask like how come there are even prices? Why there is even a market opening in restaurants? And who's benefiting from this?
That's it, bro. That's a little bit longer, but this was them yesterday crying in a room. Amir, I told you to come join us, but you missed it, bro. They were all crying in a room, man.
I actually talked to Eagle earlier, and I told Eagle, I said, because Eagle and Amos, they're sort of like arguing. That's what I came to find out, that they were arguing over the, what are we going to do in Gaza, what government is going to be and how it's going to work out. And they are kind of like worried about it. So I don't know what's going to happen, right? In relate to this whole situation, how they're going to occupy it, because they have their families that have to serve in the military and whatnot, and they do not want to serve in the military. You know. So I don't know what will happen, man.
Actually, yesterday they were all cussing Amos out because he's saying that they lost, and for them they think that they won. So they actually.
Well, maybe if you hit her up in Chinese, it's like you get a step up, kind of.
Wow.
Track for that, his whole family. I mean, it's crazy, but so he will be the wealthiest man. He will,
You know I know my fellow Jews' voices like I know my own voice.
Well, like yesterday they were sitting in the room and they're just crying. They're like, why is this happening to us? Like, now we're isolated. The whole world is against us. Motherfucker, if the whole world is against you, like, how the fuck can you even ask the question, why is the world against us?
Yeah, exactly. It's stupid. It's not even just because you're fucking committing a fucking genocide against people and you're starving them out and you're like starving children and women out, which is fucked up. Like, it's not enough that you're literally committing a genocide. You're starving these people out, and the whole world understands that you're starving these people out. Literally, no one fucks with you. No one fucks with you because you're fucking starving kids and women, and even men. Like, you're starving these people out, but that's not enough. It's also the fact that people understand that you're also controlling our politicians in the U.S. through blackmail. The APAC is literally controlling our politicians. You have like people who are on the Epstein list, and they are being blackmailed. They know that they can't say anything against Israel. They can only blindly support them because Israel has all this blackmail on them, and or they're being paid off through thousands of dollars or millions of dollars, depending on who you are. You're being, you have thousands or millions of dollars being funded towards your campaign. So it's ridiculous.
I don't think it's money. The thing is, there's always going to be a higher bidder. Think about the money that the Saudis have. If it was being bought, anybody can buy you. Money's not the issue. I think it's blackmail material. I think it's very, very sensitive information. If it comes out, you're done for. It's something much deeper than money. 100%.
Very, very likely. I agree. Very, very likely. But it's also the money that they get because a lot of these politicians are just. The thing is, and I forgot what his name was, but there's a congressman. I think his name is Thomas Massey. I think what's his name? He's a U.S. congressman, and he says he's one of the few people in Congress who's not funded by APAC. And APAC is the American Israeli.
Fuck you, you motherfucker. I won't go to...
What are you talking about? Amos? Who is this? What is going on?
Guys, I have to go. It's been nice talking to you. I have to go take care.
Yeah, that was it.
So how do you know a Zionist is lying? We never lie.
But no, like I was saying, yeah, it's for sure. I think that for sure it's like some Epstein type stuff.
Two people talking at the same time. I can't hear what she's saying about the
Do
congressman.
you know how you know they're lying? It's
What happened to the congressman?
No, I was just saying that in Congress. So I was just saying that in Congress, there was a congressman. His name is, I believe, Thomas Massey, and he said that he's a congressman. He's a Republican, and he said that in Congress, everyone has an APAC man. Basically, pretty much almost all Congress people have an APAC man, and their APAC man is someone who basically, they work. They're like a dual citizen. They work for Israel, and they kind of like instruct you on what you can and cannot say. And so they basically, they fund, like, they give money to people in Congress, but depending on who you are, if you're of a higher status, they'll give you more money. If you're of a lower status, they'll give you a little bit less money. But if you're someone like Biden or something like that, they'll give you a lot more. They'll give you like millions of dollars in funding and stuff like that. But I do believe what Ace was saying. I do believe that it goes farther than just the APAC stuff. It's also about black.
I heard there was something
there's
strange about the
definitely
source.
black.
I heard there's something strange about the source of the APAC funding. That it's actually the federal government that funds it, but not directly. They fund it through the businesses that contribute to APAC, but they give them federal contracts. Like they give them like billions in federal government contracts, and because of that, the companies that are able to contribute make large donations to APAC. Does anybody know anything about that?
You know what? Hold on, Amir. Why don't you make her provide the link? These are baseless and unsubstantiated claims. Okay, you're making these conspiracy theories. Usually when Amir
I'm not making it. I was asking.
Yes,
it's what I heard.
You're just pulling stuff out of the ether at this point. You're grasping at straws.
All right, you can say whatever you like, but I had asked. I put the question out there for it to be answered.
And I hope nobody answers your question. No one answers.
I hope they do. I hope they do.
You don't need an answer.
Well, if he says it, then. Yeah. See, so Amir, what do you know about that? I saw somebody else putting up the 100, like that they were in agreement with it.
No, they were saying that when I started talking.
No, they were saying that before you started talking.
I don't think so.
Except when I was talking. I do.
Yeah, well.
But I'm fully prepared for it to not be true. I mean, I don't think it's a bad strategy. If it is, I actually think it's quite brilliant. I mean, if you think about it.
What, to blackmail people?
No.
His shirt is soaking wet. So he got 2 more pounds from the sweat. He 116.
Hey, bring him into the room.
Was the 1996 immigration bill, which gave us 11 million people deported using expedited removals. Obama's numbers don't even begin to compare, and you're sitting here talking like in this modern day terms and don't even know where it goes back to.
Yes, I do. The program itself, because all you have to do is go back to his term, because that's when the program started. It started in 2012. That's when it started, and this estimates since from 2012 up to 2020. But again, Biden continued DACA once he was elected. So now I got to check and see how many people did Biden add since 2020. So let me check.
Biden also did expedited removals of 3.3 million without due process. Now nobody talks about that. You don't believe the number?
Are you asserting that Joe Biden was deporting people? Is that
literally.
your claim?
Look into expedited
Is that what
removals.
Literally.
3.3 million.
That is. But you see now. You see what I'm talking about, Jason? You see what I'm saying? People. They will. If they're told.
Because you laugh at it doesn't make it wrong.
If they're hold on, Jason. If they're told something, no matter how ridiculous it sounds,
you can get the numbers.
I have a source because the media said it.
The government reports these numbers. You can go to the Department of Homeland Security and get these numbers. It's not difficult. Like why are you acting like these numbers aren't on the government websites?
Because he's going to fit his narrative. Now, if you want to make the argument it doesn't count the 3.3 that he removed by expedited removal only, there's another 1.1 million that he removed by formal. If you want to say they don't count because he opened the border and 20 million or whatever ridiculous number you're going to come up with, that overshadows it, then make that argument, but make it articulate and don't deny the fact that he removed over 4 million people.
Okay.
These are facts, Christian.
Okay. So the estimated dreamer population
and let me just be clear.
is 3
Can I hear what
plus
Christian has to say?
plus 535 plus 1.1. So 4 point. So basically like 5 million people. Basically.
What's your
Obama,
source?
yeah.
Immigrationforum.org, Pew Research, yeah. So
sorry, Pew Research or
PewResearch.org and then immigrationforum.org.
Okay, which one is your source?
Both.
Okay, can you put them in the chat, please? So
yeah,
that'd be great.
Sorry, what was the? Okay, so it's 5 billion were dreamers.
535 are DACA, 3.4 are dreamers, and 1.1 are TPM.
And this is all under Obama.
Million with an M.
Yeah.
Not billion. What? We don't have.
Nobody said billion. I don't know where it came from.
Adam said that.
And this is under Obama.
No, that's the total.
Starting with Obama in 2012 into Biden because the policy was continued.
Yeah, but we're sticking to Obama here. Like, let's keep it focused.
No.
That's what you were claiming.
The policy started under Obama, and Obama instructed Biden to start it, and then when Biden got in, and then of course when Trump got into office, he started rolling back the policy, and the no, stop me here, because I'm not done. Trump, during his presidency, went into the courts, into the Ninth Circuit, to stop DACA, and actually he went into the Fifth Circuit as well. And then of course you had Obama's administration parading around in their positions at public universities, filing lawsuits to stop Trump from reversing or rescinding the policy. So the policy was stuck in the courts for several years, and so finally once Biden took office, he just opened up the reins back up. So you have to start the policy at where Obama created it in 2012, and then continue it all the way on up until pretty much the 2025, where Trump had the ability to stop it.
Okay, so 5 million's the number, and Trump and Biden. Is that right?
No, Obama and Biden.
Obama and Biden, pardon me, is 5 million. And then what was the total deportations between Obama and Biden?
I mean, you're gonna have to say that. I mean, I don't believe any of those numbers. I don't cite that crap.
You don't believe.
Okay, so if we find Pew Research sourcing on the number of deportations.
By the way, you haven't provided the Pew.
Immigration form link is posted.
I know, but the Pew one, the Pew Research.
Wait, do we know who started Pew? I mean, you do know that the direction it leads, right?
Say that again.
You do know who funds Pew, right?
It doesn't matter who funds Pew. I just cited it as a source. That's all.
Okay. So do you think we could trust Heritage or AIC or ITEP? We shouldn't question where these people get their money from.
I don't even know what that has anything to do with the conversation. That's totally irrelevant.
I'm just saying, if you're going to quote Pew, shouldn't we know who funds them?
I mean, who cares at this point? I don't. That's totally irrelevant.
Do you know that Donald Trump offered DACA permanent status and a pathway to citizenship, and the Democrats?
Yes, he did. And the incompetent fools inside of the United States Congress balked at the idea.
It's a yes or no. So you claim that
obviously that's a yes. Obviously that's a yes.
Answer yes. I don't need to hear you ramble. So how do you claim that Trump is so
I can stop talking to you. If you're going to insult me, I can stop talking to you. I don't have to.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying let other people talk. Yes or no is yes or no, and then let somebody
No,
speak.
don't tell me how to answer a question.
Okay.
All right, Christian, back to you. So it just seems like your judgment for whether or not a person is either a liberal or a rhino, which you said are basically equivalent to liberals, is basically if they deviate too far from what you think is true. That seems to be your criteria. And like, I'm wondering if you acknowledge the existence of moderates and independents at all.
Not in 2025. No.
Why not? When was the last year that there existed a liberal / moderate? A moderate / independent.
I can say the same thing in 2020.
Okay, but what year was the last year that moderates existed according to you? When did they go extinct?
I would say when Trump became a candidate, from that point on, the people who claim to be moderates were not moderates.
So what did they become? Liberals?
It depends on what their position was.
Well, like I thought Trump was a bowl of shit. I definitely wasn't voting for him in 2016.
Well, again, that's your opinion. That's what you think.
No, I know, but I'm saying, does that make me a liberal or like can an independent not like Trump and not vote for Trump? Can a moderate? Go ahead.
It's possible for an independent not to like Trump and be a so-called moderate, but you're talking about, again, very a person could say that they're moderate, but they support abortion up to the moment of birth, and they support the position of the LGBTQ. So
I consider myself a moderate Republican.
So I mean, but again, that's a totally different discussion.
Wait. But do you acknowledge him as a moderate, or do you think he's something else?
Who do I acknowledge? Who's the moderate?
Marshall.
I don't know all of Marshall's positions, but
you don't know all my positions, but you call me a liberal. Hold on, wait a minute. You don't know all my positions.
I've never had a discussion with Marshall on his position, so I don't know. I've talked to you about several positions.
That's true, but you don't know all my positions, so
I don't know all your positions, but I know at least more than 2 or 3.
Oh, I mean, not really, because like you named 3 and 2 of them were wrong.
No, they weren't.
You said I was for open borders. I'm not for open borders. That's a lie.
You're for modernizing more immigration. That is an open border.
No, I'm not for open borders. What is
more immigration is a open border. That's what that is.
What do you mean more immigration? What does that mean?
When we currently right now in the United States, we have 250 million people here, and then you have companies or W-2 employers that make the claim that there are not enough people.
Just to be clear, you're saying we have 250 million undocumented people.
No, I said we have 250 million people living in the United States. I did not say that they were undocumented.
Does he know what a quarter? Does he know what a quarter of a? Never mind.
I never said that they were undocumented. Matter of fact, I'm quoting what the Center for Immigration Studies has said. The director, the executive director. He said we have 250 million people living in the United States right now. We don't need any more immigration. We don't need any more. That's what he said.
We have more than that, though.
Also Stephen Miller, who's also said that no, we do not need any more immigration. All of the experts who claim all these things about the workforce and about the birth rate and about all this bull crap about how the United States is not going to survive and all this nonsense about farming and trading. It's all bull crap.
Nonsense. Your argument is nonsense.
I don't care what you think. I'm not talking to you.
There's 340 million. You're quoting false numbers.
So back to Jason. So you have all these people that are on television repeating over and over about how the United States cannot survive without every other country and all of its resources and all of its additional people that it can add to our population. They continue to tell the public, the citizens of the United States, that if we cut off ourselves from the world, that the United States will end up in a depression and a recession. It is bull crap. It's nonsense. And then you have all the narratives about how we can't do the jobs that non-citizens currently have in information technology and farming and all of these other. It is bull crap. Absolutely bull crap.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It isn't.
I mean, you can point to any job economy. Let's start with farming. What the hell do we have in Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Louisiana? You're telling me that those southern farmers in the southern part of the United States cannot take on what we need as far as farming? Get the frick out of here. And then I'm not even going to talk about all the other farmlands across the United States. Then when they start talking about how the information technology, we don't have enough citizens
who can choose these
information technology jobs. Well, you're talking to a person who has worked. Wait, no. You're talking to a person.
Point out.
Hold on, 1 second. You're talking to a person who has worked in information technology since the year 2020. Not even before I got out of high school have I been competing against people outside the United States. At every single turn, in the public, in the private, for nonprofit organizations, small businesses, mom and pop shops, I have always competed against non-citizens, and there has always been black U.S. citizens, white U.S. citizens, Hispanic U.S. citizens, all that have the same skills that I've had while competing for these jobs. So it is I'm almost done. It is an absolute lie that we don't have enough people to do these jobs.
It's not that we don't have enough people. It's that there's a whole bunch of incentives for foreign-born workers with precarious immigration statuses to do those jobs for cheaper. That's the thing. That's why there's so many of them doing those jobs. And the irony is that a lot of the places that you named have a significant amount of foreign-born farm workers in their workforce, even in the South, ironically. And then you also left out a couple of places like California, where there's there's so many, and then Texas and Arizona.
I said I left out a whole bunch of places.
Okay, fair enough. But the only point I'm making is like
the South doesn't have as many non-citizen workers as
there's a significant. That's true, but there's a significant portion of the workforce, and it's not just agriculture either.
Okay, but some of our best farmers are in the South. So
that's fine. That's not in any way contradicting what I'm saying. But I guess I'm trying to point out to you is that it's not laughable. It's just factually true that a lot of the jobs that these foreign-born workers do, Americans do not want to do at that price point. That is a fact.
It's not true. It's not true.
It's 100% true.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
And the government makes regulation, rules, and policy and taxes that ensure that the U.S. citizen, whether private U.S. citizen or business, small business, mom and pop shop, corporation, they write policy to ensure that those businesses or citizens cannot expand. And then you add on the trade policy that devastates the U.S. economy, but it is only due to the politicians that are doing it or allowing it to happen.
I don't know what that means, but
it means that if you had actual politicians that were not doing some of the things that some of these people do to give up U.S. jobs or U.S. Wealth and income and resources, taking away the opportunity for a family to start a, let's just call it their own business and have generations and generations and generations that will be able to start a farming business and then continue it with the next person and the next person. That's the whole reason why so many families eventually end up being broken apart because of the lack of opportunity that there is to start a family business and then continue it through multiple generations. But it's only because of the taxes and rules and regulations that come raining down from the federal government and even the state government. That's the only reason that happens.
That's not true either.
Yes, it is. It's taxes, and it's trade. Those are the main things.
That's not true. You've been wrong for like 15 minutes straight now. It's like incredible. I'm actually impressed. But yeah, like you just been wrong about almost all your.
Like you said that I was wrong about the election and all those other things. And
yes, you were wrong. The 2020 election was not stolen. You were wrong.
And
you said that Trump wouldn't win the 2024 election, and you were wrong again.
Well, again, I've already said that I was wrong about the 2024 elections. Somehow Trump figured out how to dig himself out of the hole that he was in those counties.
Trump beat the deep state.
But in regards to 2020,
yeah,
hold on. I was told that there's going to be some things that come out about 2020. And when they come out, I'll come back on here and we'll talk about them.
Wait, when is that going to happen?
It's apparently going to happen while Trump is still in the White House. It's going to happen.
But that's anywhere between now and 2028.
Yeah, anywhere between now and then. Just like I told you about birthright citizenship. I told you that it was going to be overruled or overturned.
But it hasn't been overturned.
Trump, the Supreme Court gave Trump the ability to do the policy.
No, it hasn't been adjudicated yet. So you just
wait, hold on. They've allowed Trump to implement the policy. They're going back.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
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 No, they haven't.
Okay, you can say that as much as you want to, but the Supreme Court is allowing They're allowing Trump to start the process, and while they go back to the court to rule on the merits, they're going to rule on the merits.
But they haven't ruled on it.
I didn't say that they did. I said that the first case where the court ruled on it. They didn't rule on the merits, but they did say that the lawsuit challenging Trump on the basis, or basically trying to challenge his ability to do an executive order proclamation or executive action, that part Trump has won on. So the other part of the merits, the other part that is going to be ruled. The court has already said that Trump wins likely on it. But they're you didn't read it. I read it. So when the case gets back into the court, he's gonna win it. He's gonna win.
Well, if he hasn't won it yet, then you can't say he won it, bro. So I don't know why you keep.
He won the first phase of it.
That doesn't mean anything.
Of course, it doesn't mean anything to you. And what was the other thing that we were talking about that you were wrong about? There was one other thing.
You haven't named a single thing I was wrong about.
Yes, I did. The birthright citizenship case. That's number one. So.
But they haven't ruled in his favor, so I couldn't be wrong about that. And by the way, they're not going to rule in his favor. There's no way they're going to do that. So you're just wrong about that in general. But there's nothing that you can name that I was wrong about when it comes to you and me, because I'm fact-based.
Well, yeah, sure you are, but you're wrong. No, it wasn't. Was it over Gafel and transgenders? I don't think it was over Gafel and transgenders. It was. I want to say it was one other thing besides this Trump v. Casa case. I can't remember what it was. Once I find it, I'll just send it to you later. Once I find it. But.
Hey, Christian, how many people are in this country again? There's like 250 million live in this country?
I quoted. I'm not even going to answer that. I'm not even going to answer you.
It's just, if you're going to point out wrong, maybe we got to do it across the board with things where there's actually none.
Well, I have to go to bed, so I have one little monkey wrench to throw into your Jason is a liberal stance.
How many people in the room think Jason's a liberal? Like, come on.
No, it doesn't matter. I want this is between me and Christian. Just to be clear. So, what if I told you I voted for Trump in 2020? Would that still make me a liberal?
I mean, just because you voted for Trump in 2020, that doesn't mean anything. Did you vote for him in 2024?
Of course not, but I voted for him in 2020.
Okay then.
Wait, but I voted for him in 2020, so does that make me a liberal or?
Like I said, just because you cast a ballot for a certain person, that doesn't make you all of a sudden MAGA. There's a lot of people who flip-flop back and forth between parties and candidates and political action committees and all kinds of stuff.
What kind of liberal votes for Trump?
There's a whole. You have a whole libertarian party that has
not a libertarian either.
So I mean, it's not that far fetched. That's not anything.
A libertarian is basically just a Republican. Like,
there's left-leaning libertarians, but what's weird is that you're trying to. Like, what kind of liberal votes for Trump?
There's a lot of liberals that have voted for Trump in 2016 and 2020.
Typically, when they do that, they're no longer liberals.
No, it's not.
There's not a lot of liberals who voted for Trump and then stayed liberals. Like, that's actually not.
There's a lot of people that do that.
Like who?
You honestly believe that the supporters of Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. changed their party affiliation to Republican after voting for Trump in the 2024 election?
Not that many of their previous voters or supporters voted for them.
Well, it was a significant number of people.
Okay, how many?
I don't know what the percentages are, but it was.
Why do you know it's significant if you don't know what it is?
Because I've looked at some of the data out of some of the counties.
How come you don't know what it is?
Because you're talking about a very odd number that I would remember off the top of my head. Why would I remember?
What about some ballpark? Like in what range?
I don't know what the range is. I would have to go back and look at the numbers. We're talking about multiple counties. I was looking at Wayne County, Fulton County, all the battlegrounds. Philadelphia County, Milwaukee County, the Clark County. I was looking at those.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know, bro. I'm entertained by the fact that you think I'm a liberal because none of the liberals on this app agree with you at all.
Of course they don't. What do you think they're gonna say?
I mean, they usually call me like MAGA or something, which I think is equally funny.
Not even close.
You don't think I can make it as a MAGA person?
No.
I'm not MAGA material, do you?
Nope.
Why not? Why can't I be MAGA?
We already proved that.
Why can't I make it as a MAGA person, bro? You don't think I have the chops?
Because the vast majority of people who consider themselves to be MAGA don't want more immigration.
What do you mean more immigration? Trump even says he wants immigration. Is he?
Okay. Well, he's wrong when he says it.
So he's wrong. Didn't you follow it, or didn't you vote for him?
Yeah. So I mean, again, when Trump says that the country is a democracy, he's wrong. So there's no difference in him saying that we need more immigration. No, he's wrong, and much of the base has pushed back and forced him to
this is my last question.
Position on to change what he was planning to do on H-1B visas.
Was Trump wrong to not release the Epstein files? I'm just curious.
I don't care about the Epstein.
You don't care about the Epstein files?
Yeah. Oh, really?
Hold on. So why don't you care about?
You don't care about the Epstein files, cuz.
Who cares? I mean, I could name 20 issues right now more important than some stupid Epstein files. And I could probably name 20 issues going on in the criminal justice system that are more important than Epstein.
Was a child sex trafficking.
I don't care. There are more important people than Epstein.
Hold up. You don't care, right? But that's what MAGA was also running on. They were saying
there's a small selection. There's a small selection of people that have sat around for the last 10 years obsessing over things on 4chan boards and all this other bull crap.
We're not talking about 4chan board. Didn't Trump tell the Democrats to release the Epstein files?
I don't know, and I don't freaking care. It's not important.
Okay, but that's the president you voted for. Aren't you supposed to follow the president?
I don't. Anything that has to do with Epstein, I don't care. I freaking look the other way.
Trump is on that list. Do you care then if he's on the list?
I don't care. I don't give a dog on
So
it.
You wouldn't care if our president of the United States of America
Read my
was out there on the island
I don't care what anything has to do with that list or that name. I don't care. And I can, like I said, there are so many more.
How about this? What if Obama was on the list?
Epstein is not more important than anything else in this country. It isn't.
It's not just Epstein, though. It's a whole list of people. From probably Democrat to Republican. What are we talking about? You don't care. I care. I don't want a pedophile running the country. But hey, you don't care. That's just you. Republicans. Well, I can't even can't call you guys Republicans because now the Republicans have gone like, you guys have gone far left. You guys are snowflakes essentially.
You found a way to shut him up.
I know, right? And what? His name's Christian Lamar. AZ GOP Executive Committee. Yeah, I'm out to do some research into you now.
Oh, now I remember. So Jason, you were saying that there was no evidence that the 2020 that
I literally, I put it in the chat. There was no evidence.
The chat. So you were basically saying that that Arizona had no evidence of a stolen election, and the court and the Maricopa County settled in the court on 50,000 non-citizens who voted in the 2020 election, and they should not have been voting in the election. So that 50,000 passes the threshold, which was like 11,000 or 10,000 something votes that decided.
No, I just pointed out that the court case that you referred to didn't rule like that. Ruled the opposite. That was what I was pointing out.
They ruled what? They ruled what?
They ruled that was basically bullshit. You talk about the signature verification?
No. These were the people who were registered as non-citizens, and they were given ballots when they should not have been given ballots because of the lack of documentary.
I didn't make a claim about non-citizens. We were talking about the signature verification.
We were broadly. You were saying. You've been saying that there was no evidence that the 2020 election was stolen in Arizona. And we talked at length about the 2020 election in Arizona.
We didn't talk at length about. We didn't talk at length about undocumented people voting. We talked about the signature verification.
But again, even today, you said that there is no evidence that the 2020 election was stolen.
No, you're right. I stand by that, but we didn't talk at length about the thing you just said. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, even Maricopa County admitted that 50,000 people who submitted ballots in the 2020 election should not have submitted ballots because they never provided documentary proof of citizenship.
That's not what they said.
Yes,
That's not how it works. You're just looking at what they said in the chat. You're lying, Christian.
That's not true.
Oh, you're lying.
So,
that's not what they said.
The Arizona Attorney General's office has to spend more than $10,000 an hour investigating the allegation.
This guy
found no basis for any of widespread fraud document released by the Attorney General revealed that the office's own investigator included the election W.A.
Jason.
You're wrong, Christian. You're wrong.
You know what I'm talking about. Just be quiet.
No, I do know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't.
Just put up the pad.
You're talking about an Attorney General report that came well before this case that I'm talking about.
How about you cite the case?
We're talking about the 2020 election, right?
Jason, are you still there?
Hold on, Christian.
Jason doesn't want to talk to you because you're making yourself look like a.
Why don't you just try the case you're talking about?
Yeah, man, bro. I was doing something real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so the point I'm making is, since we've been discussing this 2020 issue in Arizona, particularly in Maricopa County, and we have specifically talked about Maricopa County specifically, all the way down to
but we didn't talk about undocumented people. Well, we talked about the signature verification.
Correct. Even the signature verification issue, because you didn't know about that. And I had to tell you, and hold on.
I agree.
Okay then. So there have been times where I pointed out.
Hold on, but when I read the court case,
okay, well,
that debunked everything you argued.
Well, no, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
You were unaware of what some of the things that the county was saying in court about signature verification. You didn't realize it.
I agree because I don't live in Arizona. That's fine.
Okay then. Okay. That's my point.
About it, when I read
that's
the court case and the ruling, it was pretty clear that your argument was bullshit. So that's why I said.
No, it isn't. I mean, because basically, wait. The court literally. Well, before I even get to what the court said.
Your argument was about how this needs to go back to the legislation. Remember that?
Well, right. I was going to get to that, but you're skipping a critical part here. Maricopa County's own attorneys argued in court that the existing Arizona state election law did not require Maricopa County to spend more than 1 second checking each signature during signature verification, or basically where they're curing ballots and they're trying to figure out if when they have a failed signature, and they're trying to figure out if a signature is valid or not. The law doesn't require the county to spend more than 1 second checking that signature. And
doesn't that mean you need
actually,
the law in your
and actually that hasn't even changed because now they're using the Katie Hobbs signature verification standards from 2020 in the law. So
the governor, the executive of the state.
Mark, please. So that was the first point, Jason. So now the court, the judge in the case, he actually said that I can't make a ruling on any of this because the law was written by the legislature, and the law allows the county to do signature verification without that, which they weren't doing. So that's again. The law doesn't require them to check.
Which means the law wasn't broken.
Well, again, that is why when people get into conversations with people about the 2020 election, and you all say, "Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that because the court said the law wasn't broken." I mean, if they didn't check any signatures and the county admitted that they don't have to check the signatures, then it means that the election was stolen because they weren't checking signatures.
it's annoying to listen to somebody talk for 5 minutes straight. Can you make your point and let somebody make a counterpoint?
If you would shut up, maybe I would.
That's what I'm asking you to shut up.
Are you there?
Soliloquy for the last 5 minutes, bro.
It's been an hour.
Jason, are you there or not there?
He's not talking to me. Marshall's talking to
I'm here, bro. Like, at this point, like, I mean, we're not gonna agree, so I don't know why this is.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
It's not even about agreeing. It's just you bring the facts. If you don't agree with the facts, something's wrong with you.
If you're going to cite your own state's inability to change federal laws, it doesn't mean the rest of the country had a problem. It means your state had a problem.
The thing is, Arizona doesn't need to change their laws. It's having a speed up. Like, they didn't do anything wrong. They verified the damn signatures. He's saying they didn't verify. He's balking over the fact that the verifications on average take longer than a few seconds. Like that's some kind of smoking gun. On average, they didn't all take less than a second.
The calculation screws, but they spent less than a second.
No, he got them from like the court case, the details of the court case. He's misrepresenting them, and that's what I'm calling out.
Can you give me the court case so I can look into it myself?
I forgot what it was called. I think he can.
What's the court case called?
Literally did the whole report. We read it together and everything.
I'm asking you.
Hey, Black, will you do a quick synopsis over what the verification process was that he's misstated?
To be honest with you, it's vague, but basically there was some kind of like calculation that was germane to the arguments given in the case, and so they calculated like the amount of time that on average it would take to do a signature verification, because one of the arguments was that the amount of time possible wasn't enough to do that was like one of the arguments, and then they did like the calculation, the estimated calculation about how much time it would take, and then they ruled that it was enough time to do signature verification. So that argument got debunked, but Christian contends the opposite is true, and that because he took that L, he's saying that the blame falls on the legislature of the state to not change the law, which is a weird argument, but it's circular reasoning basically. But my memory of the details are so vague that I don't think I can do a good job of like summarizing exactly what the nature of the calculation was without the actual court case. And I don't remember what it was called. And honestly, I gotta go to bed soon, so I'm not going to be finding that tonight. The sad thing is the room that we went over this in, the time went over, and so my recording was not saved, because otherwise I would have just played it for you guys. So much that I did not save that room. I'm sorry, what?
Here's the thing I've never been able to understand about the 23 election on my party's side. The inability to admit that we did a shitty job, and because we did a shitty job, we lost. That saying it's rigged allows the Republican Party to not have any critical thinking for why they lost in 2020. Just no critical thinking. It's a cop-out.
There is no Republican Party anymore. It's MAGA.
I mean, there literally is a Republican Party. It's called the Republican Party.
Well, what I'm saying is it turned into just MAGA. That's what I'm trying to realize.
The Republican Party is not just MAGA people that promise. Like, MAGA people make up a significant portion, but you're very likely to be a moderate Republican like myself. We're fewer than the MAGA and traditional conservative side, but we still exist in the party as a coalition.
You do, Marshall, but would you not argue that January 6th and
the election deniers and the election was stolen has significantly contaminated the Republican Party.
Oh, completely. I think that
That's what I'm saying. They're mostly MAGA. It's still the Republican Party. It's just been taken over by MAGA.
Like you said, you've known me a long time.
folks who just want to tear it all down.
I mean, shit, I do say tear it all down. Tear down the party. Create a whole new party. Because Republicans, they don't have Republican values as they once did.
Yeah, that's not the Republicans I know. I think Marshall's right. Most of the Republicans I know hold their noses and vote for Trump. They're not mad.
Yeah, that's good. That's the thing I was trying to say.
So let me ask you something, Marshall. What makes a Republican?
You mean like what policy positions? Because as far as I'm concerned, you asked me about policy positions. Supporter of the free market, supporter of the military when it suits it. Let's see what else. A belief in helping business out. A belief that the immigration system needs to be repealed. I don't like the draconian way Donald Trump's doing it. That's been a fairly traditional part of the Republican Party for like 25 or 30 years. So those are a couple of things I think they stand for. If I were to scroll to the party platform, I can give you a lot. Off the top of my head, that's just one of them. Also, Republicans almost unanimously support the Second Amendment. Some may, like myself, think the belief in the Second Amendment is traditionally in the modern era attached to the Republican Party. What else?
It's almost just like a
policy-wise, the Republicans have two factions. One which is a direct intervention faction, and one which is a we're going to get involved, but we're just going to say we're not. So, and that's all I can think of off the top of my head. But I'll go back and look at the platform and stuff.
Yeah, no, I get it. I was more so referring to the original Republicans, not the Republicans of 30 years ago.
You're talking about traditional in the 1850s when the party was founded?
Yeah, where they were against slavery.
Yeah, they were called radical Republicans quite frequently.
The civil rights for Black Americans.
Very much so.
They're not. The Republican Party now, I'll say MAGA. I won't say the Republican Party. I'll say MAGA is. They don't like Black Americans. If you look through Twitter or social media, YouTube, like, what's his name? You know Charlie Kirk, right?
I know him and don't like him very much. So, yes.
Yeah. I don't know why they prop him up as, you know. Anyways, it's just people like Charlie Kirk, I would say in the party that need to go. The ones who are for billionaires and, you know, against, you know, the rights of people.
Black news a liberal or?
You said what?
I see the room title. Your show says Black news a liberal. Chance gets to the bottom.
No, didn't you hear? He's MAGA. He wants to be MAGA. Doesn't think he wants. Yeah, that Christian dude. He went on and on. He didn't want to let no one talk, and he was citing false statistics and whatever he was reading. I don't know.
Who, Muse or Christian?
Christian. Oh, Christian. So I put it in the chat. I mean, I could put a link, but yeah, there was no voter fraud in the 2020 election. Even the judges that Trump appointed dismissed it.
Oh yeah, that's
Wait, there was no voter fraud. Or there was no evidence of voter fraud. There's voter fraud every election. Found that the claims were without merit and lacked evidence. Yeah, there's no evidence of voter fraud. I think we can all agree voter fraud does exist. No, it does. It does happen, just not on a wide. I'll say a wide scale. I'll say that. There's always shit can be tampered with, but
May I throw up my 2 cents? I'm Canadian, but I think what I'm about to say definitely applies to my own country as well. When I'm talking with Americans here on this app, like, I don't know a single Democrat or person that says they're Democrat. I don't know a single Republican, people that identify themselves that way, that actually fully agrees with everything their parties do. Like, there's not anyone that's like, I'm wholeheartedly everything that this party does is awesome. Like, it's rarely you run into people like that. And I honestly think that what we need in Canada as well it's not just a political shift, but it's like an overhaul of the system. I think it's like the hierarchy and the greed. Like, a lot of people, whether you're on the left side or right side, they really feel disconnected from like these billionaires. Very, very influential people in Washington and Ottawa here. And there's a gap between the public and the people at the top. I really feel like everybody can kind of agree with that. They throw out these fake issues for us to like squabble over each other, like, oh, I don't know. The guys at the very top, they're focused on the money, man. They don't care about like ethical issues. They don't care like abortion or not abortion. They just have us like argue over this shit, and then they keep us entertained with the media and stuff like that. And we're like fucking idiots. They're just siphoning off all the money.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on one point. 2 cents is like so like ancient. Should be like 2 quarters and 2 bits.
What's really ancient?
You said, can I give my 2 cents? I'm like, 2 cents? Come on, there's inflation. Should be like 2 quarters.
Yeah. I think the real goal for society, honestly, I think the goal for society is to create a high trust society, a high trust culture. I think that's the goal. And I think a lot of these, I don't know. Have any of you guys lived like outside of the country for a long time? For any like years?
Never had the option.
No. Anybody?
Yeah, why?
Oh, okay. Well, Elliot, because I live like, and I don't know where you live, but so I lived in Japan for a decade, but I think a lot of Asia is like this. Is that like their goal is clearly like they try to develop like these high trust cultures where people can kind of relax and like leave their wallet and leave their bikes out, and that's kind of the goal. Like when you turn on the TV, it's not like a ton of drama. Like I was just flicking through Instagram and I came across this day spa, like a day spa in China where you pay $35, right? And you can stay 24 hours at this place, and it's like hundreds of people in there. It's like, so you go in, and then you take off your outside clothes, but you basically walk around in this giant spa place in your pajamas and flip-flops. And you can go into a whole bunch of different kinds of mineral baths. And then there's rooms where people are just like sleeping on the floor. And then you can get like, all you can eat like juice and fruits. And like nobody's acting like idiots in these places. And they have like rooms where you play video games for hours or read like magazines or watch TV. And it's like a really communal, like very, I don't know, it's like they have one of these things under, in the basement of the Busan airport in Korea, where you can pay like $20 and you just basically go in there and they have like these spas and you just sleep on these mats in this giant open room right next to like people like you've never met in your entire life, but it's like completely quiet and everybody's like being respectful, no crime, nothing like that. And for me, that's kind of like the goal of society where you can get to a level of like trust and civility and sort of a communal feeling. And I think I want to see North America head in that kind of way. I'd like to see it. So it's really hard to kind of picture unless you've like lived outside of North America for any length of time. It's really peaceful. And when you turn on the TV in like China or Japan or Korea or a lot of different countries around the world, probably not just Asia, but there's all this crime and action and like heart pumping action, violent news and all this crap, So people, I don't know, everybody's kind of, it's not perfect, like no way at all, but that's kind of the goal for me. I don't know, when I come back to North America, it's so crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
That's one of the oldest questions in the book, how to build the just city. There's lots of ways to answer that question, but we're all trying to get there in our own kind of way. But you ask me, like,
where did you live?
It's gotta be.
Where did you?
I was in the military, so I was in Korea, Germany, stuff like that.
Did you find their cultures to be like more mellow, more relaxed than North America?
Not really. I mean, where I was were large metropolitan areas, and I also live near a large metropolitan area in California. So I think if you go from big city to big city, no matter where you are, it is like very urbanized. More
for sure.
More liberal, but larger. Yeah, so the experiences weren't terribly dissimilar from my point of view. But I guess if you get into like the other areas, like at the outskirts of town or like the rural areas, you start to see like big differences.
But I guess in Germany and Korea, like you wouldn't turn on the TV and like, 6 people were shot today or something like that. Like that sort of thing is so incredibly rare, right?
In Korea, yeah, it's very rare.
And in Germany too, it's pretty fucking rare.
Well, back to the question, like, how do you build the just city? I think you gotta start with like inclusivity. Like everybody's voice is equal. Fairness, human dignity, simple stuff. Equity, economic fairness. What else? Yeah, I guess that's
like a media system.
To answer that question.
Yeah, I think a media system that doesn't like emphasize differences or emphasize drama,
That he will take over Gaza.
I don't know why possible Hamas or maybe Netanyahu. They are both crazy. They are both sides take us to nowhere. And I'm very pessimistic. I put my cards on the other countries like Australia, like England, like Germany, that that will come and push us to come to agreement. Bibi is crazy. He wants this war not to finish. If this war is finished, he's in jail. You know it. Very soon I have to finish. I just come to listen. But always when Amir see me, or Fias, I don't know who, invite me straight away.
Almost, in my opinion, he's not going to get locked up if he leaves. So I'll give you an example. Do you remember Ehud Olmert? Do you remember Ehud Olmert? Yeah.
But you take me for a long talking and.
No. I just tell you one point. Ehud Olmert had more than 10 corruption charges on it. He resigned. Court court let it go. Court didn't charge him with any crimes. Same thing will happen to Netanyahu. If he resigns, the court will drop the charges.
Not only that you have to resign to court, you have to listen what Bibi talk about Ehud Olmert before the court. What Bibi say about him is dozen time worse what Bibi in the situation if you compare it to Ehud Olmert. Always in the TV they put it what Bibi talk about Ehud Olmert and they put it his picture. But as I told you, I have to go. So I apologize. When she's coming? She's not coming. I'm in a problem. But what do you say about the people that open rooms without you, Amir? This is much more interesting.
Oh, I'm heartbroken, Amos. How can you do it? You open a room without us.
Oh, that's what I expected to say. Exactly.
This is not fair, Ace.
Exactly.
I'm so upset.
I'm apologize. I'm leaving, but
He just added fuel to the fire. Why would you open a room without a... I'm just kidding, man.
No, how can people be so immature? I don't know.
Let the room go good. Did you guys have a good cup? Huh? Was it the one today?
I'll tell you why it's relevant. I'll tell you why. Because in order for you to know that it is different from the other principles that
they impose more sanctions, more ethnic cleansing, and more war crimes being pushed under the rug. So,
wait, what did you guys get out of the deal? You gave up the turn.
Nothing. Yeah, we got nothing out of it. We got some bullshit
Why did they
protection
agree to
and investment. Because our country's run by a uneducated yellow journalist who got elected into power because of a bullshit colored revolution. Think Maidan revolution, just successful for the Western powers. Unlike what happened in Ukraine. And then Russia is upset, but Russia also uses the country as like a puppet in the region. It's just bad news all around. We have no winning dog in this race, so it is what it is. It is what it is. It's really dangerous that we gave them open access to our land, and it's funny because Azeri patriots in their country are really fucking upset. They're really mad that their president signed this deal because they wanted to completely take over the entire country, and now this kind of sort of stops that from happening. That's the one positive we gained from all of this.
Yo, I'm adding Shy every fucking time, yo. That's it. How you kick Monica out the fucking room? right? And there ain't no rule where she can do that. She just did that shit. She just did it. So why the fuck do we respect rules that don't exist?
That's a fact. I agree.
Yeah. It's just fucking women, and this is women pretending to be in charge of shit they ain't actually in charge of.
Do it, toxic. Bring her up.
He likes to because I'm fucking gorgeous. Look at me.
Monica brought her up. I was told not to bring her up.
I'm just saying.
You are absolutely gorgeous, and it's good to hear your voice.
I'm fucking perfect. I sound like a bulldog right now, but otherwise,
You come tell me.
I am fucking perfect. I'm fucking gorgeous. I would be jealous too of me if I wasn't. I'm just saying. Anyway, hi.
Whose fucking PTR is there, Shasha?
That's Cheryl 7. She's a beautiful lady. If nobody's ever heard of her, they should watch her videos. She's amazing.
That's a trans.
No, she's a woman. She's a woman, I promise.
A trans woman.
She's a woman. She has children and a. What is it?
Did she set your gator off? He's playing that video game.
I like your face better, Shasha.
Why did Monica get kicked though? What did Monica do?
I don't know. I think it was just the battle of the.
Yeah, Monica moved Hallie down and got to.
No, but there ain't nothing in that rules. I read the rules twice. There ain't nothing in that rule that say you can kick nobody. She did it. Those are the rules that she wrote.
Mods.
Autocratic.
Mods are not allowed to mod other mods. That's like one of their rules. Yeah, like you can't moderate a mod. It's crazy.
It don't say that in the rules. It said we gotta mod Monica when we're mean to her. That's what I've been doing. So I'm like the worst to Monica. But I made a deal with Monica that she came back. Occupied Nathan. We wouldn't get that Becky bitch back, but we ended up getting Becky. Right? We did get Becky today, but somehow Talia scared her away. She didn't say anything. Were you here for that? When she was here?
I was. That was beautiful.
Yeah, he was a brand Becky. Brand new Becky. She didn't say anything.
Dude, my frame rate dropped so low. I was doing good, but then my frame rate.
Yeah, I see the skips too.
Yeah, dude, and then I'm doing it in VR, so it like really fucks with me, bro. Really fucks with me.
Yeah, I see you looking around this shit. This shit look.
I'm like,
Yo, Incan, I'm confused. You drive for a living and then you decide to drive for relaxation?
yes, and when my car's in the shop, I decide to get a simulator and drive.
Wow, what a fucking crackhead.
Man, you
That's
really
a
need
fact.
one, man.
So? Yeah, she lives among crackheads, so she definitely knows one.
Right, I know what the fuck they look like.
Sasha, I miss you.
I miss you too, I invite you to my rooms all the time, you don't come in.
And, I'm getting paid, so I stay up in here.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I'd rather listen to a bunch of retards every day, too.
Yo, it's entertainment when I'm at work, when we have the most interesting people on the set come in here screaming their heads off.
Good night, Ethan.
You can't leave after we roasted you and trolled you. You can't do that. You gotta stay awake.
No, my girl was getting mad at me. No, my girl.
Can hold on. Oh, no, get off.
You got some.
No, don't let her control.
Looks like you. No, get off.
Everyone have
another time. And that's that.
Hey, this guy reminds me of you from the show I watch. Hold on.
Why would you tell him that when he gotta leave?
PTR. It's shy.
Listen. Oh shit.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Can you see it? I think it's my father.
Guys, there's a favorite link between space, on speakers, it's ever going
appreciate the ones that have. Thank you. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thanks, Teresa. Thanks for the space. I'm tired of them going long.
Looking like a YouTube short.
Really, Prashant, we have a full-fledged congressman with us tonight. John Kitover. He was the one telling us to stop talking about Israel and don't be a Jew hater. But go ahead, Prashant.
No, I'm telling you to stop complaining about the Jews. You're a bunch of complainers.
Okay, John, you can tell us about it, and then we'll go right to you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Prashant, go ahead.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a couple of thoughts. One is there's a little bit of good, what I consider a little bit of good news today. One of the longest diehard, no matter what happened, supporters of Trump that a lot of people probably know, he said today that Trump should resign. And I thought that was great progress because this man was diehard, no matter what Trump did, he supported him. Today, he said Trump should resign. So I won't mention his name unless Truth asks me, but trust me, this guy was one of the biggest, longest term, no matter what, supporters of Trump. And this guy said today in Suleiman's face that Trump should resign. So I think that's pretty cool.
Well, I mean, by all means, go ahead and say it. You can say who he is.
It was Doc.
Oh, Doc. Okay, he's come that far, huh?
He's come that far.
He's,
He said today that Trump should
he's a
resign.
staunch mega guy.
So anyway, that was the one point I wanted to make. It's sort of a small point, but important in my mind. The next thing I wanted to say is I've heard people mentioning BlackRock and the fertile land of Ukraine. If BlackRock gets a hold of that land, it's a disaster for all of Eurasia and the world because they'll ruin the soil. So BlackRock getting a hold of that land is a disaster if it happens. And to have Trump support them in that process just says Trump is really not doing anything good for the American people anyway, which most of you know. So that's what I wanted to say. BlackRock getting a hold of that fertile land in Ukraine is a disaster for Eurasia and the world because they'll ruin the soil. And we've got to depend on the soil to survive as a human race. And if they ruin it, it's going to be a disaster. That's the points I wanted to make. Maybe I'll have some more later.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but they want to be in charge of the agriculture because we know who loves selling farmland, right? Besides Bill Gates. And, I think it was Henry Kissinger who said it best, when you control oil and resources, you control the country. When you control food, you control the people, right? So you really want to control the food for multiple reasons. So Congressman John, welcome back to the panel. Hope you're well. Go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. People are claiming that Trump's, Washington D.C. Deployment of, reserve or National Guard forces is a deflection from the Epstein files, and I think eventually you pick and choose.
What happened today? What are your thoughts on Washington D.C.?
Yeah, I looked at the crime statistics from the Metropolitan Washington D.C. police website, and to me, when they say that there's like a 25% drop, that's ridiculous. It's still too much. It's out of control, and then other people say that the statistics are fake anyways. So to me, I say deploy the National Guard. I was in the National Guard, and I would gladly have gone and performed functions and duties and worked with police. So I know firsthand that there's a willingness by National Guardsmen to help protect the city. So I think it's a great thing, and I hope he rolls it out to Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and any other U.S. city where sanctuary cities are harboring illegal alien invaders. That's my opinion.
They said the intention was to deal with the homelessness problem, and I was able to check to see what the level of homelessness is in Washington, D.C., and also, of course, the crime rate. They claim the crime rate is at 30-year lows, but you claim the stats are fake. So you're of the opinion that Trump's intentions today, behind deploying 800 these National Guardsmen, was for altruistic reasons to help clean up the city of crime and the homelessness problem. Is that it?
I would say that it's more of there's a political approach and a communication approach, that this is our capital, and if we're going to start fixing the problems in America, the capital is most likely a good place to get started.
why do you think he waited until now in terms of the timing? Before meeting with Putin, do you think that had anything to do with it? That he wanted to maybe present good optics, or could there have been ulterior motives?
I didn't really think about the, Alaska Putin meeting with regards to deployments in Washington D.C., but I just think that this is long overdue, and I hope he rolls it out to all major sanctuary cities.
Okay, what do you think? What are your expectations from the Trump-Putin meeting on Friday in Alaska?
I'm not sure. I really don't know what will come out of it. I don't think anything will change until Zelensky is out of office and the Ukrainians have the power to vote their own president back in. I think the war is madness, and the U.S. should stop sending all weapons and aid to Ukraine and negotiate a peace with Russia.
I agree with you, but Zelensky doesn't want that, and it seems like the NATO countries like the UK, France, and Germany don't want it either. They'll keep supporting him. The problem with Zelensky is he's already out of term, right? His term expired in the last May. He was trying to extort America for $5 billion to do an election. His excuse was, well, it's wartime. Putin still did an election during wartime. So how do we get Zelensky out of office so that there can be a ceasefire at the very least achieved? What are your thoughts?
Stop borrowing, stop spending. We're spending $7 trillion a year. We collect $5 billion in tax revenue. We are literally the biggest suckers on the planet. We give these criminals hundreds of billions of dollars. I see Ukrainian illegals here in Chicago that are here because of the war. A lot of people fled, and it's a great human tragedy, and I pray to God that Russia and Ukraine can de-escalate and end this insane, barbaric war.
Okay. So, one of the revelations I had on MySpace a few days ago, Eyewitness claims that she's seen Epstein 3 times, the most recent time in April in Florida. She believes, somebody muted, she believes that he is still alive and that his death or his suicide were faked. How would you feel if Epstein was actually still alive based on the eyewitness testimony of this individual who's dealt with Epstein many times over the course of 15 years?
I don't think it's true. I think he got whacked in prison, and I think Bill Barr knows exactly, maybe who did it, but it's a cover-up, and he's dead.
Okay, well, there is the testimony of the one prison guard that claims that 10 minutes before bodies were swapped out, and that Epstein was taken to some medical center, and then we don't really know where he is now. There have been perhaps video imaging of him in Lebanon, also in Thailand. I posted that stuff before. Can't really say for sure, but apparently he's had some work done, and he looks more like Jordan Peterson now, according to what the witness claims. So I don't know, but apparently he's in not far away from the Tampa area in Florida hanging out. Can't say for sure though, but that's what the witness attests to. And she swears by it.
Maybe he's in Tel Aviv on the beach. You never know.
Well, there is MC2 is still active there, right? That's the modeling agency that Epstein invested in with John Brunel in Miami. They also had a branch in New York, and now it's been converted into the Source. They rebranded, but MC2 is still active in Tel Aviv, so we don't know for sure. And there's also then the agency called One Mother that John Brunel was associated with in Ukraine. So it seems like there's just 1 degree separation between all these human trafficking fronts. By the way, do you think Trump's doing enough to combat human trafficking?
I know the FBI is posting a lot of tweets about, and there's news about bringing down large human sex trafficking rings, rescuing children, arresting huge dark web pedophile websites. So I think that the FBI is doing great work. I think Cash Patel and Dan Bongino are doing what they can do.
Okay. Think you could relay a message to Trump that when he meets Putin, maybe they can have a chat about Ukraine as to why the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, owns over 100 brothels, and he's very well known for human trafficking, and why that guy's in a position of power? Can you relay that to him?
You really think he's running brothels? You think he's in the prostitution business?
So Diana Panachenko was the #1 journalist in Ukraine, reported on this, and she's posted this. I reviewed her work. I ascertained it. I've got Dimitri here as well, who can ascertain it as well. Absolutely 100% yes. That's Vitaly Klitschko, the former heavyweight boxing champion, him and his brother Vladimir. Very well known, by the way, PhD guys, they're intelligent. So yeah, they're absolutely behind it, and she fact-checked it. She's there on the ground.
Well, if you say so. To me, he seems like he's got some credibility that I don't think he would be involved in that kind of stuff, but what do I know?
Well, allegedly Hulk Hogan was also a human trafficker. We wouldn't really have the reason to do
Well,
it.
hey now, don't say nothing about Hulk Hogan. One of these Hulkamaniacs is gonna come run you down.
Well, I don't fear Hulkamaniacs, and may Hulk Hogan rest in peace. Apparently, he was one of the good ones, according to what she says. She has no gripe against him. There's no hard feelings. She didn't even want to sue him or seek any type of compensation, though she's been provided with the opportunity to do so. But I mean, God rest his soul. Hogan's passed away anyway. I'm not going to smear the name of a man who's dead, right? But you know, it just begs the question as to why certain individuals get into that line of business when they already seem to have financial security. We know Hogan did. He was the face of, you're probably old enough to know WWF before it became WWE, and he did movies as well, right? So,
I met him. I met him. I mean, I've shaken his hand, and he wasn't a bad guy. And I used to take guitar lessons with a guy that he was in a band with. I mean, the guy was a sports entertainer, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
You can tell if a person is good or bad by shaking his hand, John. No, come on.
No, I'm just saying, if you meet somebody, you form a first impression. And to me, it was a positive experience. That's what I'm saying.
Well, how'd you feel about the whole Gawker lawsuit that he slept with his friend's wife, and then Gawker released that video, of course, mocked him, and he sued successfully, and it was Peter Thiel that financed the lawsuit, by the way. It was millions, and he got like 40 million plus because of the released sex tape.
Well, see, I think Peter Thiel, that was his revenge for being outed as being like an elite homosexual. So, you know, I'm not a big Peter Thiel fan, and, you know, this is, the legal industrial complex screws over the average guy. Hulk Hogan probably wouldn't have had the money to file the lawsuit and didn't want to waste the millions. So, you know, people get their revenge in weird ways.
You're not a Peter Thiel fan, but Trump just had his DOD renew his $10 billion contract to the tune of $1 billion a year. You know what Palantir's up to with Operation Stargate. So how do you feel about Palantir?
It's a big one. Their market cap is what, 200 billion plus now? 300? I don't even know what it is, but
Stock's up over 500% because, you know, it's like, wouldn't you say that's like communism though, a government providing that kind of funding towards Palantir, and yet they're showing revenues that are really just based on government spending.
yeah, like we're spending 7 trillion a year, collecting 5 trillion. If we could just spend 5 trillion a year and maybe cut spending and pay down the debt, that'd be a good strategic option. So we stop borrowing and spending. It's crazy what we're spending money on, and I don't think Palantir should be the recipient of all of our borrowing and spending.
Yep. One last question for you on Leon Black and Apollo Global Management. How do you feel that this certain entity just seems so powerful? That, you know, they've got Consensus, which is formerly Blackwater. They own Yahoo. They own Caesars Entertainment. They own restaurant brands. Should so much power be concentrated in the hands of a few? Leon Black, Josh Harris, Mark Rowan, the founders?
I don't know them, you know, but I could list 10, you know, investment banks, and they have a lot of money. They make a lot of money. The asset management and financial services industry is a huge business, and, you know, what can you say? They make a lot of money, but so does energy. You know, people's utility bills are up 200, 300% this summer. There's no regulation there. Meanwhile, Democrats in Chicago are going to prison for blackmailing ComEd employees and vice versa. So corruption is everywhere, and, you know, I think it's up to patriotic Americans to use platforms like this to do independent investigative journalism, try to uncover fraud, get involved in politics, expose corruption in politics, and do whatever you can do to save your republic.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Listen, assets can be handled by various investment banks. You know, I'm familiar with BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, and all the rest. But specifically to Apollo Global Management and Leon Black's ugly history with Epstein, the amount of $158 billion between 2012 2017. Then they had a dispute in 18, stopped funding him. He also settled a lawsuit with the Virgin Islands for $62 million for alleged rape of a minor. He's still in power, no reprimand, no jail time, nothing. The U.S., the DOJ is not going after him. But I specifically mentioned Apollo because they also own what was formerly known as Blackwater, which is a private military contractor that's been implicated in fact, 4 of the members have been convicted of crimes committed in places like Iraq and the Nizur massacre. Trump pardoned 4 of those individuals that were actually jailed for their crimes. They've also been accused of both human trafficking and also arms trafficking and even narco trafficking, and yet they're owned by this massive entity that's never really been audited or questioned for the assets that it owns. Specifically, the private military contractor, should it be owned by this particular corporation that has ties to Epstein?
I really don't know. You know, I would just say that my uncle is a big conspiracy theorist about the Federal Reserve, and he believes that, you know, the Federal Reserve is responsible for a lot of major conspiracies, you could say, but it's really the member banks. So there is this tie-in between the banking industrial complex, the military industrial complex, the political legal, the medical. I mean, what's the difference? I don't know if you ever saw the movie with, I think it's called Limitless, where
Listen to your
That was a
uncle,
great
John.
movie. Yeah, your uncle's a wise man. I spend more time with him, but I love Limitless. It was a great movie.
yeah,
I'm
meaning
not gonna take it MZT, but
yeah, well, what I'm saying is, you know, money doesn't care what industry it's in, whether it's big pharma, military, you get in, you get out, and you move where the biggest ROI is. So, investment banking is agnostic with regards to, you know, where the money is, and it's one giant interconnected system.
yeah, fair enough. I just think that being a merchant of death, it's one thing to own pharma companies or, I don't know, even weapons companies, but to own the actual military contractor, they can be retained by, say, a country like Haiti, where they can go and, you know, literally suppress dissent, kill people. They have a license to kill, really. I just think that's a bridge too far. But I mean, who am I to? I don't make the laws. I would
Well,
for Congress to look at companies like that they shouldn't be allowed to own private military contractors, and the U.S. government should state-own all the militaries, even the private ones. There shouldn't be any private militaries. But that's just my proposal.
well, if you're anti-death and anti-war, I mean, the U.S. government kills 60,000 babies monthly and spends $1 billion on abortion. So start at home. That's why I say securing Washington, D.C., and cleansing the rot from this country prior to doing anything internationally or borrowing any more money. The priority is here at home. You know, we the people, and we are our own worst enemies.
Yeah, but abortion's already banned at the federal level. It's just the states. I think only 28 states is where it's legal, right? So that's already been sorted.
No, Medicare, Medicaid still funds it.
Abortion should be banned, but they're not. You know, it should be much more difficult to access, and people should be practicing, you know, safe
States
sex and
divvy up the money how they want.
not getting a lifeline or a plan B when they're, you know, having all this premarital sex. I'm with you there, but it's already banned at the federal level. So, but beyond that, I just again would cite Apollo Global Management as a firm with too much power, and they shouldn't be owning a military contractor that's been implicated and actually had convictions for crimes committed around the world, including Iraq, the Nusra massacre. But those are my thoughts. That was my last point, and I appreciate you being on.
Yeah, happy to be here with you guys.
Thanks. All right, we can go to some. Hey, Tyler, do you have any questions for Congressman John? He's tied up.
No, let me think a little bit. I might have something. Thanks for asking.
Okay, he's Congressman from Illinois.
I'm a candidate.
Chicago.
I'm running in the 16th district, which is Rockford, Peoria. I'm a candidate trying to get on the ballot in the March primary.
Okay, I thought you were a congressman already, but okay, well, good luck to you. Hey, I think you should spend more time with your uncle and check out this book, The History of Central Banking, The Enslavement of Mankind by John Mitford Goodson. And discuss it with your uncle. I think you guys have a lot to discuss on it. You know, the Federal Reserve and the central banks in general are the ones behind a lot of wars. And here's a fun fact for you. The Federal Reserve was established December 24, 1913. World War I started about 6 months later. Both governments started to get rid of the ship in. Supposedly assassinated all money themselves. You know, like Franklin and the Russian Hungary. Really believe a world war would have been started by a lone gunman. It's like a lone gunman supposed to kill 7 years.
I think we should like pull off a Harlequin romance novel, you know, just see people's brains explode. Romeo was looking at her longing.
Well, you know, one of the things that we could do is we could do a reading of Huck Finn, and when people complain about it, you know, that's something that can go viral on.
I kind of fired off. He was kind enough to answer. Prashant, did you want to add anything?
That's I think it
Yeah, I did. I'm a little confused by John's profile. It says John Kitover, 16th Illinois Congressman, Republican. So that's a little confusing to me. Are you a congressman or not, John?
No, I'm a candidate.
Candidate. Okay, John, I heard you mention something about profit. And I think that this devotion to profit is one of the things that's destroying our country. So get to be in Congress, I hope you'll address some of the issues I'm going to point out right now. Our our so-called Defense Department has little to do with defense and a whole lot to do with offense. Trump, the peace president, has just proposed $1 trillion budget for our so-called Defense Department, which again, as I said, is in reality for the last at least 4 decades, probably longer, an offense department. It's not a defense department. And there's a shitload of money, excuse my language, there's a lot of money made on arms, and then we send our military over, or we send our arms to some other militaries to kill people, and then steal resources. So I hope as a congressman you're aware of that. And of course, one of those places is Israel, and they're probably one of the worst. They've created chaos in the whole Middle East. The neocon plan was to destabilize all the countries in the Middle East, so Israel could be the big boss over there, doing their dark work. So I hope that if you do get elected, you'll address that issue. The next issue is that, and this is related to profit, our medical system has nothing to do with health and has everything to do with profit. So if you become a congressman, I hope you'll come to understand that, because in reality, in 2022, the United States spent $4.5 trillion on healthcare, and we're the sickest nation of all developed nations on the planet. So should you become a congressman, I think that maybe you should consider addressing the fact that our medical system has nothing to do with health and everything to do with profit. That theme where my conversation started. And I'll say that exactly about our agricultural system. You're in Illinois, an agricultural state. I was born and raised in Indiana. I'm 75 years old, so I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. And the next point I'm going to make is our agricultural system is all about profit. It's not about healthy food, which leads to the fact that we are the sickest of all developed nations on the planet. So should you get elected as a congressman, I hope you will address our for-profit, not healthy food agricultural system, because it's a disaster and it'll destroy us. Sickest population of all developed nations on the planet, and it starts in the farm field. And then the medical field, as I said, has nothing to do with health, has everything to do with profit. Let's go to one more. Our food production system, separate from agriculture. We got the most trash, garbage food on the planet, probably in history. There's something that's put in our food, it's glutamate, in an unstable and excess form. You know what glutamate does that's in the vast majority of our food in our grocery stores? It addicts people to food that's not good for them. And it's all about profit. You addict people to food so you can sell more food. Problem is, they're addicting people to food that's not good for them, which again relates to why we're the sickest nation of all developed nations on the planet. So should you get into Congress, maybe you can call me sometime and I'll educate you in further details on everything I just said. And it's all related to profit. Our military is not about defense, it's about profit. Our agriculture is not about good food, it's about profit. Our medical system is not about health, it's about profit. And our food production, separate from agriculture, is not about healthy food, it's about profit. Why do I say all this? Because you mentioned profit. Profit is the God, and it's destroying us. We can make money on all of those four things that I pointed out and turn all of them around to serve us in the way we're supposed to, forget about maximum profit, and have a healthy nation. But right now we're on the path to destruction of this nation, and those are the four major reasons it's happening. So should you become a congressman, I hope you'll consult me or somebody else who knows. Because as I said, I'm 75 years old, John, and I haven't been to a doctor in 55 years because I've educated myself on what I just told you. So maybe if you become a congressman, you'll consult me or somebody else like me to address these four profits, these four areas of our nation that are all for profit and not a bit to do with being good for the people of the country. I just hope you'll address those things, John. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, I think the easiest way and the fastest way to address every single one of those issues is to stop borrowing and spending, cut spending by about $2.5 trillion, and that would eliminate almost all the profit. So, it would eliminate a lot of the bad motives for the things that we're doing, like international arms shipments or using, I guess, Monsanto controlled genetic seeds and Archer Daniel Midland, ethanol production. There's a lot of subsidies that go into these corporations to force them to do certain business activities which are not necessarily profitable, and it's all coming out of the taxpayer resources. So I think by eliminating borrowing and spending, we can eliminate all the bad, government controlled marketplaces that are existing. It's not a free market economy. We need freedom to optimize the economy, not government spending and borrowing.
Yeah, but in the case of Monsanto, you've got a monopoly in place that controls the seeds. And what's their history? They were the original slave traders. They were also involved in making chemical weapons, and now they're in charge of food essentially. And it's a monopoly that should be broken up, and there should be a free market economy. But there isn't when it comes to these certain corporations that have too much power, concentrated in the hands of a few. So it's beyond just cutting back on spending. It's also, holding corporations accountable and trying to offer some decentralization so there can actually be some competition for food, because these evil corporations are the ones that are, causing the lower quality of food. And why shouldn't there be restrictions on fast food and stuff like that, on ice cream? And, why shouldn't fast food chains exist given that there's so much poison in their foods? And there's even a Rabbi Finkelstein, who admitted there's actually human meat in some of these beef patties. In McDonald's, for instance. And isn't that a huge problem that should be addressed? In fact, there's human meat in beef patties at McDonald's, and yet no Congress has ever looked into it. And it's the same McDonald's that also provides free food to the IDF, which is currently committing a genocide in Palestine. So I just see a lot of conflicts there in terms of the food industry in general. It's a huge problem. And America spends like over $4 trillion on healthcare industry, and as Prashant mentioned, sickest society in the world. Less than 10% goes towards what would you call it? It's medicine, not medicine, but it's like preemptive medicine. So it's efforts and endeavors towards trying to prevent people from getting sick in the first place by teaching things like actual proper diet and exercise, and trying to instill good habits in people so they don't get sick in the future. So maybe there should be more emphasis on not making health pro-profit all the time, and giving so much power to big pharma that it's allowed to make hundreds of billions of dollars pushing vaccines that make people sick and also cause death. For instance, Pfizer, Johnson and Johnson, Moderna, etc. You see where I'm going with that, John?
I agree. I think it all sucks, but I don't think McDonald's puts out Soylent Green burgers. But I didn't buy or believe Dr. Fauci, Dr. Bill Gates, and Joe Biden and Operation Warp Speed. It's a pandemic. It's a scamdemic. It has poisoned our people. mRNA spike proteins are causing countless amounts of health catastrophes for people. Federal employees, military employees, everybody was forced to take this poison. I think it's criminal. I would love to see arrests. I don't know if we will ever see them, but I pray that, government and big business make moral and ethical decisions, which is in our best interest, doesn't deplete our treasury, and doesn't poison us at the same time.
Well, just keep in mind, America's a wealthy nation with tons of oil. It can easily go back to fracking, become a net oil exporter to generate revenue. There's also tons of oil in states like Louisiana. There's like 1.1 trillion barrels of natural gas is getting exported. Could be used. Just that supply of natural gas could fuel America for the next 200 years, and then you could export the rest of the oil that's made. But they don't think that way. Rather than be nationalistic, they're always thinking of other people's needs. So I think there's something to it to be more nationalistic, actually be MAGA rather than MIGA. Those are my thoughts, but we got a lot of hands. Just keep all that in mind. America's a very wealthy country. Source of tourism, source of forestry, tons of natural resources, mining as well. You can remove the bullshit EPA controls, mine for precious metals as well, and become self-sufficient and not dependent on even China to have to import those raw metals to be able to build electronics and also, of course, weapons too. So although there's some manufacturing coming back because of Trump's efforts, like with Apple investing $600 billion, they still need the raw metals to be able to build, to build both the smartphones and also the tablets and laptops, etc. Just keep all that in mind if you make it to Congress. Good luck to you. Prashant, did you want to add anything else? Otherwise we'll go to another hand.
Yeah, just quickly, I was involved with an organization called Moms Across America, created by a woman named Jen Honeycutt. And she did a project last year, and she does a Zoom call every Monday from people from all over the country come to her Zoom calls. And her project was to test fast foods in our country. They asked all of us, which was people from all different places of the country, to go out to McDonald's and to Taco Bell and to Burger King and to a number of the other fast food restaurants and buy them and send them to her. And she was going to take them to an independent laboratory and test them for content. She found that these fast foods, the McDonald's burger that I sent her from Hawaii, had three things in it. I wish I could remember all three, but I remember two. One of them was heavy metals, excess heavy metals, which is bad for our brains. Two was birth control. Why would there be excess birth control in McDonald's hamburgers and stuff? And Egg McMuffins. And the third thing I wish I could remember, but I don't. But you could find that report. And it was done again by just American citizens from all over the country, buying fast food, sending it to Zen Honeycutt, take it to an independent lab and tested that food for toxins. And the vast majority of fast food in this country is destroying the health of this country. And that's what so many people eat every day, which also again lends to the fact that we're the sickest of all developed nations on the planet. We're doing it all wrong. This was a test that I was involved in, and we did. And we got to fix it, because we're not going to get better unless we fix these things. So that's just fact. The fast food in our country is toxic, poison, and the vast majority of our people eat it daily, which is once again why we're the sickest nation of all developed nations on the planet. That's done by independent tests. Thank you.
By the way, future maybe Congressman John, do you take any money from AIPAC, the ADL, UJA, UDP, or any of the pro-Jewish lobbies? John, are you there?
Yeah. What was the question?
You take any money from AIPAC, the ADL, UDP, UJA, or any of the pro-Jewish lobbies, the pro-Israel lobbies?
No, I've taken no money, and I actually just got my adapter. I got my account set up today to start taking donations, and just opening a bank account to run for Congress is very difficult. The cards are definitely stacked against you, but no, I will not be taking any APAC money or any other organizations like the ACLU or Southern Poverty Law Center. This is pretty much a grassroots funded campaign. I'm funding a lot of it myself, and I'll be trying to fundraise here on X and Clubhouse and other platforms like YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, etc.
All right.
Dude, that was my exact question, man. Thanks for asking that.
Sorry, I stole your thunder. Quick
chat. Go ahead with the super chat.
I'll be quick. Pakistan is under Zionist dictatorship. Free Imran Khan, and thank you for speaking the truth. That's directed to me. Thank you, Pirate Smurf, for being an avid loyal listener. Appreciate it. And yeah, John, if you want to, you're welcome on the space anytime, by the way. I'll afford you the respect. And, it's tough out there, especially if you're not taking it back money. You're going to be up against some stiff competition, especially since you're looking to defund both Israel and Ukraine. You're going to have some enemies, so be safe. And you probably heard MTG and all the hits she's taking from the various pro-Israel supporters. And even though I know that you made the comments you did last time, you're going to be up against some fire when you start talking about your foreign policy and you want to be fiscally responsible, because none of them are.
Well, I'm running against Darren LaHood, who does take APAC money. And what's amazing about Grok is if you ask Grok to correlate Open Secrets, which is the FEC website API where you can see which corporations are donating or which PACs are donating, and you correlate that to the HR or the acts that Congress passes and the votes they make, it's not like an 80% correlation on their votes and the acts that Congress passes. It's 100% correlation. So Verizon, AT&T, Big Pharma, Big Health Insurance, all those acts that pass hundreds of billions of dollars to these mega corporations, it's all directly correlated to their votes. So that data is there, and the problem is nobody cares. Voters just do not give a shit that they don't get anything for their vote.
Yeah, man, that's why a big reason why many people are disillusioned with the electoral system at the moment because they don't really see the point of voting for pre-selected candidates. Then APAC owns. Go ahead, Tyler.
Thanks, Jutha. Hey, John, do you believe that Palestine or Israel or both have rising black material on Trump, that his behavior is indicative of that line?
I thought that perhaps Trump was compromised, you know, with all the photos that I saw of him, and I figured anybody connected with him is compromised. But, you know, it's so hard to truly know because he compromised so many people. But I thank God that Donald Trump is the president and Kamala Harris is the walls. So pray for the best, and you never know the worst, but it's really all just gossip and hearsay. So I really can't give you any definitive answer other than when I see Ghislaine Maxwell at Bill Clinton, Chelsea Clinton's wedding, they're in everybody's photos. So it's not like they just compromised a couple people. I mean, they were professional, compromisers. So Ghislaine to me is the answer to the whole thing. I mean, she knows exactly what they were doing, and she's sitting there in person. And I don't know why we can't, I mean, if this was a fascist dictatorship and you really wanted to know the truth, you could put the screws into her hands and find out exactly what's going on. But her and Jeffrey were up to no good. Everybody knows it.
And do you think that she
Virginia who fight for the rights and needs of special education kids, and we have been able to see how a whole lot of funding is taken from public education and used in nefarious ways. And so from a public education with somebody with children in the public school division, not everybody might have this on their radar if they don't have children in public schools and they don't understand the underground going on in there. But if you look at the NEA and their conventions and Randy Weingarten and Becky Pringle, they're always screaming about money, money, money. And that's been very prominent since Trump came back into office, and they're not happy that Trump is getting rid of the U.S. Department of Education because it's mostly fraudulent grant funding passing around. And
just FYI, if APEC does want to send me money, I'll take the money.
How special education kids are treated, but also I'm looking and listening to what's been going on and what people are inputting from a global standpoint. And so from a local standpoint, I can also say that, and there's someone very close to me personally out of our group who used to be in Child Protective Services and got out because of the corruption, where Child Protective Services is a main funneler for children to be entered into the underground for pedophilia. There are the waste and fraud and funding, and what they're doing with it is insane. Tomorrow, actually today, there's a school board meeting. There are school districts that are accused of taking in the ELL population and sending them to abortion clinics. There's, especially since the pandemic, there's been obviously a push for the online learning, and I know personally that I have one child who has no education, which is a whole different matter, and another child who has been put on the laptops, and the stuff that they push them through, they teach them how to do illicit drugs. They push them through to things that look, very kid-friendly on the surface, and then they click to the next page, and it'll be teaching very young children how to perform sexual activities.
I just focused, but she would never attack. Like she was not a reactor.
Full bred?
She was an American bully, so she was an American bully, but she was a what you would consider like a what is it called?
That might be my next screen name on here.
She had an incredible bloodline. It was a razor's edge, and in the American bully world, it was a very sacred bloodline. But yeah.
I mean, what's interesting with that locking of the jaw, I have a lab that if he gets a hold of something, it's just, I can't get it out. But his mouth is soft, but he's just, he's bringing something to me, but then I can't always get it out. But I don't think it's as strong as what you're talking about.
Yeah, but that's not what it is. The lockjaw is in pit bulls and Rottweilers and a couple other breeds, where their jaw literally moves, like the bones will move and then lock into the other bones. It's a very, very specific thing.
Wow.
Yeah,
That is a myth.
German Shepherds might have
it's
that.
not a myth. No, German Shepherds don't have it. Rottweilers and pit bulls, and then I can't remember. Somebody said there's 5 breeds. I don't know about 5.
I said 5.
Yeah, there are a couple of. There's 1 or 2 others that I've heard of, but I don't remember what they are.
So it's completely different. I mean, mine just holds on
Yeah,
to it. Okay.
very different.
Now I gotta Google this.
Don't do it. It'll make you more afraid of pit bulls.
Okay, so pit bulls and ducks, what are they called? Doberman and all that. I've never once ever had been fearful of any of those. Little dogs, though, we had a little wiener dog when I was in high school that a friend of mine was walking out the door, saying bye. I don't know why, but this little dog, Patty, comes running from the living room. It was New Orleans.
Oh, sorry,
but it was an accident. Yeah, I mean it.
What the hell is that damn noise?
Sorry, boy, you say they won't go inside no more. Engine spirits or some damn thing that say they causing the cave-ins.
Yeah, they want to do the talking.
That's right.
Anybody else want to negotiate? You?
They don't even speak English, but
I think they understood. Now go show them there's nothing to be afraid of. I have to ask twice.
I've been thinking, why don't we just take her with Carrie and get out of here? Yeah, we're already rich, right?
Scraps?
Yeah.
I think I waited 20 years for scraps. I'm taking over.
Turn your back on them or don't attack them, like go at them, you're fine. Coyotes they feel threatened, or they feel threatened with their pups.
So, William, I definitely would advise you, because you don't have to take my word for it, but I'll read you the prompt too. So, just real quick, is lockjaw a real scientific thing in dog breeds? Example for like pit bulls, where bones may lock into each other. Provide citations and scientific evidence to support the claims. No, lockjaw is not a real anatomical or physiological trait in pit bulls or any dog breed. Here's what credible sources say. The Peninsula Humane Society states that pit bulls do not have locking jaws. In fact, no healthy dog does. What people sometimes interpret as lockjaw may actually be tetanus, a serious infection. Okay, another quote. Pit bulls do not have any special physical mechanism or enzyme that allows them to lock their jaws. Another Humane Society, but the truth is lockjaw and pit bull type dogs or any breed of dog simply does not exist. It is a myth. Another Animal Farm Foundation.
You're not alone in this, though, William. I honestly thought that was true too. I've heard that my whole life.
I had
You're
too, and
educating here. I didn't know that.
I just looked up and saw what you were seeing.
Okay, just ruined my young adult life.
Right. I mean, why is that misinformation out there then? This is so
There is
That's been out
a
there forever.
story that explains why the myth keeps perpetuating itself.
Okay, what's that story? Why does the myth keep perpetuating itself?
They're just fear mongers. People.
No.
Oh, David. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you.
So, no, you go. I'm looking it up. I saw the headline. I gotta read it.
No, I just got big into like BSL years ago. Obviously, when I was an active, I walked around with her, and it was incredible that so many people, places, all of this started. It bleeds into institutions, it bleeds into insurance companies, and it bleeds into apartment complexes and how you can have a dog. And in some places, they make it apartment complexes got so scared about the whole thing that they just put like a 35-pound limit on dogs just so they could avoid any type of larger breed dog. But anyway, it's just fear, right? And dogs obviously have a natural propensity to potentially be dangerous.
Their jaws are so strong it looks like it's locked, and it started in bullfighting. The dogs would lock onto the bull and they couldn't be thrown off.
Well, yeah, but it's not just the strength of the jaw, because a pit bull does have a strong bite, but like a mastiff is like 2 to 3 times as strong.
Exactly.
And you don't hear like a mastiff. It makes sense if you've ever seen a mastiff's head. It looks like a fucking horse. But nobody ever talks about the strength of the bite of a mastiff.
I think that live next door to me, they're ridiculously. I mean, they're horses.
Abby,
Yeah.
do you know what a Caucasian? It's called a Caucasian.
Oh, I know which one it
An
is.
ovcharka, a Caucasian ovcharkas.
The ones that killed. Are those the ones that killed in San Francisco? The mold. Is that the breed?
I'm not sure, but my mom has this crazy Russian friend, like straight from Russia type thing, and she breeds them. And her ovcharkas go deer hunting in their backyard, and she constantly has deer. I'm like, what the heck?
Wait, that's I think that's the breed. This is so weird that you're saying this. I was just at the Jersey Shore, and there's a farm, like, that has like a farm store, and like it's a lot of people go there. It's like right near the beach, but kind of out a little bit. And she had that dog. It's a dog that protects like the farm area and the herds.
Yeah.
And that's
big.
And it's really big. It's weird that you're saying it because I just Googled that dog name a couple days ago. That's why it was in when you said it. And it killed a small, like a Bichon. Someone was walking their dog. And it went and attacked it and killed it. And this lady who has the farm is like very, yoga, like natural kind of person that, that has the farm. She also has a restaurant, and it made the news like it's a big deal. So she fired the guy that was walking the dog that did the attack, and there's this public apology about it. I have to find the article, but it's that dog, and I guess they had it to protect something about protecting the farm area and whatever the farm animals are. Can you say the name again?
I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but like Arvcharka.
Arvcharka, yeah. I think. Let me find this article. That's the dog. Maybe 150 pounds, something like that.
Yeah, they're big, really hairy.
I'm looking for it now. But aggressive, I guess.
What was that big one you were talking about? We were talking about before the Arvcharka, the one that's so big like a horse.
Mastiff?
The Mastiff.
Yeah, the bull mastiff. I had a customer had a bull mastiff, and they're gentle. I mean, they have a tiny house too. This dog took up the whole room, and they had a mailman that was like using their backyard to cut through, and he often, for some reason, they didn't realize this, but the dog was out there one day, and he used the backyard as a bathroom also, and the dog saw him, and this dog held the mailman until like the owners came home. He wouldn't let the mailman escape. They looked at their camera and saw that the mailman had been visiting their backyard a lot.
I was wrong. It's an Anatolian Shepherd that did the attack. Did you ever hear of those?
Yeah.
And I guess they're used to protect farms. I have heard of the other one. And the one you're talking about, it's like, kind of looks bear-like.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Is it white?
Different colors, like tan and black, kind of like a brindle coat type thing, but not like it wouldn't be like a brush coat brindle, like it would be like a bear coat brindle, if that makes sense.
My daughter has Sammys. She has two big ones. And they're really friendly dogs. But they're also, they're super furry, and they look bigger than what they weigh, if that makes any sense, because there's so much fur. But I'm thinking, the dog I'm thinking of, what you're talking about, almost looks like a Sammy, only like different color fur, like frosted.
Yeah.
I've gotta go look it up.
Something a bit related to what you guys are speaking about. I have two German Shepherds. They're still puppies, but they're like, big puppies at this point, 2 years old. And I have this backyard that I let my kids go and play in the backyard when it's like, get out of here, go appropriate to allow German Shepherds to be in the yard with a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old? The dogs are going to be okay with them. I feel like, I don't trust the dogs. They're good dogs, but I don't trust them around a 5 and a 3-year-old. So I put them outside when the kids are in the backyard.
You had the kids first and then got the dogs, right?
Yeah. It's like one of the dogs I feel really comfortable with, but the other dog, I'm like, I don't want you to snap at one of the kids or misinterpret a signal or.
Like, if you haven't even that fear, Gildas, I think you gotta remember that they're animals. And yeah, that's not, I personally wouldn't, you know what I mean? My girl though, my pit, I would with her because I trust her, but she had already proven that, she's able to get all of those stimuli and not have the reaction, loud noises, slaps, being rough with her, and all of that. But you'd have to be really, really attuned to your dog, understanding all the little bits, because it's so crazy to me that people can say like, oh, the dog just snapped. No, my sister went to school. We have a lot of people in our family, just dogs. Everything's been dogs my whole life. My mom helped repopulate the Chinese Shar-Pei population years and years ago, like in the 70s. And she did showing, she did, AKC type judge work. So I've been around dogs, and it never made sense to me. Like, every dog that I've ever been, I'm able to immediately pick out, who's dangerous and who's not, and who could be trusted. Like, you sense it immediately. But that's someone like me who's been around dogs, ad noise, like so many.
Bima,
right?
can I ask you a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
So, if your anarchist society was implemented and everything was decentralized, how do you think the pit bull population would fare in the new society?
Just as it fares now, what would be the difference?
Well, economically speaking, because the economy would probably, implode and deteriorate. Importing all that dog food from horses butchered in Canada, there might be a lot of import tax and duties on all that horse meat that goes into dog food. And because taxes go up, that might mean dogs eat less.
Very interesting.
Yeah, this took a weird turn. Hey, Gildas, I would say it has to do with the disposition of the dog and the disposition of your children and the way they interact with the dog. So teach your children, like, you never come up on a horse without touching its backside so you know it's there. And dogs have similar things. There's areas you want to teach your children not to touch. There's ways you want to teach your children to interact with the dog. You'll know right away if you spend like an hour teaching them the things and watching them interact with the dogs, whether you can trust your children's actions towards the dogs, because the dogs are animals and they're responding to things. It's not as though your child is intentionally doing
for
something.
years, and it has gotten like a lot of people in the industry very angry. They are very expensive, like extortionary expensive to use their force because they had how much only UAE from China. If you are already on the ship.
When the kids go in the backyard, I just put the dogs away. As they get older, and I can maybe communicate some of the ideas you're speaking about to them, and they can understand it, then we can make some adjustments. But at 5 and 3, like, they can't even fucking, like, they just can't follow, like, a logical lesson from dad yet. They're almost there, especially the 5-year-old, but...
Yeah, I agree. Unless you work with your dogs, like, a lot, and I mean, like, a lot of work with your dogs, you desensitize them and stuff. I continue to do what you're doing. Good job.
And it's like, I'll let them pet them if I'm out there. And when I'm out there, the dogs are cool. But sometimes I send the kids out, and I'm like, I have to put the dogs away. So, yeah, I think I'm trying to do this parenting thing, man.
expect when you're expecting.
Oh my God, William.
Yeah, I've read some of that kind of shit.
Okay, read it and then throw it away because there is no rule book. I don't give a fuck what your parents told you.
Like, it's crazy.
You figure it out as you go, and you're gonna fuck up. Guaranteed.
Hey, Gildas, I don't know. Check into if you're interested. Jim and Charles Fay, they teach this program. They have a bunch of different programs, but it's called Love and Logic, and the interactive like this. There's like this test that you could buy, or like a course. It's like $100. It sounds. Trust me, it is incredible. The workbook and everything that teaches you as a parent that you're not going to be able to know everything. How to respond to every scenario and to keep your own sanity and also respect.
It's kind of like when you bring up like scenarios of an anarchist society and you can't answer any of the questions.
Well, that's the point of an anarchist society. The point is that the people decide, right? And it's to decentralize and have the best ideas rise to the top. So why it doesn't make sense. But
to assume the best ideas would rise to the top. Only the ideas that could be defended would rise to the top, and maybe those would be bad ideas.
I mean, I think for the same reason that you trust a federal constitutional republic in the United States right now. You trust people, the people next to you, to vote and then make good decisions. So the logic is the same. But Gildas, Love and Logic, check it out. A lot of YouTube videos, but the YouTube videos don't go into the details, but really good stuff.
I'm sensing there's a theme in this room that I didn't understand when I came into it.
What's that?
I'll take care of your word, Bima. But now, maybe we'll become enemies. You support anarchy?
I support,
And she doesn't shave her armpits.
Okay, so he said that one day, and oh my God, Roger, he's hilarious. I don't know why he keeps saying that, but
And she hates Israel.
And that's not true either. But I mean, like, I do hate states, so yeah.
Want to vanquish the state entirely?
Well, I mean, the coercive structure of the state. I think the organization structure is obviously still very reasonable to keep.
Okay, so like quasi-anarchist, not full-blown, like, who wrote that stupid book from the French? The anti-schizophrenia, Deleuze and Guattari, I think. Like, you're not about, like, just returning man to different little fiefdoms with no kind of centralized government whatsoever, where we just all live in our respective villages. And that's how we negotiate trade from that kind of a stance.
I don't think that we could, like, regress into something like that at this point. So there would be a lot of interconnectivity and crossing of institutions and stuff, you know what I'm saying? But they would be institutions where we just, choose them with and put our productive really in them because we agree and we align with those, those principles.
We'll poll up everyone.
Oh my God.
Bima, have you ever read any works by the Invisible Committee?
No, what is this?
Maybe I'm more anarchist than you. Check out the Invisible Committee. I think they have 3 books. I've read all 3. I read all 3 years ago. But they were basically getting at the idea that we need to kind of, in my opinion, devolve into like, anarchist, fiefdoms. That's the best way to combat capitalism. Maybe you would classify them as like
Yeah, I think that that's a common theme among anarchists. But
You know, it's a common theme that I've noticed is that when you ask an anarchist a question, they don't give you a straight answer.
it's because I keep saying it. The point is to not be able to answer for everybody. The point is to be able to answer for myself. You answer for yourself. You align with, like mind and approve with your people and build from there. But Gildas, that's really interesting. I'm definitely not an anti-capitalist. I'm anti-capitalism. Um, so, yeah, that might be. It's interesting, though. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you. Like, if you were able to check out one of their books, you might find some of it intriguing. I found a lot of it intriguing, but like I said, I just didn't agree with their solution. But I saw William come off mic, so I don't want to cut him off. Go ahead.
Well, I don't understand how you can be an anarchist and a capitalist, and I thought Gilgamesh, sorry, I love that nickname for you. I thought Gilgamesh was doing opposition research, but it's interesting to find out that you were not a capitalist when you were young. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't a capitalist, but I wasn't a Marxist.
He was also a faggot when he was younger.
I wasn't gay. I've never dabbled with that. I'm not bisexual or anything.
Gildas, let me ask you this, Keith. I have a theory that every man remembers their first blowjob. Do you agree?
Yeah, now that I think about it, sure.
Do you remember your first blowjob?
Yeah, definitely.
How long did it take you to make the guy come?
I thought the joke was, did you spit or swallow?
Oh, no.
It didn't go down like that.
How did it go down?
What'd you do, spit it out?
No, there was a young lady who was giving me service, and I enjoyed it.
You're not getting the joke, Holmes.
No, I get the joke, but I'm just not playing into it.
Gotcha.
Like I get the joke, it's a funny one, but it is what it is. It kind of catches you off guard. But no, man, I'm heterosexual.
Kind of like shooting into the back of the throat, kind of just shock to the system.
Well, if you want to wipe the cum off your molars, you can do so. But I've never had that problem.
It makes it look like your teeth are melting.
Well, you would know. You're the expert here.
Hey, I just want to say really quick because I have to go, but Bima, I've been in many rooms with you where I thought you were performatively aggressive, and I was like, I don't think if she's real or not. But after tonight, dude, I'm gonna follow you. Like, I had to kill somebody off because that's the way it rolls. So somebody's gonna die, but then I can add you in. But you're really cool. Like, genuinely, you're the kind of person I want to hang out with off that. You're very cool.
Wait, who are you referring to, Hillary?
Bima.
Do you know that Bima earlier was defending a fucking terrorist?
Oh my god. So, she said she has to go. And don't listen to that, Hillary. If you're ever interested in my views, you ask me, definitely don't ever ask Roger.
Well, all I had to do was hear your views on animals, and I like you. People, well,
Hillary, she literally was defending the guy that was running a room about sex trafficking and terrorism.
Okay, so first of all, I wasn't in the room for that, and second of all, what my comment was that every time I've been in that room, I have never seen Amir to be a hateful person. And I even had Ann back me up on that. He's been a very rational person. He lets everything come up and speak. People come up and speak. He provides, sources, and I really appreciate that as a host. People like to blow big like myself and don't like to actually produce good, concrete shit that you could read. And he does that. So, I haven't heard him yet say anything.
Supports the IRGC? Well, what are you talking about?
I don't know what that means.
The IRGC it's the Iranian Republican Guard. This is the regime that allows young girls 8 years old to marry in Iran. Iran is also the country that exports and sponsors terrorism around the globe. They're the biggest Jew haters on the planet Earth.
So why would I believe anything you have to say about absolutely anybody? Go ahead, Ryan.
Well, you spent your time tonight defending Amir when literally we were listening to the room when he was hosting a room about sex trafficking, and every day he hosts a room about trying to drum up support for terrorist organizations.
First of all, we never heard anything about any type of sex trafficking. What the individual was talking about with Hillary, what they were referring to as sex trafficking, was some guy apparently paid some prostitution. That's basically what it is. But they like to, because of their deepened hatred for his ideology and his political views, they like to try to silence him by bullying him. And that's what I get. If you want to, attack the guy, I mean, like, the prostitution.
Normal in the room who isn't somebody who gets around, who doesn't accuse lightly, who has receipts for what he was talking about. He was there personally. This was a firsthand.
Well, I wasn't there, and I still like her.
Hillary, I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna get on a watch list if you do this.
Dude, have you seen my fucking porn search history? I'm already on a watch list.
That's my girl.
Okay, the low IQs are united.
Hillary, how's your mom?
I think you're asking. They are doing the surgery tomorrow morning. They said the liver that they had for her was not, I don't know what went wrong, or wasn't gonna work. So she is in recovery right now, and then they are going to begin tomorrow at 8 a.m. So I don't know, because I talked to her husband, who can't stand me, and he wouldn't give any more details other than that. So I don't know what happened or why it's not a viable liver, but they're gonna go again tomorrow. Thank you very much for asking. I appreciate that.
Keep her in my prayers, Lord.
Thank you. Her name is Pam, by the way. Y'all can dox me all you want. I don't care. Anybody else in the room, please in prayer, and doesn't mind saying a prayer for her.
No, we all hope for the best for your mother.
I'll hope for the best, but I don't believe in prayer.
It's fine. Any kind of energy that you're putting out there is good.
Goldus, what kind of attitude is that?
Well, I'm just making it clear that you have a black atheist on stage.
Oh, we don't.
You know what I'm going to do? Now, I'm going to go and I'm going to get ChatGPT to write me up a contract for souls. And every time somebody says they are a true atheist or agnostic, I'm going to be like, okay, then sign this. And see how many actually do. Bet you I never get a single signature.
Well, fine.
Yeah, then you can sell their souls over to the Scientologists. Maybe you can make money out of it.
Don't worry, Gildas. If we die and you're like stuck in purgatory and you can't be accepted into the gates of heaven, I'll come and I'll find you with all of you other atheists and weirdos, and I'll bring you back. Don't worry.
I don't know if you can go there, though. Like, where does nowhere exist? Because if you live in nothingness and you go to whatever you believe in, then it's nothingness.
If there is a heaven, as a black man, I think I would be picking cotton in it.
Ooh.
If there is a heaven, none of us are going. Period. None of us is standard.
I know, right? I'm going straight to hell.
Girl, I got RSVP, I got bottle service, I've already got it all. I'm the only one that's gonna have ice. You don't come hang with me. I'm sitting here, I'm already making bets and arrangements for, you need souls? Hold on. I got souls for you. I'm up there in penthouse. I'm closest to the surface as you're gonna get.
I hope there is no heaven, so I don't have to pick cotton there for eternity. Because that's going to be my place in that white man's heaven.
Why would you be going to a white man's heaven and not your heaven?
Because there ain't no such thing as a black man's heaven. I mean, maybe the strip club with...
Oh my God, I was just about to say, literally about to say,
maybe the strip club is the wings for like, $1 per wing. Maybe that's the black man's heaven, but the heaven in the Bible, if I gotta go to that one, I'm probably...
We got four for one on Wednesdays.
Yeah, like, if that heaven exists, maybe I'll go there, but the cracker heaven, no. I'll be picking cotton. I don't want to go.
I'll save you a seat.
Well, didn't you just hear Bima? Bima is so compassionate and so kind. Bima projected her superiority.
I've got bottle service waiting for us.
She's gonna
Man, at
literally
least in
save
hell they'll
you.
have a table with a Hennessy bottle waiting for me. I'd rather go there than like white man heaven.
Go to heaven for the view, hell for the company.
Yeah, I'm cool on that. I ain't going up to a white man's heaven.
But Bima's gonna save you. She's gonna come out of her heavenly state and find you in the atheist purgatory where you're picking cotton, and she's gonna bring you up to, the VIP section.
Trust me, my heaven would not be a white man's heaven, though. First of all, this is pure energy and aura, and if anybody, it's definitely not the white man running shit up there.
What is it, the light man?
Hold on. Do you think heaven's going to be ran as an anarchist society?
Ridiculous. Well, essentially, because you wouldn't be worried about man's law in heaven. Like technicality, yeah.
Hillary, let me ask you this. Do you believe that God believes in hierarchies? I didn't hear that.
I don't know, man. Magic. I'm magic. I have no idea. Sorry.
With women on this app, when you ask them a straight up question that they just...
No, not you. My husband was asking me a question, and I was trying to answer his question. As for your question, you said, do I think what now?
Does God believe in hierarchies?
Absolutely. Read the Bible. 100%. Him, angels, humans. Yes, there's a hierarchy. Why do you think that the devil had issues with humans? Because God put humans above angels. And if the devil's like, the fuck you say?
Slow down. I don't need the math response. I just wanted to have a conversation. Can you just tell me?
Start telling me better shit then. Sorry, go ahead.
If you believe that God believes in hierarchies, then how would heaven be anarchist?
Damn, there you are with a good point. I resent. Go ahead.
There we go. See, Dima, now that's how you're supposed to respond to these.
Yes, let Roger win. Let's respond to everything.
Dima doesn't have to worry about this, though, because Dima's not going to heaven because she supports terrorism.
You see what I mean? This is what he does.
And what is it exactly that you do when you get to heaven? Are you just like praising God the whole time for eternity?
For display purposes only. We were here, according to the Bible, we are here on God to praise God, to build his earth on heaven, or excuse me, heaven on earth. We're supposed to be here praising him, period. That's what you're supposed to be doing all day long. When you get to heaven, yes, that's what you're supposed to be doing, yes.
Wait, according to who?
Bible. We're supposed to be down here.
Wait,
God.
what Bible?
Every Bible.
Every Bible? What are you talking about, Hillary?
I think we want to start with the idea of which book and which Bible.
Yeah, I mean, Hillary, you're aware that Christianity is a religion that's derivative of another religion, correct?
Aren't all religions?
No, actually, God gave his word to a chosen group of people, and then everybody just kept writing fan fiction about it.
That God did.
How many gods do you believe in?
How many does the Bible say?
I don't believe
3,
in
right?
No. Which three does the Bible say?
Yahweh, was it Baal? What's the other one? I mean, I'm not like a deep Bible of...
Bima definitely worshipped Baal. That's for sure.
Haven't you
There's
ever
only one God. There is only one God that a Christian is supposed to follow. However, why do you think it has to be said that there is only one God? Why does that have to even be said? Because there are other gods in the Bible.
No, because the heathens believed in multiple gods. The heathens did. Yeah, the heathens.
Okay.
Do you believe that rights come from God?
rights? No, not earthly rights. No. They're different types. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like I'm talking to people, and minus Hillary. Hillary's the only person, and Sam, and Gilda's too. No, Gilda's, you're included in this. It's just Hillary. Sorry. Sam, I don't know too much about your spiritual stuff.
What are you trying to say?
Okay,
Like, you just said a bunch of words.
I know. Wait, shh. Okay, hold on. I'll get done. So, our point is that I feel like you guys haven't had any, like, real
You
spiritual...
sound like a B-side Beatles song. You're not making any sense. You're just words.
I don't think that you guys have had real, like, spiritual experiences, right?
Like what? Smoking a bunch of dope?
There's different types of rights. Have you ever read Alan Watts on... he wrote a book on psychedelics.
I prefer Alan more.
Okay, well... was it Alan Watts now? Or was it...
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, Alan Watts, okay. So they talk about psychedelics, and if you guys have ever done psychedelics in a very
I knew it. We're drugs.
In a therapeutic way that's spiritual and safe, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna experience some shit. It literally took me out of atheism. It took me out of atheism. Like, I was straight atheist, and once I was in this state, this spiritual state, I was bombarded by
I think you're in a state of denial.
massive amounts of like knowledge and information, and it was so burdensome. I just wanted to go back to the very simple
I think you were in a mountain of misinformation.
Hey, Mojo, what's the name of that? Scarlett Johansson is in it, and she ends up eating this blue stuff, and then what's that movie?
Oh, where she like wakes up, stops taking her pill?
No, she like gets put into this weird position where she has to. No, it's this blue drug that she takes, and it like makes her like super. Like basically, she just turns her into God, and then she just like disappears in the end of the movie. What movie is that? Because this drug was like giving her this crazy connectivity.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. So that, listen, whoever did that took fucking psychedelics, okay? I know that fucking person did, because that's exactly what fucking happens. Your brain, you get so much information, and like you start, and it's overwhelming, and definitely as an atheist and as an anarchist, I was like,
Wait. So,
what?
Lucy.
So now you're telling us that you take a lot of drugs? Is this...
No.
Helping us to understand.
Hold on. Don't. You piss me off sometimes because.
Why?
I'll tell you why. Because
what do I do? I'm so fast.
Well, no, you're not. Because then you like say stuff and you like slander, and it's like that's not true. You know, I don't do regular. I don't even drink alcohol. And you know that because I said that 2 nights. Hold on. No, I said in a therapeutic setting, okay, psychedelics, if that's something that you are interested in, as a spiritual experience, right, right, under the guise of people who understand and know and can guide you and do all that, that's a different thing, right? That's a journey into spirituality, and it's crazy, right? I'm not talking about like daily drug use and whatever else, but you know what? Anybody that is into that, I don't fucking care.
I want to be very forthright and clear here, and I'm happy that Ann is on the stage, but it looks like she's on the phone. So I'll ask you, Mima. Now, what I'm gathering is you're a Christian. Is that true?
I wouldn't call myself a Christian, but I do subscribe to the.
Do you have a subscription? Do you pay like annually or monthly for your subscription?
Let me really be serious. I really wanted to ask this question to Ann, but she's on the phone.
Well, when she gets off the phone, you can ask her a question.
I want to ask her with 2 Ks. But I'll ask Bima if she's willing to play.
Hold on. Before we ask Bima too many questions, Bima, when's the last time you took drugs?
I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol. But to answer your question,
But it sounded like you had a great experience on drugs and it opened up your mind to all this new
psychedelics.
He's saying under a doctor's guide. So, like, in other words, if you were in a car wreck and you took a couple of Percocet when you got out of the hospital because you were in pain under a doctor's prescription, then are you an opiate addict? No. Well, not
Yes. Yes, you are.
So anyone who's ever taken medication that a doctor gave them is an addict.
Correct.
The opioid will kind of get you locked in more so than amoxicillin.
I haven't done drugs in 16 years, but I tell you what.
Do you guys really
Before that,
understand how? You guys really don't understand how addiction works? This is amazing.
Just because you do something doesn't mean it.
I have my LCDC. I fully understand how addiction works.
Well, but hold on, Bima, a moment ago
you get it.
Bima, a moment ago you said you didn't do drugs. Now you're saying that you do, and you're defending the right to use them.
Because you know that what you're insinuating is like a regular use, like daily, weekly, monthly type thing. I'm saying in a very isolated, like once in a lifetime thing.
Oh, so
read Alan Watts. Read Alan Watts.
So only once in your life have you done drugs.
I can't do drugs. I mean, trust me. Listen, I would probably love some shit, but for whatever reason, my body has I'm allergic to alcohol, basically. I get immediately nauseated. I don't know why. My body just rejects alcohol, and it rejects, like, any type of poison. I can't even really do, like, Advil.
Almost like your brain rejects logic.
Like Advil and aspirin, I don't do well with anything. So, as much as I would like to sit down and smoke some pot and drink some alcohol, because trust me, I would, especially if oh yeah, of course. Are you kidding me? Why do you think I'm on Clubhouse? This is my escape. If I smoked some pot, I would not be on here.
Change your mind 4 times in this
conversation. No. I've been consistent. I just said that I don't do it, right? I just said that I don't do it, and that's been consistent. I didn't say I didn't want to do it.
DMT was not a thing when I was in my drug addiction stage. I really wish I had done that, or at least experienced it once before being clean and sober. I did not know that there was anything out there like that, but I have heard other people say very similar to what you're saying as far as doing a hallucinogenic under watch and having that kind of experience. So I have heard that to be true as well. I am too imaginative of a person to successfully do hallucinogenics. I tried LSD and we're not even going to get into it. But I wound up in Tempe, Arizona. Don't ask details, but yeah, from Lafayette, Louisiana to Tempe, Arizona, to save something that didn't even exist. So
you like, remember how you got there. Hold on, so you like LSD and Bima likes DSM?
No, I said I don't. I hated it. It was the worst experience of my life. I've tried much of it. Horrible experience. I overthink things.
You didn't hear what I said. How many people just talk to talk?
You said that I like it, that I liked doing LSD.
You didn't hear the second part of it.
I'm sorry, big, strong, and handsome. Please do tell me what you were saying. I'll shut up. Would you like a sandwich while I'm in here?
No, you just carry on. You Bima just say words.
Aww, thanks, hon.
We'll try to get our decoder rigs out and try to figure out what the women are talking about.
Don't worry, we'll show you our boobs later. You'll be just fine.
So I was curious about
these women are good.
Where Bima's racist from.
Where race comes from?
Where rights come from, you retard.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, I have PTSD from chillism.
That was the question that he asked before you went on this drug thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, if you believe in a God, right, then obviously I feel that there is some things that you can't conceptualize, like what God is going to allow, or if the plan is written.
And we're not going to get an answer.
All of that type, no, it is, but all of that type of stuff is unknowable. But where rights, the understanding of what, when you say you have rights, or, oh, I have rights, all that is agreements between individuals, like descriptively, without any type of normative claim. Just saying, like, what a right
requires somebody else's agreement. If it requires somebody else's agreement, then it's not a right at all.
It's about like last rights. I think you've never thought about this much, have you?
I don't know what that cackle was all about. Here's the thing: if you have a right, it shouldn't be dependent on what somebody else thinks. You have the right to do it.
Right, and if I broke it,
And the question,
my house, I'll use them.
Well, no, hold on. The question was, maybe you don't understand the question. Let me frame it where even you can understand. I believe that rights are come from nature. Some people believe rights come from God. Where do you believe that rights come from?
They come from individuals.
That doesn't make sense.
My God is right. Right. So here, give us an example of one of the rights that you're speaking of, and then I'll explain mine. You explain yours first, and then I'll explain it using the same right. Go ahead.
How about life?
Okay, so the right to life. Okay, so so explain how you're understanding the right to life. Go.
Yeah, I think it's self-evident to me. This is why we believe that certain rights are endowed and self-evident. But when I think of the right to life, it's if the conditions are met that create life. For example, fertilization of an egg and carried full term and brought to life. You have the right to that. In fact, somebody would have to impede your right to stop that from happening. And then what makes that happen? Well, nature's created these rules. And so rights come from nature. Where do you think they come from?
So rights come from individuals. You think this right to nature is okay? Well, I can explain. You don't have any right to life, any particular right to life. You could go out right now into the forest and do.
Now I understand why you support terrorism. Go ahead.
So you could go out into the forest. We actually were talking about a guy earlier today, right? And he went out and he took the wrong berry into the wild or something like that, right? And he ended up dying immediately. You have no right to life. Nature isn't protecting. There is no right that you have to life, right? You could make a mistake. You could fall off a cliff. You could get in a car accident. Okay, so what is a right? Okay, so a right is when you have other individuals and you say, hey, look, we're going to make this agreement that you're not going to do this and I'm not going to do this, and we're going to come together and say, this is going to be our standard.
Bima, if my rights are contingent on your agreement, then it wasn't a right to begin with.
So you're not understanding, and this is what I'm talking about. You have to understand what an actual right is, descriptively. Because you're just thinking like, let's say, let's use the right to the Second Amendment, right? Or give me a different, like a Bill of Rights, right?
I want to stick with life. Let's stick with this.
Okay, so the right to life. Explain to me how you have a right to life. Like, do you have a right to life until you're 100 or until, like you're 85, or do you have a right to not get cancer? Do you have a right? Who's protecting this right?
Well, the life can be terminated, and all life will get terminated at some point. But nature creates the conditions in which life can exist, and it takes somebody to violate that right. Let's say abortion, let's say suicide, physician-assisted suicide, homicide. That would be a violation of my right. Nature gave me the right to live, and man takes that right away. And so you're thinking that the rights come from man. I would say that the rights come from nature.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like, you just gave me examples of abortion. You just gave me examples of murder.
You didn't agree with me. You're disagreeing with me.
Well, what I'm saying is when someone commits murder, right, either killing a baby in the womb or killing another human being, that is the violation of the right, which says, listen, you're not going to harm another human being. We had to come together to say, hey, look, this is what we're going to consider personhood. This is what we're going to say. I'm going to grant you these particular set of rights. And I'm going to grant them, meaning like, hey, look, I like these. Do you like these? Oh,
you like them too? Okay, let's both abide by them, which is why every location on this entire planet has a different set of rights, right? You have a different set of rights on one state to another, right? Or right. All it is a bunch of human beings getting together to say, okay, this is what we're going to agree with, and this is how we're going to, respect that or not.
And who would enforce those flights once they're violated?
Well, I mean, like, that depends, but most of the time, right now, is the governments and state agents. So law enforcement, most people believe in governments, so they have governments and some sort of form of a state, whatever that might be, democracies galore, sometimes tyranny, sometimes something else.
But you don't believe in government, so who would enforce them in anarchy?
Oh, that's perfect. So in an anarchist society, you do. That's what makes it so great.
Well, this is a genuine, honest question. What's the difference between nihilism and anarchist? I genuinely don't know. I'm not trying to find.
Well, I can answer that. What's the difference between a nihilist and an anarchist? A nihilist believes that you don't need any ethical principles. All of the ethical principles, like treat people the way you want to be treated, those kinds of ideas are stupid. You shouldn't abide them. You shouldn't work with them. You don't need any kind of moral compass. And what was the second one after nihilism?
Anarchist.
An anarchist just believes that you don't need a state involved in human relations. That human beings can kind of gather into little fiefdoms if they want to. And they can actually negotiate how power is shared, how resources are shared, and they'll be fine if they just don't have a big daddy government trying to tell them what to do. So they're like two different planes of ideas, because nihilism is working on the ethical plane and anarchy is working on the political plane. So it's kind of hard to measure them up against one another.
No, I was just wondering what the differences in the two are. I think a lot of people use those words without realizing what they are or what they mean fully. So that's what I was wondering.
Well, Bima definitely uses them without knowing what they mean.
Yeah, but they're approaching two different parts of philosophy. So if you want to be an anarchist, you can be a nihilist anarchist. You see, if you want to get into that, but essentially, one is how do you organize people, and the other one is how do you think about your morals.
Yeah, but that's a pretty tame version of anarchist. A lot of anarchists are kind of extremists who believe in actual anarchy and chaos.
No, that's not their, William. That's not their philosophy at all. Their philosophy was born out of left-wing thought, where they don't want a government. It's not that what they want is chaos. It's the result of their immature ideas that lead to chaos.
That's fascinating. That's bullshit. Listen,
It's called immaturity.
Well, the maturity thing is interesting because anarchy on the spectrum the only type of anarchist society that would ever be able to exist, if it ever does exist, which is I do believe it will and it would be in the future, is the most emotionally mature people in society, right? And it aligns exactly with like parenthood and styles.
Do you feel
so
like
when you have all right, interrupt.
Do you feel that you're one of the most emotionally mature individuals in society?
So, no, of course not. Emotional maturity isn't something that you it's a lifetime thing of understanding, of being able to receive information.
Scale from 1 to 10. Scale from 1 to 10. 1 being the least emotionally mature person in the planet, and 10 being the most. Where do you think you fit?
10. 10, baby. And I'll tell you why. Because you can tell me your beliefs, and as long as, and that's a big set of beliefs. You know, status, they're going to have all of their understandings of what should happen. Society should look like this, and I want to enforce my preferences. Status, in any type of scenario, just take, it's all it is preferential force and coercion. You want to use violent backed coercion to force people to do what you want them to do. Federal, constitutional, republic or not, but that's what you want as status, okay? As me, as an anarchist, I say, hey, look, as long as you're not violating another peaceful person or peaceful person's property, you could do whatever you want, and I'm going to respect it, and I'm going to be cool with it, right? So that is the emotional.
Wait, hold on a minute, because Mojo, that sounds a whole lot like what you explained to me. Your political views were a couple years ago.
No, I don't think you've ever understood what my political views are. I'm happy to explain them to you if you want to listen this time.
I will.
Yeah, I believe that a government should have three things. It should have a military, it should have police, and it should have courts. Full stop. Everything else is just extra. It's bells and whistles. Bima doesn't believe that government should exist at all. Bima has this fantasy that without government, that people are just going to self-govern and everything's going to be perfect. But when you ask her simple questions like, hey, who's going to own the nuclear weapons? She doesn't have a very good answer for that. Why don't you ask Hillary, why don't you ask Bima what her answer is of who's going to own the nuclear weapons?
Aren't we just going to destroy them someday?
If it's an anarchist society, under whose authority would you destroy them? You would be destroying private property at that point, wouldn't you, Hillary?
No, it wouldn't, because a nuke, I explain this, it's an indiscriminate tool. It is literally the threat, and it is the threat of freedom to everybody, right? It is to say that I'm not going to...
You would take it away from people?
Well, of course you would take it away. Of course. I think most people, and it's for the same reason.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
And it's for the same reason that you agree why everybody shouldn't have it today, right? It's the same reason, for the same reason that you don't think everybody should have it. Wow, look, we came to the same conclusion that people having nuclear, or people having nukes isn't like,
Okay. You'll never finish.
it's not like you own a gun, right? And that's different, because you're able to point that, that's self-defense. You couldn't store a gun without harming anybody. You can't store a nuke without holding everybody's like.
Slow down, wait, because you got me confused. You don't want government, but then who's gonna take away the nukes then?
People will. People, because freedom that is the most important thing in anarchy, right? Is to be able to maximize freedom. But an indiscriminate weapon like a nuke threatens that type of freedom. So nobody would agree. The society, just as we come to the conclusion today.
So let me hold on. So let me describe this. So Nima gets her wish. We wave a magic wand, and there's no U.S. government, and all of a sudden everybody just magically agrees that we don't need nuclear weapons, and the 5,500 plus nuclear weapons just disappear off planet Earth because people are so good at governing themselves. So now all the nuclear weapons are gone in the U.S., and you still have a nuclear-armed Russia and China. How does that play out? You know?
That's why I said I believe it makes sense.
Well, I don't think they believe. Hold on. I want to steel man David's position here for a second. This is the one misunderstanding that William that you shouldn't do, is that they don't want chaos. They're just not smart enough to understand that what they're asking for is a system that ultimately will lead to chaos. It's not that they're unprincipled. They're just stupid.
I'd say that's a percentage of them, but I've known some anarchists who live in chaos. And you're right, most of them don't know. I'll give you that.
Yeah, they're ignorant. They don't know what they're asking for.
It's not much different than what we have today. The only difference, and that's it.
Then if it's not different, then why not leave it alone?
I'll explain, because there's coercion, there's violent back coercion, where peaceful people want to do peaceful.
You don't think there would be violence if there was no government?
So today, we have peaceful people that want to do peaceful things, innovate, create, build, and they're unable to do that because of the forces and the coercion of violent back force by the government, okay? So
that's a tongue twister.
The nukes, just like you have the moral authority to remove a threat in your vicinity, if somebody's threatening your life, is the same way that you'd be able to have the moral authority. Listen, you can't have a nuke because it's an indiscriminate weapon and it's threatening my life. Just like you would hold a gun to somebody's head, that's you having a nuke is holding a gun to everybody's head. So everybody would. Right. So it's a defensive. And most people would come to the agreement. I'm pretty sure everybody in this room that we would say, hey, look, we'll have a quote unquote military, but I'm using the terms so we can follow the story. Obviously, it's not going to be the same structure, the same purpose, right? It's going to be a slightly different defensive versus offensive. And the way the structure is built. The military is going to exist. They're going to be able to hold the nukes, and they're going to be able to...
The military is going to exist with an anarchist society?
Did you not hear what I just said? Did you not just hear what I just said? Did you not just hear what I said? What did I just say? I feel like... What did I just say?
There's no anarchist philosopher that I've ever read.
I just explained... of course, well, maybe you haven't read enough. Read Aubrey Herbert. Read him. He has amazing works. Amazing works. As a matter of fact, I could probably find a piece right now, find a book, and I could probably find one and read just a little something with what he says right here. Hold on a second.
L. Ron Hubbard? Dianetics? Scientology? That's where you go?
No. Oberon. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'll find it.
So what if some people want to have a nuke and others don't? How does that work in your world?
Okay, like...
Well, you're not allowed to have freedom with anarchy.
I mean, what if some people say, oh, I'll get rid of them, you know, like maybe Ukraine decides, I'll get rid of them, but no, Russia's going to keep theirs. How's that working for them? I mean, in my little city-state, can I keep my nuclear?
No, you can't keep it nuclear because it threatens everybody around you. So likely the nukes there wouldn't be nukes.
So you're imposing some sort of rules, ones that work for you, right?
No, the ones with moral authority, and
but who imposes this standard? Who imposes this standard?
Anybody who has the self-interest to live.
What are you going to do? Are you going to take them away? Do you think you can go to North Korea and take their weapons? How are you going to do that? What's your plan to take their weapons from them?
Well, I mean, like, no, we wouldn't be able to. Obviously, there's going to have to be transition, so we're not talking about just running around. Like, this is just idiotic, right? Most of these other countries can't even fucking function, let alone you want to just go over there and, yeah, they're not ready for something like that. But at a time where they're able to respect freedom, understand freedom, you know, understand that you can't, the only responsibility that you have in this life is to not harm another person, okay, then it becomes, I mean, like, it's simple. You can't own something that is going to threaten everybody, just like you can't put a gun to somebody's head. It's the same thing. The majority of people have a self-interest to live, and we're going to say, no, you can't do that because you're violating my rights.
Okay, so if I never use the nuclear weapon, and I don't want to use it on anybody, but I just want to keep it, is that okay? Because you're saying it's about threatening somebody.
Right,
so I'm not threatening anybody, I just want to have it because it keeps me warm at night. Can I then have it in an anarchist society?
No, just because, just holding it and having it is a threat. Because it's an indiscriminate weapon.
So where do you draw the line? How do we go down? So no nuclear weapons. Where else? At what point do you stop infringing on my rights and my little fiefdom of anarchy being opposed by some centralized force? Wait, I thought anarchy was decentralized. I'm really confused here. Can you like figure out who is the centralization and what I'm allowed to do and not allowed to do in my decentralized portion of it?
Yeah, so
it sounds a little chaotic to me.
like I said, people are going to congregate like lines, and they're going to be able to put their, whatever their beliefs are, back. They're going to be able to back what they think is going to be the best functioning, the most effective source. So, William, if you say, hey, look, like, imagine anarchy tomorrow. Oh, you find that Bima, I don't know, company or whatever, she's going to go around and make sure, like, it's her duty and her job to make sure that people don't have indiscriminate weapons. If they do have indiscriminate weapons of force that is going to violate my right to exist, then I trust that we're going to be able to, congregate. She's going to make sure that doesn't happen, that those people are found out immediately, and that they're taken out, dealt with in whichever way that it needs to be. And that's just basically what it's going to come down to. So the most effective.
Basically lynching.
What happens if I resist? So you want to come in and take my nuclear weapon away, and I say no. Then what happens?
Well, then you die.
Well, why do I have to die? What?
Because you're the one threatening everybody else's life. So if you just...
I'm not threatening. I just like it to keep me warm at night. It makes me feel comfortable. I like it. I love the glow. That's nothing to do with using it.
It doesn't matter. Just having the weapon, even if you're Jesus Christ, and you come down and you decide you just want to have a nuclear weapon, it doesn't matter. Just by the fact of having it, you're threatening everybody else's life.
Even if you're Jesus Christ.
Even if you're Jesus Christ.
Really?
Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Jesus.
Wow.
Can't have the nukes, Jesus.
Wow.
That's
I don't
the
think
one
Jesus
rule.
wanted a nuke, but okay.
That's the one rule. It's the one rule. You don't harm other peaceful people. If you decide you want to have an indiscriminate weapon that is going to immediately
but
commit an aggression.
Who decides what is harming another person?
As soon as explicit consent is violated. And I think most people would agree that if someone in this room decided to have a nuclear weapon, that you guys wouldn't agree to it, right?
No, I'm not opposed to it. You're suggesting that the 7.5, almost 8 billion or whatever we're up to on this planet are all going to agree in one thing? You can't even get 8 people in this room to agree.
I think everybody in this room is self-serving enough that none of us would actually set off a nuclear weapon. But I think just by having it, we would bring too much trouble and stuff upon ourselves of other people trying to take it from us. I don't think anybody in this room would genuinely want the responsibility or control of a nuclear weapon.
Okay, but can I have a gun in your society?
You do live in my society. You can totally have a gun. Hell, have two.
Bima, so if you don't want any government, what about like the military? You want to get rid of the military, Jim?
No, the military would be, so they wouldn't act like I said before. There still would be a defensive force system where a bunch of people that have all of the very effective tools and the structure and the organizations and the protocols and the training to protect you and your property, right? The only difference is they're not going to be going around and offensively engaging in other people's shit. Like, that's not going to happen. There are no offensive measures, just defensive. It's only to protect us.
Bima, is there religion in your anarchy?
But you
Of course,
just suggested
whatever you want.
nuclear weapons,
One of them.
offensive force has to come and take it away from me. So how are you going to not be offensive to people who are doing things that the collective centralized committee that decides what's acceptable and isn't acceptable? How are you going to stop them without an offensive force? I really don't understand. Can you explain?
Right, because if you have an indiscriminate weapon, you're the aggressor immediately because you're threatening other people's lives.
Okay, so I'll grant you. So I'm the aggressor, and so you're only defensive, right?
Correct.
But you're still coming in and being aggressive. You're still deciding that what I'm doing, right?
Well, sure, because that's the only rule. That you only have one rule in a society,
So
and that's
what happens if there's...
Well, hold on, William. You got to understand the philosophy that she's espousing, right? So, Perdone, who is an anarchist, he stated that property is theft.
So this idea that she's saying where she doesn't believe that you have the right to your property, she could just go and take it from you. This is the opposite of Western civilization, where we believe that you do have the right to property. And so she just wants to be able to take from you. This is what anarchy really wants, is they don't want a central authority to prevent people from taking property.
Yeah, I was trying to stick with like destructive property in her mind first, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, but listen, the more you hear her talk about this, the more you realize that she's put like,
I know.
She's put like 37 seconds of thought and about 1 million words into it.
I think she's put more thought in it. She's actually making the argument fairly well.
Is she?
I think she has the argument down.
Well, does she, William?
She's got the argument down.
Okay, well, because she's bastardizing everybody that I've ever read. She doesn't understand Alexander Spooner.
No, I agree with you.
She doesn't understand Murray Rothbard. She doesn't understand Spooner. She doesn't understand Tucker. She doesn't understand any of these folks. All she understands is a hodgepodge of this shit. She probably like smoked a bunch of dope with a bunch of hippies that said they hated the government, and she decided that she's an anarchist, and she's been reverse engineering an argument ever since.
Okay, but it's still better than most of those dope smoking hippies who can't even make the argument as well as she. How about that?
I think you're being nice, William, and
I'm trying to.
So Bima, if there's religion, is there Sharia law?
For the people who voluntarily decide that they would like to, yeah, of course. For the people who choose to have Sharia law, yeah.
So what if the Sharia law says kill the Jews?
Well, that's a violation, so that wouldn't happen.
Who will enforce it?
The idea that defensive measures, I think the Jews and other reasonable people would say, hey, let's put our productive ability into making sure that we can defend ourselves. And so that's it. So listen,
what happens if you know they're going to do it, but they haven't done it yet? Do you stop them, or do you just let it happen before you defend?
Well, that's a great question, and that's a good. That's something that is probably an entire discussion all on itself. The continuum of force, right? Like the threat of a deadly force versus up into. I don't have all that figured out. I do think that most of the time, defensive. Like if you look at history, if we look at Israel, right? What happened? When they supposedly used defensive force measures, and then it comes back that all their intel was bullshit, right? And I mean, what are you going to do? A defensive force, but at the same time, if it's reasonable, but I think that there is some sort of standard that we can create to say, okay, there's enough evidence, right, where the threat is a real threat, and there is movement. And up until the very last moment where you would, consider to understand that at that point the momentum has been built up, that it's not going to stop, that's when you're able to effectively respond.
Wait, what intel was bullshit on Israel's part?
You said we. How many have to vote in this we for the we to decide what we're going to do? And I'll emphasize the same word you did, or the same way you did Israel.
Wait, is there voting in an anarchist?
Yeah, that's why I was going to use a really weird vote.
It almost sounds like she wants a state.
No, the voting happens where you put your productive ability. There is no votes. I mean, like unless you're explicitly consenting to it, right? The Constitution would be able to exist in the way that it exists as long as you're explicitly consenting to it, right? And then if you choose to withdraw, then you should be able to, as any contract in the planet and the history of humanity, you should have the ability to withdraw from that contract. Withdrawing from that contract, of course, is going to, not enable you to have the same protections and the same, privileges that the contract affords, and then you're going to be on your own. But ultimately,
Hold on. Who enforces contracts?
whoever the individuals who write up the contract agree to enforce it.
Yeah, we have a thing now called courts.
Right. So it would be similar. It would be similar to that.
So basically, the thing that the society you're reimagining would be to recreate what we already have, but you want to call it something different than government.
Well, it is gooberment. The gooberment, though, it's the difference between explicit consent, voluntary consent, and coercive force. So at the moment that you stop, the way that the government stops. As soon as government starts to violate your moral code, you're able to say, hey, look, I'm going to withdraw from that. I don't want to participate in that, right? So then you're able to then...
Next time I go to court, I'll be like, I don't want to participate, Judge.
Well, I mean, but hold on. But in those particular cases, let's talk about that, because civil court or traffic court, like, that's ridiculous, right? I've seen the most horrendous shit. Peaceful people, victimless crimes, people being thrown in jail for dumb shit. It's crazy injustice to call that justice. If you agree to a contract, though, you explicitly say, okay, this is the privilege that I want, and this is what I'm going to, then you sign up for it. And that's okay. I'm saying that coercive force isn't necessary. Most people will be able to congregate and align like minds with the things that they want to do voluntarily. When a bad idea stops or becomes too much of a bad idea, you're able to reject it, abandon it, and move on to a good idea.
Okay, perfect. So right now you're sharing a bunch of bad ideas. We can reject it and we can move on, right?
Well, this is interesting because, I had asked somebody recently, I have a very logical structure for my principled view, and I have the manifesto in my bio if anybody's interested. It's called the Anti-Subjectivist Manifesto, and if you can poke a hole in that, I'm totally open to listening to any type of argument. Someone just wrote up a Fitch-style logical argumentation to attempt one of the most intelligent people on this app, Darth Arianis, which would destroy absolutely anybody that's ever come into this room or anywhere on Clubhouse, as a matter of fact. But he wrote up, I asked him, I said, hey, could you poke holes in this for me? And he's created some logical structures of some issues, and I'm taking the time now to look at them. And if they're credible...
Bima, I think the challenge is that I think you realize that having a closed mind is a bad thing, and then you decided that, the opposite must be an open mind. And I would suggest to you that there's a third option, which would be a discerning mind. And the problem that I'm seeing is that you've opened your mind to all these bad ideas, applied no discernment to it, and this is why you say the things that you say.
I know that a lot of people would say that, but really what I hear when I hear that is just you're not principled. You have no moral principles that you could list, that you could abide by. You could give me any scenario, any political situation on this planet, irrespective of time, circumstance, location, any country, any scenario, and I'll be able to principally answer effective. Hold on, wait a second. No,
I gave you one you couldn't answer.
Which one was that? Which one was that?
You don't remember?
No, which one was that? I'm asking. William.
Doesn't matter. No matter what anybody says, you're going to talk your way around.
Hey,
I already
I have to tell you.
I mean, all I want.
Hold on. Everyone, hold on. All I can say is the biggest takeaway I have from this conversation is losing brain cells when Hillary is agreeing with things that Bima says. I thought Hillary had a little bit more going on, but I'm learning tonight.
On principle, status, bootlicker would say that.
Don't ever have expectations when I'm involved. I will either disappoint you, or if I exceed those expectations, then that just shows that you thought low of me in the first place. So just don't have them at all.
And she's the first person to admit when she's wrong. I love Hillary.
Oh, thank you.
She
Well,
will just like keep doubling down on shit. She'll be like,
all right, hold on. Then, because Hillary's showering Bima with love. So Hillary, I have a question for you. Who do you think will control the nukes in an anarchist society?
First off, an anarchist society could never have it. But fuck utopian society where this is the rule. The anarchist is the rule. I don't think that they would exist. I think that they would have destroyed in fighting against an anarchist society to start with. I don't think they would exist within that kind of a society.
That actually made a lot more sense than anything Bima's ever said.
Roger, what do you think the goal of my type of understanding of how people should be able to interact? What do you think the goal is?
I think
my position.
I think at the end of the day, you guys hate government. You think that if the government didn't exist, you would get a more fair shake, and so you don't apply any logic or reason to the best way to organize a society. You just throw shit against the wall to try to defend a position that would eliminate government, because with your illogical framework, you've decided that the best way to organize is to eliminate government. And the thing that's not on your side is that every society that's come before you has disagreed and said, you know what, we probably need to put some structures in place that would help us be able to do things like enforce contracts and have some semblance of moral laws that and consequences for people that step outside of that. And what you're asking for is to not have the authority to do that. Because if you are arguing for the authority to do that, then we would call that government.
Okay, so nice gish gallop, and not answering the question to what do you think the goal, the steelman position I have of what type of this type of society that I'm championing here, and the idea is.
Well, I said it very simple. I believe that you hate government.
It definitely
I believe that you hate government and you want to get rid of it. That's what your goal is.
What specifically do I hate about government?
You hate government because you believe that
they dress funny and they smell bad.
You believe that nobody should have a monopoly on force, and your belief is that a democratization of force would be better.
So I asked you, why do I hate government, and you said because I believe nobody should have a monopoly on force. Why do you think I believe that nobody should have there shouldn't be a centralized monopoly of force?
Because you're unprincipled and you don't understand human nature.
Okay, thank you. That's all that there is, folks.
Because people are inherently evil, Bima, and they work in their own self-interest. And if they don't have any power, then no one, gets a piece of the cake. Which, again, understandable, but in practice, very difficult to achieve, right? Almost impossible. Because people are inherently good. Most of them are pretty shitty, actually. So it's like, how do you mitigate that? That's the question.
I disagree with that. I think it just depends on the people. I think people vary. But Bima, can I just ask a quick question? Approximately how old are you?
That's a personal question.
I know, but
I don't advise it. Listen, I pick on Bima, but I don't think she should give information that would.
Can I ask what generation Bima's in?
I've played the game. I've gone to college. I've campaigned for every level of office that you can imagine. I've been on political campaigns, on presidential campaigns, specifically on your local dog catcher type shit.
I'm on Team Bima here. I'm on
Town clerk.
I'm on Team Bima.
Town clerk. I've been in the fucking, what is it? The eye of the tiger. The eye of the storm. And I've seen how corrupt and what bullshit. Yeah. Wait, I was thinking about that. No, that's a bad analogy. I need to come up with better stuff. But I've been in the eye of the storm, and what I saw was Democrats and Republicans laughing behind the scenes while we kill each other, trying to figure out, how they're going to manipulate and control a bunch of people and legislate us out of our rights to just be creative, wonderful human beings. And I think that's a joke. I think it's a joke. I think that we have a lot of good structure, but it doesn't need to be coercive.
I just want to say, I'm on Team Bima here. I think Bima's, coming into she's learning about the world and learning about ideologies and putting it all together. And when you're younger, things just seem like they're in starker contrast, and then you're like, oh, it's all this way. And then as you get older, like me and Roger, and we just get beaten down. And I think things like, you kind of soften on things, you see things a lot more gray. But, you're not wrong in what you're saying. I don't think it's as strong as you think it is, but I think you just need some time to mature, and you'll soften as well. But I'm on your side.
But Double, you said that. No.
Wait, hold on. I just want to repeat the key thing that Double said to Bima. Bima, you need to reach maturity.
Yeah, do some LSD and read Castaneda.
Getting back to it, Double, you said that you don't think everyone is evil, which I agree. But you do realize that society is at the mercy of the bottom 20th percentile, right? We're like, those are the people that shit on everything. They're the ones that are destroying most of it. And then the elites, they are essentially just, that's the reason why they think we're a scum, right? So the fact that, you have rational people that are well-intended and can cooperate well together, those are exceptionally unique in a way that you can't form a society around those people because there aren't enough of them, right? So how do you reconcile that idealism with the practical reality of having to live with a fucking bunch of retards around you? Like that's not going to work, right?
You can't. That's why all this is wonderful in its principle or thought to some degree, but it's not practical. It's not reality.
Yes.
It's not possible.
I agree with you, William, and I want Double to admit that, because the way he's talking right now, it sounds like, oh yeah, your heart is in the right place. Yeah, but it still makes you fucking retarded, and that's the problem here. We can't build on a society based on retarded assumptions, because that's not how it works. I wish it worked like that. I wish, but in reality, that's not how it's.
You can't say the R word anymore, my friend. That's a bad PC word. You can't say that.
Yeah.
No, hold on. That is not one of the banned words of this room.
No, but in general.
That's pretty obvious.
We have two banned words. Do you guys know what they are without saying them out loud? It's actually in the rules. You could look at the rules of the house. It's rule number 7.
Is that Roger's always right? The second rule is Roger's always right? See rule number 1?
Well, hold on.
Sorry, just messing with you, man.
No, now you wouldn't done it. Now I got to read the rules to you.
No, I read it now.
Hold on. Rule number 1, no threats of violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, keep your shares brief. Number 5, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7, the N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Roger, like the first one in rule number 7, very clear. Like that one, I think everyone knows what it is. But as a foreigner here, what the hell is the K word? I've never
Kangaroo. You're not allowed to say kangaroo.
Ah, okay, sure.
Damn it, Roger, you went and said it, and now you gotta abide by my rules.
No, it's the.
You know how that word triggers me.
It's the word that some people use to describe Jews that we will not say.
Ah, okay, I get you. Okay, thank you, Roger, for the clarification. Now I understand what it is.
Thought it was the Knights say kniggets.
Formerly the Knights who said, neat.
Oh, so good.
It's just a best way.
Yes. What do you mean?
conversation.
Yeah. Anyway, Bima, do you understand where I'm coming from here? So I understand, but I think that any type of frustration with my ideology, there's no merit to it, and I'll explain why. The frustration with my ideology is doing nothing but championing every individual to understand that they have an accountability and responsibility to humanity and themselves, which is to just leave people the fuck alone. Stop your entitlement bullshit. If someone wants to have a particular business and run it the way that they want to run it, then it's none of your business. Leave somebody who has a peaceful person that's running their property, whatever it is. They don't want to serve you. Too bad. Grow up. You're an adult. Go somewhere else. Use your ability to find something else. Enjoy it. Create a competing business. Do whatever you have to do. But the idea is we're a bunch of entitled, fear-mongering tyrants, and we want to enforce our preferences on our neighbors, and that's bullshit. And I'm saying, if you want to attack or speak out against any ideology, voluntarism would be the last to do it. All I'm saying is your one responsibility is to just fuck off. Leave people alone. Don't harm another. That's your only job. Don't harm other peaceful people or their property. You have no say otherwise. No say. Keep your crying.
Bima,
Go whine somewhere else.
Bima, but you don't have the institutions to defend this standard. Of
course you do. You're just saying that. You're acting like it wouldn't exist or it can't exist. It doesn't make sense in any type. Economic principles say that you're wrong. The principles of economics, demand and supply. I mean, like, if there is a demand for something, there will be a supply. We have a need for self-defense. We have a need to make sure that we have the ability to defend ourselves and our family and become sustainable. So, of course, that demand is going to be fulfilled.
Is there a reason why you talk so fast when you're saying these stupid things? Is it so you don't, or do you not want people to hear the things that you're saying, or is it you're trying to outrun the stupidity? Like, can you ever slow down and just like try to make a coherent point? I mean, you've been on this app now for a few years, and you've never ever won a single debate.
Can I open up the discussion for bringing back supersized?
Yes, and it's not about winning, Roger. It's about truth seeking, and I think that that's your problem. If you think that this is about a win or a lose, then we're different people.
Well, how come your ideas don't win anybody over?
They won me over tonight, so
that's it. If my ideas aren't winning you over, that just says that I'm failing. I'm failing to articulate. That's all. It doesn't mean that the ideology is bad.
Hold on. Hillary, if you're sincerely saying that you've been won over by these arguments, then honestly,
not by the argument, but by her in general.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. You've lost at least 15 points of IQ in this room tonight. Thank you.
Don't put yourself in the middle of fire for me, Hillary. I appreciate it. I respect it. Dang. See, Roger?
But Hillary, you said in the chat you understand the need for government.
I do understand that. I didn't say I agreed with everything she said. I said she won me over. I like her because of the things that she has said tonight. I like the fact that she is willing to go against an entire room of belief and say, I still believe what I believe. I stand tall on that. I like the fact that she protects animals. I like the fact that she said nothing negative about any other person, government, or entity. That she has not had to destroy something in order to make her point.
She said about Israel.
Like that.
She just said that.
She said what?
Said about what?
About Israel.
What about Israel?
She said they had bad intel.
Oh, okay. Well, let me clarify. Any state, it doesn't matter if it's Israel, if it's United States, I think the same for the United States you have. The idea is the collectivist mentality. If you're a peaceful person and you want to just live in an area...
Hold on. Anarchy.
This is why I speak fast, if anybody wants to know, because I get cut off all the time.
Well, here's the thing. Anarchy, by definition, is a collectivist ideology. What are we talking about? You can't say that you're against collectivism and then espouse collectivist ideas.
The idea is where the coercion and the force enter, right? We're talking about a collective ideology. You're just saying it's an ideology. Well, your ideology is
there is a coercion there's first arbitrary rules that are placed just by might makes right. If there's enough of the gang to vote and enforce preferences, then that wins. Just completely arbitrary. Just your idiot neighbors get to decide what you should and shouldn't do as a peaceful person. I'm saying that's some bullshit. You know, read. Start at metaethics, okay? Start at metaethics. Go all the way back to epistemology. Start with how you know what you know, and then you'll learn once you work your way the fuck up that unless you're going to be able to. This is why I talk fast.
Well, hold on. But metaphysics comes before epistemology. This is why you should talk.
No, it doesn't. You have to be able to know what you know before you. What an idiot.
I agree. You are.
Oh my God, stop with the dick swinging. I'm going to get a black eye. Bima, we know yours is bigger. Roger, don't be so jealous.
Yeah.
So, Bima, you didn't answer my question. What bad intel did Israel have?
Okay, so first of all, you're saying Israel, okay? So the bad intent Israel.
You said it.
Hold on. Yes, the idea of a state wanting to enforce collective ideology. If you wanted to just be peaceful human beings, okay, that just happen to be Jewish, and you want, just go ahead and move to wherever you're going to move. This is what I say. Move to wherever you want to move on the planet. No other person should put a gun. Hold on.
But we did move to wherever you want to move.
Right,
We moved to Israel.
but you moved to Israel by taking the claim that there is a claim to the land and then being able to push other cultures around. That's the whole point.
Not true.
Well, hold on. If that wasn't true,
there are 2 million other minorities in Israel that are not Jewish and have the same rights.
Yoav, why do you think when Herzl wrote his A Jewish State, there was an outcry with the people of Palestine, the people that lived in the area of Palestine? Why do you think Why do you think that became a threat? No, there were not many Jews in the area of Palestine back in 1890.
I don't know, because they had Jews.
Wait, you're just trying to do this for content and to be argumentative for no reason. Because look at the houses that you're in. You're in houses that are all about anarchy and pussy. And yeah, you're bringing up these subjects. Just saying.
Listen, you are just... All I'm saying is, as a peaceful person, if you're a peaceful Jew, you know how I know that you're a peaceful Jew? Is you go and you exchange with another voluntary person who says, hey, look, I want to sell you property. And you say, oh, cool, okay, you give me money, I give you property. And
that's
then you
what
get
happened.
Hold on.
That's what happened.
No, it happened as a collective.
Bima, to every sentence I say, you say like 10, and that's not give and take. So let me say something. We did buy land. The Jews did buy land. We didn't forcibly take land. The Arabs sold land to the Jews because it was swamps and desert, and they were glad to sell land. We didn't take it by force. Force only came into play in 1948 when the Arab states disagreed with the United Nations resolution to give us a state. And they attacked Israel.
So, because you just said it, you said a state. And when you say that you have a state, what you're doing is you're making claim to a land to say, okay, this jurisdiction, I'm going to draw this line, and around this line, we're all going to congregate, and we're going to put our own laws. We're going to have our own laws. We're going to put our own, enforce our own cultural mores and whatever type of values that we have. We're going to have the centralized monopoly of force. That's what that means. So the people of Palestine were rightly threatened by Herzl's A Jewish State in 1896.
But if there is no state, there is no people of Palestine. If there is no Palestine, if there is no state. So why shouldn't Jews be there? If there is no statehood, by your logic, there is no Palestine. Should Palestine be a state?
So what we're talking... No, I don't believe that Palestinians should have a state of Palestine. No, of course not. If I don't believe it for the United States and Israel, I think I would say it for the people of Palestine. No, there's no Palestinian state. No, individuals, unless you believe you have some moral inherent authority over another human being, we're all put on this planet, and if we're just a human being, oh wow, look, here, who's to say, oh no, you can't come over here, you can't play with my toys? You shut the fuck up.
Why did they didn't let Jews come to the? Why did they oppose Jews coming to the area if there are no borders?
Well, I mean, like, there's a lot of reasons why, and I mean, if you want to, like I said, look up Herzl's A Jewish State. I mean, I would be threatened too with someone, the what would be the father of Zionism, saying that we're a barbaric species. I mean, look what happened to the United States. History tells colonized people came. What did they do to the indigenous? What they have that it was written. It was de jure. We had it in our constitution. We had it fucking written in our documents of how barbaric the indigenous people were, and we saw they saw what happened there,
but
right?
You just said Jews can move everywhere they want.
Yes, they could peacefully. They can. They absolutely can peacefully.
They did peacefully. They did.
And that's where we disagree, and that's where I think history also disagrees. You know what I mean? Like your version, my version.
Yeah, your version is wrong. It was peaceful until the Arabs massacred the Jews.
Well, what would have been? Why do you think that the people of Palestine tried to? Why do you think that they were threatened in 1922? I think it was maybe 1917, because 1970 they were still under Ottoman, right? Rule. So maybe like 1922. Between 1917 and 1922, we'll say, okay, at that period, why do you think they were cool just chilling, but then all of a sudden they were like, oh, wait a second, hey, Brits, can we just have our own state? Can we have our own?
And you're against it.
Well, they were cool, but they weren't asking for a Palestinian state until the Brits said there's going to be a mandate and the Jews are going to be able to come in and create and have a state.
That's not what you said last time. You said that they asked for a state many times and they were denied.
It wasn't until after Herzl started threatening them in 1896 with this Zionism shit, saying that they're barbaric and, oh, that's the perfect place to move. They were cool and chilling. It was a defensive measure. They were there first.
It's the Jewish ancestral land.
Hold on. Hold on. No. You can't say we're here first. You're talking about dead people who are gone. They have no
so Native
Americans
don't have rights
hold on.
because they are dead?
Hold on. Absolutely, you don't have rights because they're dead. If you're dead, you don't have rights because you're not alive. You're not part of the reciprocation of rights. They can't protect,
Native
defend
Americans
against.
don't have rights. Native Americans don't have rights.
No, dead Americans.
No, Native Americans.
Okay, no, Native Americans should have rights. But I'm talking about dead. You said it's our ancestral land. They deserve. And what you're saying is that they have some moral claim to this land because.
That's what you said. You said the Palestinians lived there before. You said it's
hold on, no. Hold on. We're talking about moments in time, moments in history. So as people were living, they, like you and me right now, like boom, like just take like an eyeglass look at history. So you and I are right here, right now, and we're just
so right here, right now, the Jews are a majority in Israel. Why should that change?
I don't think that should change. I think that should be fine. I think that any type of Jew that is in the area of Israel, if they, no problem, stay there. But you can't continue to lay claim to land that's not yours, that you haven't bought peacefully, not just because it's the state's land. That whole collection. I mean, like, okay? So why is Israel stopping the Palestinians from building in the West Bank, in Area C, what they're doing in Gaza, right? I understand that Gaza
is a mutual, I forgot the word, area for Jews and Arabs, so nobody's allowed to build there. I agree with you, nobody should build there, but if there is no statehood, so why shouldn't they build there?
You could build if there's an individual, if you take a piece of land as an individual and you buy your land, then do it wherever you want on the planet. There are no borders. with another person and they're saying, hey, I'm going to give you this, and they agree, now it's yours. What I'm saying is, you can't say, oh, we're the state of Israel, so we're going to do this, this, and this, and this, because we have the authority as a collective, because we're might makes right, basically. We have the most power, so we get to do it. That's my issue.
So, I don't want to get into your personal business, but do you live in America?
I do live in the U.S., yeah.
Yeah, so do you consider yourself a thief for living on indigenous land?
Yeah, I've thought about that. I've thought about that plenty of times. I ran some really interesting campaigns when I was a kid to get people back indigenous lands and to get rights with the reservations and a bunch of different stuff. But I mean, this is the issue. We can't move from the past. We have to move from the present. And I agree with you there. But what I'm saying is right now, all the Jews need to do to be good Jews is just stop preventing other peaceful people from moving, exchanging, right? And don't use a collective moral authority to enforce your preferences on other people. Let them do what they want and you do what you want, as long as you're not harming each other. They could live peacefully. They should be able to live peacefully. Now, if there are people like Hamas that want to harm people that are the Jews in the area of Israel, then yeah, absolutely. They're the violators. And everybody knows what I say about a violator. That's the one responsibility that you have in life. And if you violate that, listen, defender's choice. You don't get to have somebody, you don't get to tell someone how to calibrate their defense. You've stopped reciprocating rights, well then any consequences, you'll find out.
So you agree that the war is justified right now?
So the war, way too complex. So the war, first of all, I think goes back way too long, and I feel that there's just it's far above my pay grade. I wouldn't even know where to start, to be honest with you. I don't see
basically the Jews or the Israelis, because Israel is just not just Jews, as I said before. It's a 25 minority that are not Jews, or 20. I don't have the exact number. But we left Gaza in 2005, and there is 0 Jews since then. And not now. Now there are soldiers there, but since 2005 there are 0 Jews in Gaza. So basically, we left the area to tell them, okay, go govern yourself the way you see fit. So they threw rockets at Israel, and they did October 7th. So who's preventing them from having their own society, except themselves?
I think that's part of the question. A lot of people will say that, all Gaza, the collective, again, I refer to it as the disease, right? That everybody in Gaza is somehow complicit in the crimes of Hamas, or complicit in the unified belief that Israel shouldn't exist. Listen, I have no idea. I'm not out there, okay? All I know is that people should have the ability to sustain their life, liberty, and their property. And if what I see right now is some sort of cyclical, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know at what point you would think, where do you draw the line of defense? Where is the aggression? Where is the defense? Because you say, oh, well, October 7th was the aggression. Well, the reason that October 7th one was done, because we could go back to, 2022, 2021.
Wait, pause. So you believe that October 7th was justified?
I'm saying that I believe that they believe that. I think that Hamas believes that.
Right. Well, but Hamas, it's a terrorist organization that's committed to wiping out all Jews, um, and they were elected to be the government of Gaza. Uh, what exactly do you think happened on October 7th, Bima?
Well, first of all, the election, yeah, I'm going to have to reject that. When was the last election? 2006?
Well, this is what happens when you elect a tyrannical government. A terrorist government that doesn't want to be replaced, they end elections. So they were voted in, and the election stopped. So you don't get a pass. You're the one that voted in the fucking the terrorists.
And this is the problem that I have with coercive force and the idea that a state should exist, and that this is the problem with
So how can
voting.
you say that you're against coercive force and not just and you talk endlessly about a conflict between Hamas and Israel, yet your condemnation is 99.999% on condemning Israel, and I never hear you leading rooms, titling rooms with your condemnation of what Hamas did on October 7th. In fact, when October 7th just came up, you said, hey, you have to understand what caused them to do that. You're looking for a justification for killing innocent women and children and taking hostages. Some of those hostages are American hostages. So I have a vested interest in giving a shit about this. And my question is, if you care so much against this initiation of force, which you think is the worst thing possible, why aren't you screaming at the top of your lungs about denouncing Hamas and supporting the IDF and freeing the people in Gaza from Hamas?
So you have to be able to take that moral ground to say that you're not violating somebody else. And what I see is, as long as you're violating, it's impossible for me to do that. It's impossible for me to say, okay, Israel, you're acting defensively. You know, when Israel was acting defensively, when they did their Iron Dome thing and they, rockets or flag, that was impressive. Okay, that was actually a moral. That was a moral take.
Eva,
okay?
There's still hostages, and you're
hold on.
No, listen, I'm not holding on. There's still hostages. So all of their efforts is still defensive. The hostages aren't all free. What are we talking about?
Right, but the problem is that it didn't begin on October 7th. That was my issue. There were claims of genocide.
When did it begin? Do you want to go back to May 15th of 1948, the day after statehood was established for Israel, and 6 countries lined up to start a war with Israel? What's the starting point you want to use? Because it sounds to me like what you're hoping to find is a starting point where you can say, the Jews are to blame.
Well, so let's take the individual actors, right? Because we can only have control for ourselves and our own influence. So the people that went into Israel and did those heinous crimes that day, let's look at their life and so where that started. So when they were born, what did their life look like when they were born? Because that's all that they knew, right? So let's look at that. Do you know the average age of the people that committed the crimes on October 7th?
Sorry, what was the question?
The average age of the offenders of October 7th. How old were the majority of them? Between what and what?
Do you know?
I've heard rumors, and I don't want to make, I mean, I could tell you what I think, but I've heard that they were pretty young. I heard that they were between 18 and 25. So they're at the peak, right? So this is my point. So let's go back 18 years to when they were born. When they were born onto this planet and they opened their eyes, what type of life did they see first, right?
They saw an independent Gaza with 0 Jews in it and Hamas's government.
Well, I mean, we can go back. Let's go back to
Why? You said an 18-year-old. You said an 18-year-old. Hamas is in power since 2005, 2006. So that's 20 years. That's exactly the average age you mentioned.
Okay, so let's look at the events. What was the state of the Israel-Gaza situation back then? Was there any claims of offensive actions, defensive actions? Like, what was the relationship between Israel and Gaza? And we can just go back to 2000. We'll start at the 21st century.
Hamas were firing rockets at Israel. Israel had the Iron Dome. Sometimes we went into a striking campaign against Gaza to eliminate their launching capabilities of rockets. And that was the situation for 20 years, more or less, until October 7th, when they did their heinous crimes against Jews.
So you're saying that Hamas was launching rockets, but what was the government like in Gaza in 2000? Who was in control?
I think the Palestinian Authority was in control, and there were still Jews in Gaza.
Okay, so then when did Hamas start to go crazy, and what triggered them? You said 2005?
Their charter is to kill, was to kill all Jews, then they amended it to kill all Zionists.
What was
it
their
was in their
reasoning?
charter.
What was
What
their
was the
reasoning?
reasoning?
Yeah.
the Quran, I don't know. Probably.
So if I were to say, like, we'll pay you, like, you know, like $50 million to come up with your best answer, as your most educated answer as to why Hamas was created. I mean, like, what would you come up with?
Hamas was created as a terrorist organization to kill Jews. Whoever voted for them must have hated Jews. It's in their charter, so if you vote for someone that their charter is to kill Jews, you must hate Jews.
Okay. Well, we could just keep going back and back and back and back, because why would they say that, right? The Palestinians in 1922, when they had the Arab Congress, they didn't want to kill anybody. They just wanted to be left alone. They were upset.
That's
that
not
they
true.
Oh, really? Well, tell me more.
They certainly did massacre Jews in the land of Israel. Jews who bought land legally.
What year was that?
1929 is a big year for that.
But that's after, right? That's now after they've been denied their defensive measures, because there's been threats that they're barbaric people. Herzl says that they're barbaric people, that the Jews need to go in there and they need to just flood in there. You read A Jewish State, okay? So now they're saying, let's take some defensive measures to protect our society, our way of life, right? This is 1920. 1929, things are already in motion at that point. They've already asked, like, hey, look, Churchill, why can't we have a state? Oh, Churchill's like, what does Churchill say?
So you're against statehood. It brings us back to your...
Statehood is what caused this. Statehood is what caused this, right? If there wasn't statehood,
hold on.
hold on.
So, Bima doesn't understand history, so when she says she rejects statehood, what she must prefer is the empires that predated states.
You think that an empire, is that a good logical assessment, Roger?
I'm saying that
statehood because of the
if you understood the history of the region, you would understand all of the different empires that ran through that area. So I don't think that you understand the history of that region at all. In fact, I don't think you took notice of what was happening until you got on Clubhouse and you heard Jews arguing about their existential threat and talking about the survival of their civilization by battling against these terrorists. And then what you decided to do, the same way that you support anarchy, is you just want to be a contrarian. And in this case, you're being a contrarian at the detriment of all Jews globally.
Didn't I beat you up yesterday, Mojo?
Might have course. I don't know who you are next. Don't disappoint me if he brings you back up.
He's an alcoholic. It's not fun.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, you could say all of the bullshit that you think, right? And but all it is bullshit at the end of the day. Like, there's no truth to it. I don't know why you delude yourself with believing.
I've never heard you say, I've never heard you run a room or put it in the title, hey, free the hostages.
Well, I don't run rooms because nobody comes to my rooms. But when I do run rooms, yeah, I talk about everything. I talk about whatever I feel is in proximity to me at the time. I've talked about it.
Have you ever heard Bima on this topic ever say once to free the hostages?
I haven't heard them much, but no, never. What do you think about this, Bima? Should Hamas just free the hostages?
Yeah, a hostage? What are you talking about? Yeah, of course. Is that not a violation to that person's liberty? Of course. Release them.
Okay. But they won't.
So if they had released them,
right.
Do you think that they would have been doing what they're doing in Gaza? So, I mean, if they should have released them, shouldn't they have released them before and not caused the suffering of their own people?
Well, I don't think that Hamas, I mean, I'm not trying to pretend like I know what they're thinking. I don't know what they're thinking. All I do is I read reports, I read the news. That's the only way I could get my news.
And you want me to tell you what they were thinking? They were thinking, oh my God, look, women in Saudi Arabia can drive now. Oh my God, Israel and Saudi Arabia are talking to each other? Holy shit, this is like when Israel and Egypt decided, maybe we shouldn't hate each other. And Hamas decided, hey, you know what, this would not be good for us, because if Israel actually isn't a villain to the rest of the Arab world anymore, then maybe we can't sow billions of dollars out of Tehran anymore, and we better do something to make Israel a villain again. That's what Hamas was thinking before October 7th. And then after they took the hostages, you know what they were thinking? Hey, if we hang on to these hostages for a really long time, Israel will come in and destroy our people, and then we can blame Israel and get billions of dollars from Tehran again.
I mean, like, I think that's one of the narratives, right?
That's one of the narratives. Like, yeah, okay. Would you like other narratives, or do you have another narrative?
I mean, I'd like the truth, but I don't think that we're going to get it here. And I'm not saying because you aren't honest with the truth. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's a bunch of people doing the best that we can to extract what we believe is happening over there when we really don't know what's happening over there. We really, you know, people reject. What's interesting is that people will reject reports that have come out, multiple reports about the violations that Israel's been committing on within the West Bank and Gaza since, you know, circa 2007, but then that's completely denied. So there's an element of me that's going to say, okay, so I'm going to question that. I'm going to say, well, hold on a second. What would be the incentive for someone like a Human Rights Watch, right, for example, to make up these claims and present it to the world stage if it's not true? I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying that it's not. But I'm curious.
Let's say I grant you that Israel has been a little heavy-handed in how they've dealt with some of the problems that have come up. Maybe they could have been a little more kinder and gentler in their approach to doing things.
With terrorists?
Well, I'm just granting a little leeway here. Hang on, Mojo, just give me some space. I'm not trying to justify. I'm just saying, let's say they're a little heavy-handed from time to time, and they could have been a kinder, gentler, sweeter approach to how they dealt with these problems. Does that in any way, that little infraction, justify what Hamas has done? And more importantly, it's not Hamas against Israel. It's what Hamas has done to its own people. So how do you justify what you're doing to your own people because of some heavy-handedness? It's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, and I think that you know, I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm not over there. But whatever happened, there's a group of people called Hamas. They've congregated. It seems like they've taken control at the not at the consent of the people of the area. I looked
Not
and
true.
I found
They were
polls.
elected.
Well, I mean, they were elected in 2006, right? Which I would think that 2006 there was a much different idea of what was happening. Oh, thank you. Right, that's pre-separation policy of the West Bank and Gaza, right? Oh, sorry, Anne. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I wanted to know. So, have you seen like how both the United States has tried to drop food to those Palestinians, and Hamas has taken all the food, and like there's people starving because of Hamas, their own people.
Wait, I'm really confused.
Wait, no, Bima.
No, I just want to tag on to that, please.
No,
I've never heard of a warring country that is so mean to their enemy, also giving their enemy free food and trying to take care of them themselves. Because it's not just the U.S. that's trying to feed these people; it's Israel. So I don't know. Did we ever feed the Viet Cong? I don't think we did. Did we feed the Germans and the Japanese? Maybe after we destroyed their country, but not while the war was going on. It doesn't ring a bell to me that any country has ever done that for their so-called enemy. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, in the moment of proportional warfare, where there's like structures in place and they're vying, right? That's different than an occupying power. It's everybody agrees that Israel is the occupying power. So people look at that as if you're going to be the occupying power and you're going to stop the exchange of medical aid, food.
Bima, occupying who?
The occupying power like I'm talking about like international law, like in the matter of warfare.
Who is Israel occupying?
Yeah, exactly.
The occupied power just means the dominant force.
What are they occupying?
Oh my God. Read some international law, dude. I can't teach you everything.
Me going to read it.
It just means the
Bima,
dominant power in that moment. That's what that means.
Bima, the issue is not that you can't, educate people on everything. The problem is you can't educate anybody on anything.
I love your commentary, Roger. So anyway, the international law says that it's Geneva Conventions, the occupying power, the dominant power in a region, in a situation, in an armed conflict, the dominant power, if you're going to, oh my God. Next, you disappoint me. Go ahead, next. I talk, you talk. Go ahead, next.
Bima, I told you he was drunk.
Yeah, because you've been talking, making no points. So
okay.
All right. I heard it on the Joe Rogan podcast today.
Well, it must be true if you heard it on Joe Rogan.
Well, it's an idea. Then they said all these fuckers are in the underground systems, right? And they're occupying those. And some guy said, flood them out. They come out like rats out of a hole, or beavers or whatever. You know what I mean? Like fucking gophers. You flood those motherfuckers out with toxic water, and they're coming out.
You mean
like Egypt
does?
Like Egypt did, yeah.
Yeah, but no. Egypt is much more kinder and gentler to these people than Israel is.
I think it's just this time of night. This is what we get.
This time of morning, baby. It's 5:18 a.m.
Oh, that's why I feel stupid right now. No, but I mean, let's be real about shit. They let's not forget, what was it, January 6th or whatever? When they invaded fucking peaceful country.
Did you say January 6th?
I'm dead.
Yeah, wait, did I miss something?
was the War of 1812?
1776.
Next, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What's 100 times 1,000?
100 times of what?
100 times 1,000.
Oh God, here we go.
3 zeros to 100, and there you go.
So here's the answer to that,
I was
Alex.
gonna say a large bank account.
I just looked it up because I love you. So Geneva Conventions, IHL, Article 42. A territory is considered occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of the hostile army, and only insofar as that authority can be exercised.
Yes, but does it do any good to have a kinder, peaceful, gentler world that you've proclaimed for the past 2 or 3 hours by using inflammatory words in a circumstance in which you know the words you're choosing are inflammatory, but you want to rely on the definition because it fits instead of thinking, am I being inflammatory or not?
That was just a matter of like just for communication, right? I said occupied power because that is the dominant force. It's in fact Israel, regardless of what side you take. You could be full Zionist in support. If you're using terminology, you would still say the occupying power. It's not meant to be inflammatory or negative. It's just as an objective, factual point of control. Like that is what is happening there.
Stuck on a definition, and you want to use words that you know are inflammatory. When everything I heard you say tonight was about peace, love, and energy, and I'm the biggest hippie in the world, and have been, and I'm saying to you, how do you go through life like for hours saying how we all ought to get along and anarchy and all this beautiful love and kumbaya for everyone, and then you double down every time you say the word Jew or Israel. I can hear the tone in your voices dripping. It's like inflammatory.
That's how it sounds like, William.
No, it is. It's true because I don't like collectivists. I tell you this. I say this all the time. I don't
You
like
are a collectivist. You are a collectivist.
Oh my God, I don't like collectivist mentality. I look at individuals according to what they.
Anarchy is a collectivist ideology. What are you talking about?
No, it's not, Roger.
Sure it is. I'll put my receipts in the audience.
Oh my God.
Excuse me, today. Excuse me, I'll do it.
I mean, in principality, like if you are organized, you are by default.
Excuse me, sir. How are you doing today, sir?
Sorry.
So I've been listening to you all last night. I don't know how I learned about you all. I learned of you all since last night. I think I fell asleep to this room. First time I'm learning about this room.
Welcome. Turn in your pink ticket. Stay a while.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. No, hold on. Next. Mute your fucking mic so King can talk. Mute your goddamn mic, or I'm gonna move your fucking candy ass to the audience. Next. There we go. Okay. King, go ahead. Next is in the audience.
So I don't follow social norms. The whole pink ticket thing. I don't just turn in my ticket just to turn in my ticket.
That's fine. That's fine. You're in the muff, and being pink is part of being in the muff. You're good.
Yeah. So I will say I do like the space. There's a lot of intellectual people here. Sounds like neurodiverse people here, like myself. I'm in Pittsburgh, PA. Met a lot of successful people last night through this still convention that they're having here in Pittsburgh. And to what you're speaking about, I would say that a lot of us, to what someone has said to you, young lady, is that a lot of us speak on topics. I don't say us because I don't speak on a lot of topics if I don't necessarily know about them. And I'm open to speaking about them. The reason I'm saying that is because if you think about it, we're all worried about other countries. Although within the United States, we really don't even give a fuck about one another. Which I realize with these social audio apps that they've created, I think they created these apps to find out how many intellectual people are there in the United States that actually give a fuck about these current events. And I think, don't want to say they're doing this, although I feel like they're putting us on a watch list because
as I advocate in speaking about family trust, I realize that, yeah, okay, I'll be Beavis and Butthead. I don't give a fuck. But you're up here 5 o'clock in the morning being Beavis and Butthead, sir. Um, it makes no sense on how we don't necessarily, as the United States of America, value one another to where we're worried about another country. And if someone asks you a question and you didn't even want to answer the question, miss, because in being intellectual, are you even open to researching the information before you actually go to speak about it? Because a lot of people are just fucking farters. They're just farting words out, as I would say, farting words out because they know certain things a certain way to bring a certain crowd in. And
No, I don't like to read. I didn't graduate high school, and I'm just not. Reading isn't my thing.
Oh, well, hold on. So
She also doesn't shave her armpits.
Hold on. I don't like that because I don't like when people do it to me. One thing I don't like is you can learn information, although I think it's necessary to read about it because when someone asks you a question, you got mad and upset. And I actually think it was Mojo. Is that it, Mojo?
Yes, sir.
So I think it was you that asked her the question of what she was talking about. It's like she was trying to deflect it back up from what she was saying. It's not funny. These things are literal. I realize as American, we're worried about the rest of the world. We're not even valuing what we're saying with each other. Stop on me.
King, I saw in your bio that you've been over on Fanbase. Are you still over there?
Hell yeah. And the crazy thing about Clubhouse versus Fanbase, this is a recorded space. Although on Fanbase, you can't have these things. Like, I have not seen one room yet on Fanbase to where there's these strong intellectual conversations. And I wish there would be. It's not a Fanbase. It's not a black app. It's designed for everyone. All ignorant ass black people have been over there saying, "Oh, get the white people out of here."
Yeah, like Durand.
Not Durand. Durand's never said nothing about Fanbase being a black app. He's actually open to a lot of people being on the app.
So actually, the biggest room in the history of Fanbase was when Kelly and myself opened a room on Fanbase talking about reparations, and Durand got on the stage and tried to shut down the space, which actually caused it to be bigger and bigger and bigger. In fact, Isaac Hayes had to come in and tell Durand to shut his little ass up.
Well, no, so them type of conversations actually work because what I realize these people are doing who are like venture capitalists, etc., they're purposely doing that to create tension. Because someone told me, King Floyd, we know you're all about kumbaya and all this and all that. Unfortunately, negativity sells. So if you had a very big space on Fanbase, I would actually suggest you going back to Fanbase because I'm literally tired of people of color being on Fanbase saying this app is made for people of color when the people of color are the ones preventing white Europeans, white people, whatever you want to say, from being on the app. Because they're talking about, we just had a room the other day, they were talking about retention. Although I'm like, it's not the owner, it's the users on the app preventing people from coming because I was literally on the app and I heard people saying, we don't want white people here. I said, y'all didn't create this fucking app? You all know nothing about fucking how to create an app. But you're Uncle Tom. I'm like, y'all don't even know the fucking definition of Uncle Tom. Because when people say Uncle Tom, folks, they're actually talking about Uncle Sambo. If you gotta look up the difference of who, people are actually so bamboozled and so manipulated that they don't even realize they're talking about Sambo versus Uncle Tom because Uncle Tom was actually the powerful one. Uncle Sambo is actually who they want to actually speak about.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is I think you're right about Isaac. I think he wants it to be open for everyone. I think the problem is, and I think all of the
so you know what's crazy?
Let me finish real quick. So the
the mistake that I think all of the social audio apps have made, including Clubhouse, including Fanbase, including Chatter, is that uh, when you first started out, you have to figure out, okay, how are we going to get people on the app? And all three of these particular apps, Clubhouse, Fanbase, and Chatter, decided to over-index on particular markets. And when they did that, like for example, Fanbase, you have people that lived in the Atlanta metro area, and they gave their invites initially area. I don't think it's a black app. It's more of a regional app. Now that might over-index with black people because it's in Atlanta, but it really is just a regional thing. If they would have figured out a way to tap into other markets, Clubhouse is now starting to do that. Like people don't realize, 80% of the downloads on Clubhouse now are from India. They're not even from the U.S. And so I think it really comes down to the marketing of these things of who do you want on the app? And I think the initial mistake that people make is they think too small.
I'm glad you actually said that because when you think about it, India is an extremely emerging country, because India has so many people that actually, you know what? That would be. Let me look. I'm gonna look it up because because India is emerging on a lot of different apps, and they speak about Africa and its youth and the people on it. So I think India and Africa is what's thriving a lot of these apps to actually be successful, because people in America are so biased. America and other countries are so biased towards certain things to where they're manipulated. To where when you speak about robotics, even when you speak about robotics is coming from these countries because it's the youth actually thriving in these countries to actually move forward. Because thank you for saying that, because I actually been noticing that even on Fanbase, a lot of people from India are on Fanbase, although on a social audio sector, a lot of people are turned off from it because ignorant personalities on the social audio sector, being of people of color, are trying to act as if they own the app, and then they want to make it uncomfortable for people from other countries to want to speak, or people like myself who are neurodiverse, autism, etc., not to want to speak because they were claimed to have intellectual conversations. But when someone like myself speaks and brings up a deeper narrative, they don't like it. Oh, you don't comprehend social cues. You don't do this. You don't. First off, I comprehend everything that everyone is fucking doing. Even in this platform, they asked the young lady, "How could you say that?" She couldn't even answer the question. So it's like even it bothers me on how people can bring up.
What question was that, King?
I can't. To be honest, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of people wouldn't. I don't remember, but I remember a guy came back and challenged you, and you wanted to tell him almost. You didn't tell him shut the fuck up, but in a nutshell, you basically told him shut the fuck up because he challenged you what you said.
With the occupied power question?
Yes, that one. Thank you.
Yeah.
But actually, that's your standard response, Bima. When we ask you, like in an anarchist society, who controls the nukes, you have a similar response. When we ask you questions about where do rights come from, you have a similar response. I think the fact that King came into this room and could pick this up the first time he's been exposed to you, like you should listen to this. I know you think that I'm biased towards you, but here's somebody that's never been in this space, and they can pick up the fact that you're very evasive when you're asked a question.
I agree. Thank you, King, for teaching me. It's night time for me. I gotta get a little sleazies. Okay, bye-bye. Ta-ta for now, folks.
That was actually very interesting and intriguing, and that's typically what a lot of people do whenever someone actually listens to them and they challenge their perspective, because they're so good at having a social influence to create a conversation. I actually hate it, although I see in social audio it's absolutely necessary because it does keep a room going. But it's like, yo, when you're challenged, why the fuck are you backing away? Because you had the balls to speak about certain things.
Well, King, I think there's different signals going on there, right? Like, so one of her signals is that she's trying to speak fast and evasive because she doesn't want to get pinned down on
That's
the fact
exactly what she was doing. Because when the question was asked to her, she didn't like it.
Yeah, correct. But there's different signals. For example, she's trying to avoid a question, trying to get out her thoughts in a way that deflects from the question. And people that are really listening, the people that are down below, not even the people that are arguing with her, they're listening and observing, and like you can learn a lot from the goo. If you were to just like go into the chat when these conversations are going on, you have people that like for example in this room, Randy. You'll see Randy here quite a bit. There's a lot of people that are asleep now, but they're some of the best listeners on this app, and communication is a two-way street. In fact, it's more important what was communicated is what somebody heard rather than what somebody said. And so she could say a million fucking things, but ultimately what was heard is what was communicated. And I think that the fact that you picked up on it that quickly, raised your hand, came up here and called it out, and then all of a sudden she's got to go to bed because a stranger was able to pick it apart within the first time of even hearing her voice. It's amazing.
No, but if you actually observe, like, I would encourage you all to go into black spaces because I was telling people the other day, I said, you know what's crazy that you all sit here and talk about the American government. Although I remember being on Clubhouse 2-3 years ago, I saw white spaces, black spaces. Now it's just all a whole bunch of black spaces, and then people of the same culture fighting with one another, and actually no white spaces. But I've been realizing that what I've been actually doing, you guys might want to try this too, is Clubhouse is actually a very beneficial app. I love fan base more because you can monetize on fan base. So say you have this space, you can actually be on there and monetize from the hearts that people give you. Clubhouse doesn't do that for you. They're just collecting your data and they're monetizing from you.
This is true. I've told people that on the 4+ years that I've been on this app, and back in its prime when we would have 1,000+ people in a room every day, this app paid me nothing. I did 2 rooms on Fanbase, and I didn't make a lot of money, but I made $100 over those 2 rooms, and that $100 is $100 more than I made in 4.5 years on this app.
And that's the point, because even if you made $1 or $2, people will say, well, that's no fucking money. No, actually it is money because it's money. If you saw it, I know me, if I saw $1 or $2 on the ground, I'd pick it up walking down the street. I'm in Pittsburgh, PA. They're filming a movie right now called How to Rob a Bank. I'm like, what the fuck? And there's a lot of important people in there, like I forgot what the guy's name was, but when I mentioned it to people in the space I went to, so I'm a very open-minded individual. I got the chance to meet fucking the vice president of AT&T last night. That's the highlight of my fucking day. I'm like, yo, how in the fuck did I meet the vice president of AT&T Communications? This shit's crazy. But I will say that the downfall of America is not the government. The downfall of America is the people within America. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because people believe that voting is the solution to everything. No, you dumb motherfucker. And I'll say that because voting is the manipulation of the psychology of the individuals deciding to vote. We're voting Democrat, Republican, not realizing, hey, maybe you should have financial shares of these things. Maybe you should look at the poly market. Hey, put your thumbs down, hated asshole. Keep them down too. Because, and as a matter of fact, show them your ass. The reason I say that is because you're manipulated to vote for a party, not realizing you can play the same fucking game that these parties are playing by creating a family trust. Most people don't even acknowledge a family trust. Because did you know that's actually the ruling power of shit? As you argue with your own fucking family, these dynasties that have been created right now in America, they're like 4 or 5 generations in, and they're voting on things like the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Soroses, or whatever state you live in. You see a major bank, that's a family trust. You're putting your money into their trust that they created to manipulate your ass. Dumb motherfucker, I'm going on mute.
George Soros only got to America like in the past 70 years.
George Soros is like damn near 90 something years old, and he's a part of a family. Sir. No, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this because hey, sir, I know you know about AI. Hey, I know you know about AI. I know you know about AI. So take your AI, look on your AI, use your AI.
He's only been in America for like 70 years.
Sir, and how old is he? How old is George Soros? I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to do it myself. Hold on just a moment.
Hey, look him up. He's fine. He's 100 years old. I don't give a fuck. But he's an old man who's only been in America for like one generation. Like he has only been in America for one generation, and he had like children, and I don't even know if he has any grandchildren in America yet. But he only made it to America in like the 70s. So it's not like the Rockefellers who've been in America for like 200 years, or any of these other people, groups that you mentioned that have been there for like 200 years. Anyway, a family trust is going to protect your personal money and part of your land. It's not going to like give you the type of power that voting does, and voting is an issue of like basically collective bargaining against the government, right? Or for who the people want in government. America has a two-party system, but many countries have multi-party systems, and they build coalitions with each other. That's what aspects of democracy are. In these two big parties, you have multiple entities that are also building coalitions with each other that may not necessarily like each other, but that is part of democracy. And what always find interesting is that Black Americans are always the first people that are ready to get rid of their vote. It's like the most ridiculous thing, which is actually apropos because the Voting Rights Act is up for debate and discussion, and it may actually get thrown out, which would mean that that a lot of the rights that Black people have worked hard to get to vote over almost 70 something years is about to get thrown out, only with 61 years ago. So I find it fascinating that Black Americans are always like, oh, voting doesn't matter, voting doesn't count. That almost every single other group of people in America exercise their right to vote openly and freely. I think that Black Americans have like one of the lowest voting rates in America because they don't fucking understand democracy. And it's not the issue of voting that is the problem. That's America's problem. Is that the vast majority of Americans don't really have an ideology of what America is. A lot of them think in these stupid platitudes about like, oh, we should have equitable rights for everybody and blah blah blah. We shouldn't need to vote. They should be like God given whatever. I do believe that there's some naturally ingrained rights as a part of humanity. But the issue is those naturally ingrained rights versus the will of the collective, and that is what the government is supposed to protect: the will of the individual versus the collective. Those individual rights versus like the collective power or ability to do harm, to violate those rights. And this is why people quickly move into dictatorships, because they don't fucking understand. They don't have any sort of philosophical understanding. Everything is about a type of economics, and in reality, these are philosophical ideas, and we are just sort of practicing them, right? Democracy is
Sam, but I think facts matter, and one of the things that you mentioned that's just historically incorrect is that blacks actually do have higher voter turnouts than Latinos, Asians, as well as young people, Native Americans. There's a lot
lot of cohorts that black people show up, in larger numbers percentage wise, and so it's just not true. Now you might be right that I think that there's voter apathy in general across the board, but there's some groups that don't care. If you're poor, you're unlikely to vote. If you're young, 18 to 30, you're unlikely to vote. Asians and Latinos, very unlikely to vote. And this is the question: why is it that we have these problems or at least these debates about things like income inequality, wealth distribution, things of that nature, and yet the young people and the poor people that are on the bottom rung of the distribution curve are the people that vote the least. I think that your broader point, Sam, is very important, which is we should be encouraging people to get out and vote for their rational self-interest. But in some ways, I'm kind of glad that they don't, because some of those cohorts are very uneducated, and the way that the impact that might have on an election, if you had low information or no information voters turning up in larger numbers, it might actually be worse for us.
You all know what's crazy. You all know what's crazy about the conversation. When you actually think about it, this is why I say I'm glad people to say that those neurodiverse are starting to be more accepted versus those who are so normal. Because when you think about it, the whole aspect of voting is to get someone lesser to you, someone lesser than you, to believe in the manipulation that you have created. Because technically, when you think about it, whether you're black, white, Puerto Rican, Chinese, let's take the black angle, because we all hear the black angle. I just told someone, I said, you know what? And that's why I'm so happy I found this fucking room today, because I was getting so pissed. I'm like, I see no white rooms. I see no white rooms talking about black men, black women, or white men, white women, and all this type of shit. That's because they all left the app, blah, 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 blah. So, sir, and then I hate people who speak so eloquently and tell fucking bullshit-ass lies and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because when you think about it, we're all fucking people. I saw a Jamaican on Facebook the other day asking someone about black, white, and that guy said, no, that's your belief. That's not the truth. Because people will use a belief and then try to say it's the truth. The way he worded it was so perfectly. And I said, you know what? I've been thinking that way my whole life. And I get called weird and be told, you need to go date a white woman. You need to go to Africa because you're not strong enough. Fuck you. Because voting is the highest level of manipulation in the fucking world. The Rothschilds, Rockefeller said this: we want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. That's very perplexing. Why is that perplexing? Because then you find that the reason they say autism is a disability versus a gift, to where we call each other neuro-gifted, is that when you think and you actually observe and you're actually literal, then we don't like it. Although when you actually listen to people who think uniquely differently, motherfuckers who vote are dumb as fuck. Reason why? Because you'll vote, and then when they get into office, you'll then complain when they flip the script of what the fuck they did. Every president has fucking did this shit. They all said during the running campaign, hey, Julius, we're going to do this when we come into office. Sarah, by the way, let's have sex. I know I say whatever the fuck I say, but now I'm going to win you over. Because I know what you actually really want. The reason I'm saying that like the way I just said it was because it's just like dating. You lie to a woman or you lie to a man to get him. Although when you're actually there, you're strung in, you're all the way fully wedged, you change the whole perspective. So when you say people are dumb, and I'm going to tell you, and I don't give a fuck what anyone says, I don't fucking vote. Because as soon as they vote, as soon as they run for office, they change their whole perspective, which shows you, hey, the president is a poster board for the ignorant motherfuckers in the world who do not follow what's actually going on. Because it's called the presidency. It's called the corporation. The United States of America is a corporation. Literally. So if it's a business, what the fuck are we getting mad for? They're manipulating Americans to cast a vote when the guy behind the scenes, pulling the puppets, which are the president, pulling their strings. Hey, say this when you go up there. Say that. Okay. Well, when you get in office, we're still running the show, but we're going to do what the fuck we want to do. Come on, y'all. Like, it's been happening. Like, I'm 42 years old. I've been watching this shit since I was fucking 13. I'm like, how are grown-ass adults manipulated to do some shit, and then they're actually complaining about it with other family members, and then the worst part about voting is that you're telling your other family members, fuck you, don't give a fuck about you because you're a Democrat versus Republican or Republican versus Democrat. When meanwhile, none of this shit fucking matters. When you as a family can create a family trust like they have and operate the same way that they operate and be your own fucking bank. But I'm sorry, there's too much bias. I know a lot of you all won't like what I just said. I don't give a fuck. My own family doesn't even like it.
I think you mean the art of politics is about manipulation.
Hey, sir. Hey, sir. So one thing I do not like, I don't like when people put words in my mouth because you can ask me directly. That's one thing I don't like. It's not.
So I'm going to continue with what I'm saying. Thank you. So I think that what you mean or what you intend to mean is that the art of politics.
Hey, sir, why don't you ask me? That's why I said what I said. Why don't you ask me?
That is a manipulation.
Wait, sir, why don't you ask me? Literally, you're doing it again. That's the problem with American society. Ask me. Don't say what you think what I mean. Ask
manipulation. That is manipulation, and that voting in itself is not manipulation. Fine, if the person that is running for office is a sneaky bastard, right? And they make a lot of false promises to a lot of people, and then they renege on those promises once they get into office, then that is manipulation. But just by voting in itself, the function of voting is not manipulation. Voting is the function of voting.
If you listen to anything I said, you obviously did not listen to anything that I said.
The function of voting is about exercising your voice, right? Like exercising your rights to be heard by the government, by the people as a collective, right? So that those are two different things. The idea is that hopefully that in our system, the way that America and the Western world has developed is that there will be an informed and educated population, and then next, are you gonna come up here with some fuck shit? What are you talking about?
Well, what I'm gonna talk about, can you hear me now? What I'm talking about is your falsism about the government being collective. Do you?
Yeah. So.
Wait, hold on. Why did you kick him? I don't like when people do that. Why when people come with a different?
I didn't kick him. He interrupted what I was saying to talk about.
So hold on, no, you definitely kicked him because he's in the audience now.
I didn't kick him out of the room.
So hold on. This is what I don't like. Why would someone?
Are we gonna have to argue about definitions here? Fine,
No, because if you're going to speak, why not allow someone else to speak as well?
Yeah, because I was not done. I wasn't fine. I'll invite him back up. I was not done.
That doesn't make sense. This is a social conversation. You know these governments, they do the same fucking thing. Trump argues with Vladimir Putin and all these other people, and they do it.
Guess what? Therein lies the issue. Therein lies the issue. In a country where you do not have a right to vote, where you live in a place where that's a dictatorship, where you do not have the right to have your voice.
You were just a dictator just now.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
So the thing, all right. So now, hold on, wait. So me being neurodiverse, I look at things as very simplistic. It's not this detailed as we make it seem.
No. Listen, to what I'm saying. Yes.
No, hold reason I'm saying that,
this is how a dictatorship functions. When you live in a country where you don't have the right to vote, where you do not exercise the right to vote, the person
you're being the dictator right now. You're literally being the dictator right now.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
So now, and you being the dictator, why can't you go back and forth with next?
Yes, I am. This is not a back and forth. This is me trying to finish what I have to say. I have to say something, and
next,
I was being interrupted. And yes, this is me being the dictator. I am not.
All right, so next. He's scared. So next,
I'm showing you an example of what happens when you do not have a right to vote. And now, if I were the way voting works is that there are 5 people on the stage. If 2 people exercise their right to vote against me as the person in charge, then I have to bend to the will of the majority.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
No,
you're literally the only one, and you have the ability to kick people out. They can't kick you out.
Credentials to.
Yeah, but if I am a person who has integrity, right, which is why we take oaths of office, which is why people in power take an oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution. That is what they do. When you have a president, you have a senator, you have a representative, you have our congressman, you have a governor. These are elected officials. Their job is to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and that is their oath of office, and to protect the people within the United States.
So can you let next year, please?
Yeah. Did you vote?
Let me finish what I have.
Hold on, wait. You want to just finish?
No, I was not done yet. He came up on stage.
Bro, why are you doing that, bro? Hold on, why are you doing that? Before he loses his side.
I'm showing you what a country looks like when you don't have a right to vote. I have a right to kill you.
You don't know what a country looks like. You don't.
Yes, I know what a country looks like. I have citizenship in multiple countries. I know exactly what a country looks like. I've lived in multiple countries.
So hold on. So
I know
trying to do?
exactly what rights are. I know exactly what laws are. I know what it's like to see dictatorships.
Sam, please.
It doesn't matter.
Can we have a conversation? Sam, can we have a conversation?
No, we don't. You don't have conversations in the country.
Why can't we have a conversation if other people want to speak?
You don't have conversations. You do not have
Other people want to speak.
in countries in which you do not have a right to vote. You are killed by the government.
Other people want to speak. You don't want people to lose their thought to what you just said.
So
why can't you let other
democracy? So now you want democracy.
Well, what are you talking about? Like, the guy just wanted to speak to what you just said, and you want to
now you want the right to vote. Now you want the right to vote. You want the right to be heard. Okay, so exercise your vote. Go ahead.
So I said no. Let him speak to what he was just trying to speak to.
Okay. Oh, so you are his representative. You are advocating on his
behalf. No. So he see me.
Go ahead next year. Your representative.
So
no. Your representative who do not vote. You do not vote for is advocating for your behalf. So go ahead.
I'm all about community. Whether you like me or not, I'm about community, because that's what's lacking in the world is community. It's always about I instead of we. Because it's us that make the world go around. If you create a business, as people have to come into your store to buy your product, it ain't gonna just buy itself. So that's what I'm saying. Why can't it be we instead of I? So I'm going on mute. Go ahead. Next, we would like to hear what you had. Next, we would like to hear what you had to say.
We the people. The Constitution says we the people.
We the people. Who does that include? The people of the United States or only black ones? Let's get real with it.
Say that again.
What?
It's difficult to hear you, Nick. So I'm not sure if you're on headphones or not, but it's very difficult to hear you.
You asked me a question, so listen.
I'm trying to listen to it, but I can't fucking hear you because your microphone is shitty. So either take out your headphones or move to a better location.
Can you hear me better now?
Hey, I was about to say, I can actually hear him very clearly.
I hear you much better now.
some goddamn conditions in your fucking mind before you cool someone else. Fuck you, man. I don't like you.
Okay, what knowledge were you dropping?
And that's why Sam sent him to the office, to the goo, to the.
Up in the fucking.
Just like
No. So to be honest, since you spoke so long, Sam, there was a viewpoint that we were speaking about that I was trying to recap within my brain as well, although I forgot it as well because you had said something that was not necessarily correct. Although this is why I'm learning how to start writing things down because so many people want to start speaking so long to where it's not actually correct because factually, well, I think it was something related to the government. And I'll say the government is a huge mental manipulation as you just manipulated people because you wanted to continue speaking versus letting people actually speak to a certain talking point that you actually presented just now. Now about 5 to 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, so you said that voting is manipulation. Now you're saying that government is manipulation. And again, I do honestly believe that you intend to mean that politics, or the art of politics, is a type, which is a type of communication.
Politics are politics. That's fucking bullshit talk. It is what it is. It isn't what it is. Shut the fuck up with that stupid shit. Nonsense fucking knowledge. What are you doing, dude?
So listen, so actually, this hold on. So I'll explain something. So this is what it is. The reason you have a large number of people actually drinking or doing drugs, etc., is literally. I'll tell you, I'm drinking right now. I'm drinking a Steel Reserve and a Four Loko mixed together, etc. I just woke up, although I have to go to work in an hour. I do construction, landscaping, hardscaping. I have autism, and one thing I learned is that I took 2 years of sobriety. In taking the sobriety, it was extremely stressful because being highly emotional, and which is a high level of sensitivity, when it comes to speaking about autism, a lot of society is very fucking ignorant. Although Elon Musk is autistic and he's high functioning, a lot of us are very high functioning, and even on this app, I believe a lot of us are high functioning and underdiagnosed. I would actually suggest everyone to go actually get checkup because I learned financially, because that's what politics actually boils down to: financial status in life. How much do you have versus how much someone else has? And hold on, I'm almost finished, sir. I'm almost finished. When you get diagnosed, the beauty of it is that they will help with business funding or anything that you need financially within life, because they've learned that those of us on the spectrum have a hard problem with employment and the corporate structure that has been designed to rule our land.
Okay, well let me ask you a question then. How have you had a hard stint at employment? What'd you do? What happened?
So what did you say?
How did you have a hard problem with employment?
So the hard problem with employment is I realize the older that I'm getting, and even when I was younger, I don't do well with authority. Because I don't do well when you tell me what the fuck to do and you won't do the same goddamn thing if I'm already busting my ass.
Right. Okay, I get that. I can feel that because when I get hired at a shop painting cars, doing body work and paint on cars, I know that I'm the hardest worker one there, and the other ones are watching me and getting jealous. You know what I mean?
So typically, look, so in speaking to you, I'm not an expert, although I have a lot of discernment. You're neurodiverse. You may be autistic as well. You may not even know it. So I would suggest.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I mean, whatever. Maybe I'm on the spectrum or whatever, but.
I highly would suggest you looking into OVR today. Every state they have it because it's starting to be more of a social topic.
Because I can tell you this, I got the gift of gab where I could get a job anywhere I go, dude. And
That's hey, please look up OVR right now on your phone, right now.
What does it stand for?
So it's occupational vocational rehabilitation.
No, but dude, I'm a bad.
Hold on. Ask me a question and I answered it.
Yeah, no, I don't need that.
No, hold on. You just asked me what does it stand for, so I explained it to you.
I got you. So, but
no, the reason I'm telling you need that is you do need that because it helps you find.
No, I don't, because I guarantee you, I can fucking get a job tomorrow. But
it's not about that. It's not about that. It's about having a social environment because what happens is we get stressed out. Then we come to these apps and we just lash out at times.
So he doesn't want any help. I mean, why don't you
hold on, please, Sam, watch, please stop, please. Because what happened?
Why don't you friend each
hold
other?
on,
Because
please, hold on, please, because you're.
Hey, it seems that both of you might actually be drunk, and
they're both drunk. And King doesn't seem to understand that his neurodivergence, he's trying to dominate the room the entire time he's been in the room. It's like, let other people speak. We don't want to hear all of you all the time.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of used to believe that everybody should have a right to vote, but now I think that a test might be required. Like,
yeah.
You have.
I mean, you heard Roger saying, like, but do you want stupid people to vote?
Yeah, I kind of really don't, because like the stupid people can take over they can be the majority. Yeah, I think a test is required.
I don't think a test needs to be required, but we should at least educate people or give them the chance to be informed.
I think isn't that the point of like public school, right? At least when I was in public school, I remember through social studies and through civics, I had probably 12 years of like some sort of civics education on my rights to vote, on the Declaration of Independence, on the Constitution, on these foundational rights and how America and the structure works. And and we also had current events, and we would cut out news clippings and just be informed people. But apparently, the majority of people did not get this type of education.
Okay, so you must have been going to school in the 70s and 80s.
No, I went to school in the 80s and 90s.
Okay. Yeah, I think they stopped the current events, and in the 70s, 80s, and I guess into the 90s to some degree, you were taught basic stuff in junior high, and then it was repeated in high school. And I think by the time that a lot of kids in the 90s were going to high school, that became like, oh, if you already had it, you could skip over that, so they didn't get the second dose of it, so to speak. And I think it didn't sink in. I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah, it's a major issue, it seems. Yeah, I never used to think about this, but as I listen to more and more people talk about this dumbass shit, I'm like, do these people really deserve the right to vote? They don't understand how the government works or supposed to work. They don't understand the laws and policies. They don't even believe in the Constitution, right? If you do not believe in the system, then how can you really work to support it? Like that's the point of having informed voters, is to make sure that the system perpetuates itself.
While I agree with what you're saying, I can't cross the bridge if they don't have the right to vote. Right? Like, I totally believe that we shouldn't have low info voters, but I don't think that some sort of test or denying them the right to vote is the answer either. right? Like even the people who like claim they know the Constitution. Like I've been asking, and I've asked lawyers this question. Okay, so everybody screams due process rights. They're being denied. Okay, can you actually name due process rights? And I rarely find anybody who can actually name them. In fact, it came up in this room earlier tonight, and Roger was bringing, or I'm sorry, I should say Mojo, I don't want to toxic, was talking about substantive, not procedural, and he was talking about how they come from, nature, because he doesn't want to say God. And what's her name, D something or other, was just arguing against it.
Master.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, at least Roger has a concept of what the rights are. She couldn't even name them. She was like, okay, well, you name a right, and then you describe how you think the right is, and then I'll respond to that. It's like, how could people go through and not even be able to understand what rights are? And like, I'm shocked at how many people that when I say, okay, what are due process rights, they think Miranda rights. Like, I'll go, okay, so do you have the right to remain silent? Is that a due process right guaranteed by the Constitution? Like, where in the Constitution is due process rights? And they go, the 5th, the 4th, the 14th. I go, really? It defines them there? Right? Like, it's even the people who claim to know the Constitution don't really understand.
Oh, the question of where rights come from is one that I think philosophers, moral philosophers, and legal philosophers have this is a question that still exists, and even today, nobody knows exactly where rights come from. If they come from the will of the people, or if there's the natural foundation of rights. But we know that the only way to implement them is in some sort of governmental structure, some sort of document or legal reality that makes them that grounds them in society. And people like B Master, who's what she call herself,
An anarchist.
Volunteer. She says she's a volunteerist, which means that everybody has to volunteer to become a part of society. And if they don't volunteer, if they don't sign the contract, it's like every single individual has to at one point in time in their life sign the Constitution. If they don't sign the Constitution, then they either are kicked out and ostracized from society because the laws don't apply to them, or they sign it and then they are individually held to uphold those rights.
A closeted Scientologist.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And but she doesn't have she doesn't have a philosophy of justice. She doesn't believe in courts of law or adjudication. She doesn't believe in government enforcement of these things, and she doesn't really understand that eventually people will go back to building a more dominant governmental structure, because that is an unsustainable reality. You can do it for one generation, but then it all falls apart.
Yeah, that's the first time I'd ever been in a room with her, and I didn't say anything for a long time. And then Roger, I guess, was kind of tapping out, so I kind of tag teamed her. And at one point, I got her to, she paused, which was shocking because she just runs off the mouth constantly. And she goes, "Well, I don't have an answer for that, right?" And she just couldn't respond. And I went, "Okay." But that was the only time I saw all night that she just didn't automatically come back with some sort of response. But I will give her the props that and Roger disputed this. Roger kind of went against me on this one, but she has it down, and she does have an answer for pretty much every time you come at her with something. She does have a response. Maybe illogical, but she does have a response, and so she's kind of better than a lot of people who, when you corner them, they lock up, and you can see the cognitive dissonance in her. I was only able to get her there once, and I could have kept going, but she does kind of she's got it down.
But she's used to arguing with people about it, so she sharpened her responses.
Yeah, okay. Did you see her? I was going to go and look at it, but I looked at the first page. not even her manifesto. It's 2 other names on there. But when she said that, I go, oh, she's looking for people to give her arguments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an interesting tactic. She's the first person that I've ever met that has this type of thing. But like I don't even really understand what to say about people like this. And she's interested. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like Roger had his like he tried to corner her and then come at her with, oh, so what you're saying is, and I think that the only way to deal with somebody like that is to I don't know, it's like weird. I'm not even sure how I got her to, what I said to her, but I was trying to push, because Roger kept bringing up the nuclear, okay, so what do you do with the nukes? And I was trying to say, like, okay, so, like, you're saying defensive, like, what if I just want to keep the nuke? I don't want to use it. And, okay, so who votes on it? And I just kept trying to keep going, like, let her follow her logic, because Roger will go a little ways, and then he just tries to interpret it and turn it to, okay, so this is what you mean, right? And I just was trying to be like, okay, at every turn, let her say what she wants to say, and then figure from there, and just let it keep going. And it took me about 3 or 4 turns to get her to the point where she just goes, well, I don't know how to answer that, right? And I probably would have gone a little farther with that, but it's, you have to kind of just like it's almost like dealing with someone who's narcissistic, really. You have to kind of wait, pause, and let them like guide the circumstances instead of trying to like come at them. Just box them in a corner, right? But
aren't all individualists kind of narcissistic anyway?
Sure, but I think with her, I don't think she's ever going to admit it. Like, I don't know, I don't think you were in the room, but towards the very end, every time she says Israel or Jew, it's dripping with condensation, condemnation. Like, she just absolutely, and so she used the word occupying force or something like that, and then started arguing over the legal definition of it. I said, yeah, but your whole argument is that anarchy is about peace, love, and basically hippieism with a, like a right? Like, you're arguing this whole thing about how, oh, just love each other and let everybody do whatever they want to do. Okay, cool, man. I am a hippie, basically, right? But it's like, then you go and you want to argue the definition of something that you know is just going to be inflammatory. Like, why be inflammatory? And she kind of went, well, and I'm like, you spent like 3 hours arguing over it. Just let everybody be. Everything's cool. But she just wants to argue, right? So I don't think it's an argument. That's what I meant by the narcissist. Like, you're never going to win it. All you can do is like let them spin out of control like a child and just let them like run around in circles until they pass out.
Oh, that's kind of what tends to happen. They like work themselves to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's exactly what she did. Although the anonymous person that was involved did pop up like right after she left the room, so I'm like,
it might be her. It might be do you know Amir?
no, I heard that everybody talking about him today. He's the one who said everything off. Roger went at him pretty hard. But no, I don't. I mean, I come on Clubhouse every now and then. Like, I was shocked. Brent's no longer around. And JV was talking about, like, what happened to Brent? Like, because, like I came into a room with Brent even before he came in to help me debate. He was in another room. And I would hear this guy talk, and he really seemed to know what he was talking about. And then I asked him a question, and it was a fairly intelligent question about something from the legal, that he should have just been able to respond in a legal sense. And he just down, and then every time I would try and talk after that, he would just interrupt me, right? Because he realized, oh wait, this dude knows something about the law. And then a friend of mine who she did a whole docs on it, like looked into all of his different stuff, went and looked at all the different judges and where they were from. And she sent me this thing saying, like, okay, this is everything I know about this dude. He's so full of shit, right?
Who is this person?
Oh, I'm not gonna say who it is. Like, I'm not gonna out people, right? But
no, not your friend, the one that she looked in.
Oh, Brent.
I thought you mentioned him.
Brent. Do you know Brent?
Brent, the guy supposed to be a judge or lawyer.
Yeah. So apparently, because last time months ago, or 5 months ago, or 4 months ago, whenever it was, he was the king of the roost. I mean, he was holding court, you know? Like, if anybody said anything, he'd go off for 10 minutes about what they said, and then he'd give somebody a minute, and he'd go off for 10 minutes. And then he'd go off on his personal life. It was like, okay, are we here to, like, have cool conversations? And because what I used to love about Clubhouse is you could come in here, and if something happened, like, everyone would be talking about what happened. Like, the other night I came in and I asked Abby, I said, did you read the Dignity Act? And she goes, no, I want to. And I told her everything that I had found within the Dignity Act. And it used to be like when the Dignity Act came out, you'd have 10 people who had read it or read part of it, and you'd get the cheat codes. Like, everyone would share what you didn't know, what you didn't understand. Like, when I read it, it's not giving DACA permanent residency. But what it's actually doing is it's recategorizing them and it's putting them in the queue, right? It's not, they're no longer getting a protective status. They're right back in the queue with any other illegal immigrant. So it's kind of screwing them, to be honest with you. And I don't know if you've read it or not, but it's also putting it's putting an emphasis on building up the ports of entry. It's coming hard on anyone who is a drug dealer, human trafficking. It's increasing the things on that. It's actually very, very bipartisan, but it's not very friendly to DACA, and it's not very clear. It's very, very vague on the so-called amnesty within it, or the process by which they're going to give people a pathway. And it's not specific, like I mean, you're probably a little too young to remember Clinton, but when we voted for Clinton in '92, the arguments were, okay, we're going to give amnesty, not a blanket amnesty, but we were going to target it to the so-called Dreamers, although they weren't called that at the time, the farm workers.
I was 7 years old when Clinton was voted into office, I remember.
This is how Clinton got fucking elected. This was a huge fucking deal. We're getting the Dreamers, the farm workers, and the grandmas. If you've been here for 20 years and your kids, much less your grandkids are citizens, let's bump you in the front of the line. And there was things like you have to learn English. That's why when all these people go off, I'm like, Bill Clinton wanted them to learn English as part of it. Like, right? And what we got in '96 was that the whole complex ass fucking system was because of Clinton. And he deported 11 million people without due process and expedient removals. Right? And it's like.
And usually all of these people who have an issue with people learning English are either immigrants themselves, like are kind of illegals themselves, people who don't necessarily believe in America as a state, or they are like young and stupid.
Yeah, they're like that.
Yeah.
Like, you're infringing on their rights. It's like the people who scream voter ID. It's like, okay, I will pay $10 for their ID.
Yeah, and I'm a liberal. Like I'm a card-carrying Democrat. I vote for. I mean, I'm a centrist, but generally, like, I believe that I don't believe that in any party loyalties, but I do believe that generally, from my own history, that the Democratic Party generally has my favor, right? Generally, but I also believe in many things that the Republicans vote for. I believe in fiscal conservatism. I believe in a budget, in a well-managed governmental budget. It shouldn't be throwing money everywhere.
You are.
I believe in strong borders.
Yeah, you are.
I believe in national security. So go ahead.
You're in the majority. In fact, I throw this stat out all the time. Since 2008, the Democratic Party went from 36% of the registered voters to 27%. In that same time period, the Republicans went from 29 down to 27, while the Independents rose to 43%. And most of the people in my entire life, and I'm about to turn 60, next year, are a little left or a little right of center. And the extremist is getting so vocal and vile on both sides of the equation. It's just driving more people to the center, right? Like we are the majority now. We're about to be more than both of them combined, right? And Trump's just gonna like accelerate that to the max.
good for the country. The problem is we don't have a third party, and every attempt that there has been from the top down instead of the bottom up. The electoral college fucks us, and it's going to be next to impossible to create that turn led us in a whole bunch of uphill battles. But we all think the way you think to some degree or another. You and me might disagree on certain things like the First Amendment or the Second Amendment or whatever, right? But generally speaking, there's more things that you and I agree on than we disagree on. And that is the majority of the country, and it has always been that way. I mean, I can't remember a time when it wasn't that way, and you know, and I have never, I take that back. At one time did I vote for a Republican at the top of the ticket, and it was Romney, and it was basically because I was mad at Obama because of his immigration, and because he basically said, okay, we're going to do healthcare, but we're not going to do the mandate. He promised that during the primaries because Clinton, she was all about the mandate. And he was like, no, we don't have to do the mandate. And as a small business owner, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we got to do the mandate. Like, the math doesn't work without it. It's like, wait, motherfucker, that's not what you said in the primary, right? And then he gets the nomination, all of a sudden his story kind of changes, but it wasn't until he got elected and he's in office that finally it's like, oh, no, this doesn't work without the mandate. It's like, no, but you said we didn't need the mandate and you were going to find a way to do it, and then he never did. And then he turned around and doubled, backtracked on immigration. And there were some other things, but I was like, you know what, fuck this. And I registered as an independent. And then I voted for Romney just as I'm in California, so my vote doesn't fucking matter, right? Just like I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote for Hillary. I voted for Willie Nelson and then Kanye West. And then it turns out the person that I voted for this last time is like a card-carrying member of like the Socialist fucking party. Like her name's like Claudia de Cruz, and I've been hearing some shit about her going like, oh, I gotta stop admitting I voted for her. But I just randomly picked somebody on that ballot. I was like, no, I'm not voting for the Green Party lady. I'm voting for this one. I don't even know who the fuck she is. Right? Turns out she's part of a group that's been paying all these protesters to go out and cause all kinds of havoc in the streets. And I went, no, I should probably stop admitting I voted for her. But my vote doesn't matter because I'm in California, right? But at the same time, I lean to the left. I believe pretty much all the same things you believe, right? But, you know, it's like we're being lied to, and all these people are frothing at the mouth, and people like that D are just like, geez, man. Like, how do you get that far out there?
Yeah, I'm also curious where these people actually come from. But I don't know what percentage of the make of America, but they're being influenced by somebody, and I really do feel like it's communists, honestly.
I don't think so. And Roger tried to correct me on this because I tried to say like, look, Gildas, do you know who Gildas is? Gildas?
Yeah, I follow.
Okay, so Gildas, who's like the most staunch capitalist there fucking is, said something. He read the definition of anarchy, kind of because he was flirting with her or whatever. But and then the way he described it, I came off the mic real quick because I always like putting these little comments, and I don't talk for long periods of time unless there's only a couple people in the room. And I said, well, that's kind of more like anarchy light, right? And Roger comes and goes, wait, what? So I said, look, the anarchists that I knew back in the day, they wanted chaos. They wanted true anarchy. They don't want what these people call anarchists these days, because that's just, I mean, it's like socialism on some weird level with its own little weird twist to it. Like, it's like this hybrid between capitalism and socialism with, like, no responsibility and the utopian idea of how everything's going to magically work, right? Whereas anarchists back in the day, they wanted true anarchy. You know, they wanted chaos. They didn't want any form of government. They wanted you to run through the streets like it was a goddamn wild, wild west, right? And Mojo was like, wait. Right? But it's like, I don't know how somebody gets that way, but I don't think it's communism, and I don't think it's socialism. I think it's misplaced kumbaya-ism, for lack of better words.
So it's not. So there's this book that I was reading, and I haven't finished it, but it was about Bedouin law, and how Bedouin law sort of like developed in the deserts, right? And this is kind of what they wild, wild west experience. But when shit goes down, they want the ability also to spackle together a makeshift court system to judge people whenever they want to.
Yeah, that's it.
And
Wait, we need that. Wait, we don't want any government. Wait, we need government. Okay, now go away. We don't want government anymore.
yeah,
Yeah.
and they also believe in
settlement?
this magical world that like might means right won't be a thing because their primary issue with the American government now and other governments, but mostly the American government because I don't think any people have actually been anywhere else, is that they believe that America uses might means right and like goes in and like topples governments and dictatorships and blah blah blah.